Hello everyone, thanks for joining, subscribing to the channel. This course is specifically for CCNP automation. For the document, you can see here, you can go to the Giga Networker site. Once you reach here, then you can go to Cisco CCNP and then you have to click in auto, this particular place. Now, once you go there, you will get the slides, that's a document, plus you will get the coding as well. So 3 different code sets you will get. You will get coding related to, so let me quickly walk you through that. So once you go and click here, then the document you will get in this area, and then you will get coding as well. Once you click coding, that's the link in OneDrive I have shared. So you will get coding related to DNA, Python, SDWAN. Okay. So all the best for your study. Complete this course and you will easily pass your CCNP in auto, and that is very much demanding at this time in the market. Hi everyone, welcome to Cisco Enterprise Automation course. Now what happened, if you see last 5 years, the time has been changed. Now people are looking more towards the application perspective rather than the network perspective. Means if you see, so for example, 15 years back, people are thinking, okay, we have the network and then applications are running on top of network. But now the company, corporate organizations, they are thinking about application and the supported network. So we are in the application centric world, and in that world, we have to learn that how we can integrate with program. That's why we have this course. We are going to learn, understand the programming capability of the networking devices, correct? So how we can go and do the programming for different type of new Cisco innovative SDN solution. And here you can see the list. So we have the list here, how we can do the programming for Cisco DNA, and that is big at this point of time in the market. Everyone is talking about their DNA, SD-WAN, Cisco Meraki's old product, but yeah, we have the programming capability with Cisco Meraki. So first few topics that you are seeing here on top, you'll find that these topics will build the foundation. So once we have solid foundation, on top of that, we can go and build the knowledge level. So once we know that what is API, once we know that what are the ingredients inside programming, obviously different type of programming languages are there. But as a network engineer, what we should learn and how much we should learn, there should be some line, because we are not software or the application developer. Rather than we are network engineers or network programmers who is going to create automated scripts to reduce the errors, to increase the uh, performance, etc. Correct? And obviously the feel will be different. That okay, people will think the network engineers, they are doing these things with say programming, but behind the scene there are some other stories as well. Now when we are talking about networking programming, so at that time what is happening, that not only that we are doing the programming of the network, that's one thing, but behind the scene what is happening, that the programming that we are doing, or say for example the API that we are doing, this is machine to machine interaction. So rather than when we are doing the CLI to machine interaction, rather than the API to API interaction, there is a difference, there is a technical difference. Machine to machine interaction will be always faster than the human to machine interaction, and that's the key here. Obviously in the upcoming videos and recording, you are going to learn more and more and more about all these capabilities, correct? So let's just start this course and let this make happen, that we should go and learn the new capabilities, models, etc. related to programming in this particular course. So from where I can go and get the topic link, here you can see that you can go to this link, learning network.cisco.com, enterprise auto exam topic, and you can check the topics in detail that I'm going to cover in this particular course. So let me go there. All right, so I am here in this link and let me scroll down. So here you can see that we have network programmability foundation and weightage. Also you can see that 10% weightage just to know the stuffs. So the stuffs related to Git, API, the Python, and then obviously the IOSXE, uh, how the Ansible Puppet, they are helping to build the programs related to IOSXE. Although it's a 10%, but if you go and learn Python, if you go and learn Ansible Puppet, it will take time. What I am going to do here is that whatever required for us related to this particular course, I'll go and cover in detail. So for example, Python. I'm going to cover most of the things that network engineers should know. And again, I'll go beyond that network engineer and we can discuss about the construct of Python language as well. So in future, if you want to learn more and more about the programmability aspect of Python, you can check that. Let's focus more on the networking aspect of Python. So what are the basic things like what is Python, how you can install to do the lab, what are the libraries, the structure, the functions, etc., etc., and obviously how we are going to use inside our programmability, like for SDWAN programming and other programmings. The next 10% marks just to know the data models. So what is the data model? What is the encoding, messaging protocol, the transport? We'll see that complete protocol stack is there for the data modeling. We are going to discuss one by one about that. Then third section is very important. So once we have the foundation related to programming, APIs, then we can go a little bit deep inside the programming and actually we can create the programs and we can do automation and scripting as per the topic. So scripting related to IOSXE, not only IOSXE, but you can check this, for example, NetMiko, and you can check the supported list of devices. So many non-Cisco devices are also supported. If you want, you can try for non-Cisco devices as well, but I will stick with what curriculum, what course we have, and I'll follow the topic as along the agenda that Cisco has given. Then DNS Center, what is the API related to DNS Center? One nice API that Cisco has introduced is the intent-based API. So we can go and discuss about that. Here you can see the intent APIs. You have the runner API, you have the site API, etc. So different terms are there. Assume that you should have the basic fundamental knowledge of DNA. You should have basic fundamental knowledge of SD-WAN as well. Now, good thing about this, suppose if you don't have basic fundamental and you want to learn the automation and programming related to Cisco enterprise automation, you can do it because anyways I'm going to start with the beginning. But it will be good and advisable that you go and check the CCNP enterprise core. You already uploaded that, so you can refer that as well. Even for SD-WAN also, I have so many ABC of SD-WAN series courses. You can refer that because here I will not explain you that what is the data plane, control plane, how it is working. Rather than we'll go and do the programming. We'll go and use the automation related to Python and APIs. And finally, Meraki. For Meraki also, I have baseline course, Meraki basics and the troubleshooting, that also you can refer. So what you can do that parallelly, even you can work around with 2 and 3 courses. So you are studying Meraki and then you are doing the APIs related to that. Parallelly, you can study SDWAN and DNA, and then here also you can come and go, come and go. Again, it depends upon the interest. Once your interest will get created, passion will get created related to programming and automation, then what you will do, that what I am doing at the moment, I try to do everything via program. Sometimes it will take much more time than what you are doing or what we used to do with the CLI, but after some point of time, it depends upon your passion and previous knowledge, your background. Say for example, my background is computer engineer from uh, computer science. So my background itself is IT, and I have done lots of programming in my engineering curriculum. So I have my passion, interest in C, C++, Java, etc. I have done these codings long back. So those knowledge are recalled here because I know that for loop, while loop, etc. Even logically, anyone can understand the data structure and the conditions. So it's not a big thing, but still, if someone hasn't done any programming and he want to do the programming, it's a big deal for him. It's a big mental block that we have to remove it and work. All right, so this is the topic. Let's just stop here. Next section. We'll start these topics one by one and we'll go slowly and try to build the fundamental or foundation related to automation and programming. All right, so let's start 1.0. Network Programmability Foundation. What are the topics we have to learn here? First of all, we should go and understand ZIT. And this is huge because for network engineer who want to learn the programming skills, most of the code you will get from this place. You can go there to the ZIT. I'll show you that how you can do it. First of all, for our practice, what we can do, that we can go and install GNS3. Inside GNS3, you have the automation tool already they have put. That automation tool will do most of the things. So inside that, how we can go and put Python and any type of language, programming language you can put, because that is that tool itself. I'll log in and show you that what version of Ubuntu it is. So Ubuntu is already inbuilt in GNS, and we can learn practice in uh, for our practice purpose. It is good and enough. Then in future, if you want to import, if you want to use that knowledge and utilize that knowledge in your infra, in your production environment, where you may get Red Hat, because that is the industry standard. Most of the companies have the Red Hat servers, or any flavor of Linux server, commands will be almost very much same, correct? So that 1.1 that we should understand is it. Then uh, at least we should know the basics of API. What is API and what is the commonality in between different type of API? Because you may heard that REST API, RESTful API, intent based API, and there's so many, correct? So we should understand first of all the basic principle fundamental behind the REST API, how it look like, why it is whatever it is. Once we know the basic fundamental, then we can utilize that anywhere for any type of API, correct? So we'll learn understand about the API styles and how we can understand that. Then we have the challenges for API, synchronous and asynchronous. We'll see those theoretical things. How we can integrate the API inside the Python. So before that, we should learn Python. And that's why I have series of videos related to Python. Again, those are important to the network engineers, not for the uh, engineers, or not for the application programmers who is doing some machine learning or a very high level of coding. That will help us to write these scripts for networking automation. Then Python virtual environment, what are the benefit, how you can create it. Each and everything's actually, all these points are connected. So if you go and do one lab related to API and that is using Python, and again you are copying some code from ZIT, everything you'll find one 1.1.1 to 1.6 is connected. Now we have a special section here related to IOXE. And to learn the automation of IOXE is huge at this point of time, because if you go and check most of the Cisco devices, most of the Cisco next generation devices, they are running IOXE code. So either it's a catalyst switch or it's a new generation WLC, say 9800, or it's ISR devices where you are running the SD-WAN code. Even the CSR devices as well, they are running the IOXE. So you'll find most of the places you have the IOXE. If you understand the IOXE code one place, you can utilize the same code at different places. So to understand the IOXE, because that's the new standard for Cisco, it's a very important and key for automation success. All right, so let's stop here and let's learn about ZIT in upcoming section. In 1.1, we have to understand about Git. Now the Git and GitHub, we are going to learn, and we are going to actually copy the code more and more. We're going to search the different type of codes, whatever published by different programmer coders or network engineers, and then we can utilize those codes inside our lab environment, or you can again utilize inside the production environment. Now how it is going to work, and here you can see the graphic. We have the cartoon that, oh, is it zit, how it is working. Now actually no idea, we have no idea about that, how it is working. And even we're not worried about how it is working. Only thing we are going to do that, we follow some steps, and once you follow the step, we'll see that we have some steps to follow to create the code, to upload the code, to merge the libraries and all, correct? So we'll go and follow that. Again, if you get errors, save your work elsewhere, delete the project and download a fresh copy. That's the way that the network engineers are working when they have the programming related projects. Okay, so what are the things we can do it? And here you have the list. So made a change to code, realized it was a mistake and wanted to revert back. These are actually the problem with the application engineers or the programmers, that you have done something, you have some wrong syntax or code or some logic, you want to change it. Last code or had a backup with the with that old code, so you have the backup. Do have multiple versions of the code, uh, you have the difference in the code, or maybe some was working with some of the program and the new code having new program, you want to merge it, you want to take the difference, you have multiple copies, you have the backup. All these points are listed here, and the answer is that your zit will do that. So it's a public repository, not only the public, but here you can see that you may have two type of copies, so developer private and developer public. So one code that you publish for public use, and you want that different users or different programmers, they can copy those codes and they can utilize it to just check the authenticity or just check the scalability and the nature of the program, and they can improve it as well, correct? So it's a shared code, and you can see that private is also, so one copy with you and some portion or maybe some other code you want to share, you can do it, correct? So again, the final conclusion for all these steps that we are going to study is this slide. You can go and have a reference to this particular slide, and you can check the link as well from where you can get all this information. All right, so let's focus more on this it. Under the hood, how it is working. You may have multiple copies, you may have multiple versions, you can go and upgrade or degrade. We'll see that more and more in the upcoming session. How we can do the configuration, obviously In our lab, I have one GNS. I have my network automation tool. I will show that how we can do it. We can go and do the zit config, global username and the email address. Then my zit is prepared. I can go and initialize the project. Initially, it will be hidden under the zit directory. Now here you can see the flow. You have working directory. You can do the staging, and then you have the repository. We can go and follow these commands. Zit add dot. That means you can add the zit. Then you want to commit it. You can do the commit. So commit -m initial commit. We'll do the commit. Again, there are chances that for a certain program, multiple programmers are working at multiple locations. You can think this as a branch as well. So you have multiple branch. All the branches are independent, and in future you want to merge them. So first of all, there is a concept of branch, correct? So zit branch name. Say for example, branch is testing. You can commit with a new, and then you have the checkout as a masters. The master is very straightforward. Now in future, if you want to merge different type of branches, you can go and merge it. So you have your independent. First of all, you can go and create the repository. So you can add your username password, you can upload your project, you can do the commit. Then multiple projects working as different location or branches that you can go and merge. Again, if you want to share your changes, so you can go and do the push origin master and even the branches as well. These are the operations we are going to do. Obviously, we'll understand more and more. Now, this particular slide is important because this also we are going to use it or utilize it. So in future, some public code is there running up and running in the zit. We can go and we can copy to the local directory. Even you can go and create publish, someone can copy, or you can also copy the others code. Then once it is in your automation tool in your GNS, then you can do certain edits, you can do certain changes, and you can run your own program in your lab environment. Or once it is up running, you have validated in lab environment, you can go and run in the production environment as well. Okay, so these are the basic theories related to zit. Obviously, more we work, more we are going to learn. So let's log into the zit and do all the steps, follow all the steps that we have seen in this session. Before we'll start the lab, I just wanted to show you my setup here. Now we can go and install the GNS. You can go to this link, download the GNS. Everything is free. You can create your free account and you can use it. Now GNS is running over the server, over the VM. So you need hypervisor. Most of the hypervisors are free if you are doing the home lab. So for example, I'm using a VMware Workstation Pro. On that, I'm installing GNS3 VM. Although what I have done that I have created complete video that how you can go and install GNS3 over the system. So you can refer that video. But anyways, most of the engineers know that how you can utilize GNS3. Now GNS3 is also becoming very popular and it's very enhanced at this point of time. So if you go and check GNS version 2.2.10.11 now we have, so let me show you that what version I have, but this is 2 to 10. 11 is also present at this point of recording, and in future you'll see that more and more innovations inside GNS. Anyways, once you go and install the GNS, your GNS3, your laptop, you can see, means I have done some adjustment, although you will get in the right hand side of the pane where you can check all these information. So we are very much interested looking for the informations related to our devices, our networking devices. Now, when you go and do this thing, means when you go and add the devices, so for example, I have added SD-WAN edge device, I have added network automation, I have added CSR, ASA, etc. And as and when required, we can go and add more and more devices. So for that, what you need to do, create click template. So here you can see the plus sign, click next, and then you can go and search automation. Once your automation will come, just click install, and it will ask you next, and it will be finished. Because I'm already having this, so it is showing an error, but I can have actually multiples as well. So I can go and create, say, 02 and done. So now you can see that I have automation 1 and 2 that I can use it. Simply click drag and drop. Once you click drag and drop, you can see here you have your automation engine. Behind the scene is Ubuntu machine. And then I want to build my small network. So I can go and use GNS switch. Recommended that you can use this GNS switch because this is very lightweight. Okay. Then I can go and use this NAT because I want to give the IP address, NATed IP address to my automation tool. And that's very much done. Now, suppose if you want to interact with your laptop, then you can go and use this cloud and then done. Now, once we have this very basic lab setup running, we can use these connectors. We can connect. So let me go and use this connection, say here, and then again we can go and use the connection like this and like this. Now in future lab, you will see that we can go and change the design layout, those things as well. Design layout, that means simply you can change the symbol as well. And in future you will see that I have changed as well in the upcoming videos. At the moment it's okay. Now once you have the network automation tool and you want to provide the IP via the DHCP, so you can go and click edit config, and you want this automated IP, so you can remove those extra symbols. And now if you go and start, it will become green. Double click, you have your automation engine. Now the font size is very small at this point of time, so you can go click settings. Once you're inside the setting, you have the general tab where you have the putty. Launch the putty, go to the appearance, make this font size that you can work with. So for example, I made this 16 or maybe 18. Once it is there, then you should go to the logging, and not logging, but you can go to the sessions and you can click default session and save it. Correct? I can click save it, and then I can click close. And now if I go ahead, let me restart this session, but you can see that it got one IP address. If you go and double click here, you can see the font size will get increased. Correct? Now this is the initial basic setup that it is working behind the scene, but what we can do, that I have certain codes that we should run once we have the first install. So apt-get install, once my automation engine will come, actually it is trying to connected with these links and trying to getting some of the patches or some of the updates. Because this is GNS 2 to 10, in the older version you have to do it manually. Even when it is doing connecting with the remote servers and updating the downloads or updating the patch, you should go and use these steps as well. So here you can see in the back that apt-get update, Python 3, Python 3 pip, netmiko, napalm, simple JSON. And then below you can see that we have this apt-get install git and then the virtual environment. So even you can copy paste, or if you want to type it, you can do update It will take some time to do the update. Meanwhile, let me show you what is behind the scene. This is actually a very important page that we have. So here you can see that in bottom, line number 38, a zit clone HTTP. So I'm cloning the configuration or cloning the program from the zit, and then I'm going to this particular folder, and then I'm going to the virtual environment that I will cover in upcoming session, and I can run my code. Correct? So that's actually very important to run the code. Now here you can see that it has some problem getting the connection with the internet. So once you run your system, you do ping to the public IP, and here you can see this is unreachable. It should reach. Now sometimes it happens that some of the laptop you need to restart your VMware in GNS3 after the installation. So what I will do that after this session, I will reboot my laptop and I'll come back in the next upcoming session where we have to follow the zit step. Correct? So I will reboot my laptop, I'll come back, I will copy paste all these configurations. Simply you can do like this, just copy and paste, and you can put here. So I can go here and put, and it will run all the lines of configuration one by one. So my Python will be ready, NetMiko and AppLM, these things you will come to know in the upcoming Python session. Then the zit will be up and running. And at this point of time, I don't want to enable or create my virtual environment. That first of all, we'll learn about the theory and then we'll do that. Obviously in upcoming session, we have so many codes to understand and learn. So slowly we'll learn all these skills. All right, so let's stop here. Let me go and reboot my laptop. I'll come back with the same setting and we'll proceed further with zit related steps. Now we have to perform lab related to Git, and for that, better that we can see the lab. First of all, I have created the lab over GNS that we have already discussed, and then I have certain packages to install. Even that packages you can also install. So I have packages related to Python, related to pip, related to NapLM, NetMiko. Most of the things I'll cover in upcoming sessions. And then we should go and do this apt-get install git. Now once we have this git installed, obviously we can go and run the commands related to git. So here you can see that it is already installed. Then whatever we have studied earlier, I can go and do the configuration like that. So for example, global, and then say username. I can go and give my name, and then again I can go and give the email as well. So user email is networkers.com, and then rest of the command, if I have any say directory, say P1 is my directory name, for example, and then I can go and create certain files, say nano P1 text, any name. I can go and save this. I can copy this P1 text to my P1. We can move to P1. I can go and check, okay, I have P1 text. Now I want to do the initialization. So once I am in the P1, I can go and use git init, and then I want to add. Again, these are the commands which are fixed, and while doing the practice, you'll come to know that what is the use of that. Again, we can create some sort of notes, a notepad, and then we can use those codes. Finally, let's do the commit, and then I can do the initial commit, correct? So initial commit, and here you can see initial commit has been done. Now if I go and check here, you can see that we have .git p1. This is the way that we can go and do the commit. Now next we have a study about the branch as well. So I can go and create a branch, name is p2, and then branch is say p2 text. Likewise we can go and continue, correct? And now we have the commit for the new working tree is clean, no branch master, because we don't have the master. But yeah, we can go and continue our configurations like that. So we are already in master, and then if we want to create the branches, so we can go and create the branches. So for example, the branch. Now here you can see that parent is not known, so that's why this is throwing an error. But yeah, this is the way that we can go and do the commit. We can add it, we can create the branches. Even in future if we want to merge, we can use the merge command as well, as we have discussed earlier in the slides. All right, so let's stop here, and next session we'll go and check 1.2, where we have to learn, understand about the APIs. At this point of time, we should understand the Git architecture and the GitHub. Now Git or Zit that you're seeing here in the slide here, we have four major components. We have working directory, local repo, and the remote. Now this remote repo can be GitHub, and we'll see that what's the official definition of GitHub. But it is something like your web browsing repository. You can go and create your account over a GitHub. As long as you're public, you can use the resources. But if you want your private repository, you have to pay something. Companies, they may have their private, they may have their public repository, correct? Now this portion here, that is the working directory, staging area, local repo, that we have done the lab as well. So you can go and use the keyword git add commit. Once you do the commit, it will go and write to the repo. So here you can see that we have the staging area, we have the local repository, and then if you want to communicate with the remote repo, so that option is also there. So from local repo, you can go and do the zip push. If you want to get some update, you can go and use zip fetch. Again, we have the checkout and the merge option, correct? Let's understand more about this. Now, here you can see the summary of the slides that we have, or summary of the steps that we have already followed. So we have a step. You are in the initialize step, update, change, and diff. Now again, you can see that workspace, local repo, and remote repo, and how and what are the commands to do the communication with. This direction is that you're getting the information from the repo, and this direction is that you're sending the information from local to the remote repository. All right, so now let me go and explain you that what is the remote repository. Although there are few popular, but we are using mostly the GitHub, and you can go and create your account over GitHub. This is the web-based type of repository that you can go and use. So here you can see that we have the GitHub. This is the distribution version control system based on Git, that is web-based. It's free as long as you have the public repository. But if you want to go and use the private one, you have to pay some fees for that. how we can go and log into this. Let me show you that how we can go and log in. Let me clear the slide one. All right, so here you can see that we can go and utilize the command here, git clone. Although I have one example here, you can see that git clone https github AI devnet, from where I want to copy certain codes and want to utilize in my program. So if I go to my automation tool, where we have installed the git and all the related packages that we can go and communicate with it, I can go and create the clone, and best we can do the copy paste, but let me type here and then the AI devnet and then say getting started with Cisco SD-WAN. And obviously this is actually a good place where you can check the Python REST API integration. Okay, so now here you can see that is unable to resolve. Let me see if I can ping. Okay, so my network is down at the moment, but yeah, you can go and utilize this command. In future we have so many labs and where I'll show that how you can go and use this command, and you can create your local repo. Means you can copy from the remote end to your local system, you can do the changes, and then you can run execute the programs. All right, so let's stop here. In 1.2, we have to learn, understand about API style, so for example, REST and RPC. So let's understand that. Now, before understanding the REST and the other API methods that we have, the question here is that what is API? Now, the answer for that will be long. So let me start from here. That we know that as a network engineer, we have started as a CLI, means we are doing the coding with CLI. Now, when we are talking about CLI, the simple funda is that CLI is human. So we are the humans. We are interacting with the machine, correct? So this was something like human to machine interaction. Now again, we have the GUI. Just to make things simple, we can go and do the point click. So we have the GUI. Most of the appliances now they have the GUI as well. Even the complex CLI, it's very difficult to memorize. It's error prone, etc. So we have the GUI where those CLI commands are preloaded. In other terms, we can think like that also. And then again, behind the scene, it is calling CLI, and then it is going and running over the screen or running over the machine, correct? But API is the game changer. Why? Because API is machine to machine language. So this is something like machine can understand to one machine to other machine. Now think like this. When we are talking about CLI can't be user for other machine. Means CLI is giving the, while the CLI we are giving the instruction. But one API can be user to other API, or one API can feed the other API, etc. Okay, so that's a big difference we have, and that's the fascinating thing happening in the industry at the moment, that everyone is looking towards API. So here you can see that API is a way that a machine can talk to machine, and it's really fast. We are the only users with respect to CLI, but now in terms of API, machines are communicating to each other, and there are n number of example. One of the example is, suppose if you are looking for the best hotels or list of the hotels nearby your area, so your hotel programming can go and query Google, and then Google will go and give the result, and behind the scene everything is working in terms of API. So as a user, I triggered one API in my mobile. One API means, again, you will think that the HTTP web browsing. In loose term, you can think that is also a type of API, because in HTTP we have several methods like get method. So whenever you're seeing anything, or whenever you're doing any query, that will go via get method. So HTTP get, give me these results. That's the get. Equivalent to CLI is the show commands. That is also get method. Even SNMP is also using SNMP get methods. So get method is something that you are doing the query, you want some result. So now here you can see that one API can trigger other API, and it is endless and seamless. So n number of API can trigger n number of API, and then some correlation program is running behind the scene, and then it will give the result. Correct? And that's again the in high term, that is the machine learning and other stuffs. So APIs are the engine of innovation, and that's true. Now, is it difficult to learn API? Is it scary? The answer is no. It's not difficult to learn API, because if you know how to do the web browsing, you can play around with the APIs. The four popular method for REST, and REST is a one type of API. That full form is representational state transfer, which is using get, post, put, delete. Now this thing I'm going to cover more and more in the next recording. So separate 9 to 10 minutes for REST, where we'll learn, understand a little bit deep inside how the REST is working. But in a nutshell, it is something like we are doing the web browsing, and if we want to see something, we can use the get method. Again, you think everything is an object. If you want to update the object, you can go and do the put method. If you want to create a new object, you have to use post. If you want to delete an object, you have to use delete. Correct? So these are the methods we have inside the REST, because it's very simple. So that's why REST is quite a popular. Now again, there is common uh, mistake, or there is confusion around that. Okay, then what is the use of XML? What is the use of JSON? Those things you will understand in upcoming session. So you have data model, you have encoding, you have transport, you have protocol. These are again a suite of protocol. These are again the stack that we should understand at which level what is there. So network layer, so for example, if you correlate with the TCP IP layer, so network layer functionality is different with respect to data link layer, or transport layer, or session layer, etc. So all the layers, they have their own function. Correct? Likewise, the XML and JSON, they are working as encoding methods. Then there is transport. So for example, SSH can be transport. Maybe SSL, TLS, those can be transport. So there is other transport method. There is again data model like YANG. So that is again in a different label, etc. So we should understand in the protocol stack where they are residing, and then how they are working. Correct? All right. Now again, when we are talking about the REST method, and this particular example is very important, and that's why I have taken this. So here you can see that you have the different portions. So first portion here is the server or host name. Then what resource you are looking for. So you are looking for API for Zio code. The encoding is JSON, means the output will come in JSON format, and then the parameter. So you have one, the second, and the third request, and this is one of the API example. Again, what I am going to do, that next two videos you'll find related to REST and gRPC. So we will understand more about these APIs, because in future we have to do the Python programming for these APIs as well. Let us learn REST. REST is a representational state transfer. What it is doing, and there is some misconception that this is very difficult to learn and understand. But behind the scene, what it is doing is that simply that how we are accessing or surfing the web browsers, the same way, the same method the REST is doing. So in the diagram, you can see that when we are retrieving any website, we are sending the GET request and then we are getting the page, HTML page. Now, same way, we can use the protocol REST. We can send the request as a GET, means we want to retrieve it. We'll see that what methods or what verbs we have. So we want to read or retrieve the information and then we'll get the information either in JSON or XML format. That's how easy is this, correct? Now more hands-on lab will do, more and more will understand about that. So I am planning to show you the lab in the next session, that how you can do the lab from scratch. Alright, so REST is the method that is going to use various type of verb or methods. What methods that it is going to do, I'll show in the next session. But it's very much similar that how we are accessing the web browsers. Again, remember that we have the encoding in form of JSON and XML. What methods we have? We have this CRUD method. CRUD is nothing but create, retrieve or read, update and delete. So actually the methods that we have is the get method that you want to retrieve or get some information, is put method that you want to uh, update an object. You have post that you want to create new object, and finally you have delete, that means you want to delete the object, correct? So these are the methods that we have being used, and these are the top methods, means the widely used methods that we are going to use inside the CRUD. So CRUD is nothing but the methods or verbs inside the REST. This is a stateless client server model. That's true. Again, we'll see in the upcoming slides. Developed by W3C, proposed by Roe Fielding in 2000, and nowadays it is widely used. Even if you want to do the automation in terms of configuring, monitoring, uh, other stuffs like certificate management, um, creation of object, deletion of object, in all those things are possible with the REST API. Obviously, you need to encode or you need to embed this method with some other method. So for example, I'm using Python to take these REST API objects or data, and then I'm converting with Python language in my table format. So I'll show you this lab in the upcoming session. Same way you can also use, and how you can use it I'll show you. So we have the CRUD method, we have the create, retrieve or read, update and delete. And here you can see that's interesting diagram, and it's very important diagram. So when you're creating, you are sending the payload. Let me go back. And that's very important because you want to send some data. You want to create new object. When you are retrieving or reading, the success code is 200. This 200 is nothing but your code method. So you are retrieving the information, you are sending query, and then you are getting some payload information, correct? Finally, if you want to update, you are updating with the payload. Finally, if you want to delete, you can go and give the reference and you can delete it. So delete is the easiest operation. Then you have the get operation, then you have the put, and finally the post. In post, obviously, we should be very careful while creating an object. There are chances that you can create the same type of object, so that you can use certain other keywords that the objects will not uh, collide. Or suppose if same object is there, if you are not using the force command, that means it will not get created because already you have the existing object. So those things should be taken care. This CRUD method we have, and we can do all sort of thing related to get, post, put, delete, and we have the patch as well. But mostly you will see that we are using get, post, put and delete. These four methods will serve all the purpose that we have. Okay, so get, that means you're retrieving the data, post means you are creating new object, put means you are updating the object, and again here you can see patch means update and modify. So slight difference in between put and patch. Put will update and replace a resource. Patch, again the name suggests patch, will update and modify the resource. Now what methods we have and what type of output will come into the picture, again we'll see in the next slide when we have the lab section. So once you go and do the REST API call, you will get these information. So first of all, you have the HTTP verb, means what you want. You want to get the information, so you can use the get method. Then you should go and use the full URL. I will show you that how it look like. Then there is some optional thing that body, if you are making certain changes, this is optional in what format you want the output. Again, if it is a post method, so we have the method plus the payload. And if it is a get method, we are doing the request and we are getting the output plus payload, correct? So you will find that you have the header, you have the key values that will be there, but we will look for the data field. And these data fields that we can go and convert with Python language in some readable format, correct? So again, you have the content type, you have the acceptance. You can go and run the API. I will show you again what are the tools available we have. So here you can see that we have the curl method, which is a very popular tool. We can go and use the web-based method, that's the Postman. But the thing that I want to use is the Python language. Python language, so because Python can interact with a number of devices, because now we have so many plugins, we have so many inbuilt programs as well, and we have so many resource code in the GitHub as well that we can go and utilize. Obviously, we can go to the Postman and we can do the query. I will show you in the next slide. All this information I'm going to share in the next slide. So before ending this recording, I just wanted to tell you that if still if you are in the Windows machine and if you have your PowerShell, so you can go to the shell. Once you are in the shell, here you can see the font size is very small. If I can go and increase the font size, and make this 24. All right, so now once you're here and you want to check this curl method, it's very easy. You can go and use the curl, and there are so many options we have with curl that you can go and explore. So I'm doing curl google.com, and then you can see that we are getting the result 200 is okay, that means success. You're getting the content related to Google page. Here you can see that the get request related to Google we are getting with the curl method. Okay, so let's stop here, and in next section I'm going to show you the Python integration with the API. Next protocol we have gRPC, Google RPC. This is the functional subset of netconf run over HTTPS. It has high performance. It provides simple client development. And here you can see the protocol stack. Now, already we have discussed this, that we have the data model, we have the transport, we have the encoding, and then the protocol. Correct? So here you can see the encoding is JSON CLI, the transport is HTTP, data model is YANG. And now next, if we go and check that what type of methods that it has. So here you can see that the method that we have is, obviously we know that we have get, put, post, and delete. Likewise, here you can see that we have different type of methods. We have the get conf, merge conf, delete, replace, get operation, so retrieve the operational data, CLI config, merge the configuration data in CLI format, and finally so CMD text output. Okay, so likewise other protocols that we have, this is also will be used, and this is high performance. Again, the functional subset of netconf and the protocol format also we have seen. All right, so let's stop here. Now we reach to 1.3 and let us understand that the challenges encounters with asynchronous and synchronous API. What does it mean? What can it do for us, and what are the use cases related to synchronous and the asynchronous APIs? So let's understand, and which one obviously we are using. Synchronous. Now in this type of API call, what is happening that it will wait until the API will get execute. That means that these APIs are working one to one. Now you can think this that this is working in a manner of queue. So one call is coming and it will wait until it get completed. So then the next call will get started. Correct? Rather than asynchronous can have multiple calls. So at a time, multiple calls can happen. Now there may be pros and cons for both asymmetric and asynchronous and synchronous. That suppose if you have any error in the call API, if you have heavy load on a system, network bandwidth related issues, etc., and you can't run multiple APIs at a time. So you can think in both ways. There is plus and there is minus for both the calls. Now, few of the programs like Java, C, C Sharp, they are using synchronous method. On other hand, JavaScript, they are using uh, asynchronous method, and actually the asynchronous method is the common de facto nowadays. In our API calls, we are using asynchronous API calls. Now, what is happening in this case is that suppose if we have multiple runs and if we have error, correct? So you should know how you are going to handle that error. So we can go and try and we can catch the error and then we can publish the result, correct? Now this particular slide that you're seeing here at this point of time, I'm taken from Cisco. What Cisco is telling is that synchronous API calls are blocking calls that do not return until either the change has been completed or there has been error. That's the key here. I'm telling that if we have the error, and suppose if we are doing the call that is asynchronous, it's not synchronous because anyway synchronous has to wait till the execution will happen. So suppose if I have 10 API calls that is going on, and if I don't have error handling mechanism, all 10, there are chances all 10 can throw an error, and that is not good. Correct? So we should handle the error inside the asynchronous call. Now for asynchronous call, the response to the API call is returned immediately within a polling URL. You can just think like asynchronous calls are just, we are surfing the websites. You are entering some URLs, you are getting the result. Correct? Now again, in heavier load condition, it can be more efficient to submit multiple calls, async calls, and periodically check the result. Okay? So the key here is that, okay, we understand the synchronous and asynchronous calls, correct? Key here is that how we are going to handle the error if it is there. Now here you can see that the program, and I have given you the link as well, reference from where I have taken this. So asynchronous thing, here you can see in the diagram, it's quite clear. So you have uh, API calls 1, 2, 3, and 4, and here you can see that you have the recovery as well. You have recovery as well. So what exactly this is? This is something like try and catch. You're trying something, you're catching the exceptions, and then the result is coming. So simply, suppose if you don't have exception rules in Java, it's quite popular that we have the exceptions rule or we have the exception handling. Suppose if you don't have the exception rule handling rules, then simply the program will exit from that block. So that block will run and it will come out. Even it will know even it will not go down and check the other options. So, but if you know that what type of errors or what type of exceptions you have, so block code execution, say for example, block 1 will happen, 2 will happen, 3 will happen, 4 will happen, and whatever try methods you have, it will go and try for those many blocks, and then it will exit out if they are not able to find the error. If suppose if block number 3 up to this, so this is error, this is error, but block 3 is ready to go, the code will execute from here and then again further onwards. Correct? So that's the power we have with error handling. When we are doing such type of async calls, we should have the proper error handling mechanism configured. Great, we have reached to 1.4 where we have to learn about the Python script containing the data structure, the class, function conditions, loop, etc. So what I have done, that this particular section, that is 1.4, I have divided into two separate videos. So this particular section has follow up two sessions, two videos, where you will learn, understand about first of all basic structure of Python, and then the data types as well. So please go and complete two videos after this session, and then the section 1.4 will get completed. We'll meet in section 1.5 then. Let us understand Python. We know that the importance of Python language, and nowadays it is used everywhere. So either it's a networking or machine learning or artificial intelligence, you will find that the use of Python is huge. Why it is this much popular? First of all, this is the interpreter level language. The codes are easy to learn. Again, if you compare with the traditional programming, so for example, C, C++, Java, and then if you go and compare the Python, you'll find the result inside Python is very fast because it's almost like interpreter. Means you are doing the inline type of coding, you are giving input and you are getting the output. So not only that we can do the inline type of programming, but we can go and create a well documented program, and then we can run this as a script as well. So options are there in Python, and it's very lightweight, it's fast to execute, and it's widely used inside different type of operating system. So for example, in our case, you'll find that most of the Linux operating system by default, they have this Python running inside the box, or even it's very easy to install the Python language. You will see that I will go and install the Python. There is 3-4 commands that you want to do that for the installation. In Nexus OS, Python is there. You can go to Nexus OS, you can write Python, and you will move to the Python cell or Python interpreter. Alright, so here you can see that you can go to the Linux and you can type Python and you are inside the Python. So what does it mean that once you are inside the Python, so here you can see that I have my network automation tool, but before going there, I want to show you that you should use these commands. I think the first two, apt-get update and apt-get install, to do the installation for the Python language. So I can go here and do the installation because already we have Python up and running. So it will not run much. Even if some minor updates are there, it will go and do the update. Otherwise, we are running Python. That's the latest version. Correct. So you can see that you can go and copy paste all these commands, and you'll see that your Python and then the integrated modules are up and running. So once Python is getting installed in the Linux machine, you can go and type Python. Here you can see that we are in the Python cell. Once we are there, at this point of time, we can assign the uh, values and then say y equal to x plus 4 and then say print y. You can see that how easy it is to operate. But in upcoming session, you will see that we have big scripts related to networking, device SSH and configuration, and open and close a file and run these scripts in different type of for or while conditions. Okay, so those things we'll see in the upcoming session. Now let's come back to the Python. So it's very easy to use, and it's something like common to most of the networking devices. So that's why one Python can do the automation for most of the networking devices, and not only the networking devices, but there are other use cases as well in other technologies as well. So what are the benefits we have? It's a free and open source, developed, portable, easy to use, learn, object oriented and functional, named after Monty Python. Cons is that it's not a program that is written in hex or binaries. That means it is not written in low level code, so that's why it's compared to low level program, it is taking much time to do the execution. Now again, if you go and compare with Tcl, Perl, PHP, C, C++, C hash, all those things, you'll find that Python is a winner because it's easy to learn and execute as well. Now to run this program, Python program, we have n number of options. One option that we are seeing here, that will be the best one, that I can go to the Python and then I can write the script. This is the inline way, but I can go here. Say for example, let me go out from here and then I can create a file, say test.py. That's the Python extension. And then you can go and write your script here, whatever script you have, and then it will get executed. So at the moment I don't have any. Let me show you if I have any other script up and running. So I have, say, nano, and let me show you this. If I have any old script that I just wanted to show you. So here you can see that I have few of the scripts that is already up and already there, that I can show you the format and syntax. But at this point of time, I just wanted to show you that the extension is .py, and it's very easy to build, and again it's very easy to execute as well. So I can go here to Python 3 because we are focusing on Python 3, and then I can run, say, wlc1.py. If I press enter, then this program will get executed and then we'll get the result. Although how I write this program, you will see that its complexity is there, that you will learn in upcoming session. Okay, so it's easy to use and easy to execute, and there are several IDEs and all. So here you can see that you have IDE, you have Komodo, Python Win, PyCharm, etc. There are so many. What is IDE? What is integrated development environment? That you have one notepad type of say editor, where you can edit the program and then you can run it. So I have one IDE here, and by the end of this session, this video, I'll tell you that from where you can go and get it. So first of all, here you can see that I have my cell. It is looking like this. Again, if I go and put x equal to 10 and print x, so here you can see that how it is working. And then again, if you have any script, you can go and open, not like this. You can go and say create new file, and once you have this new file, this is your ID. Both are the ID, and then again you can go and assign, say, x equal to 55 and print, say, x, and then you should save this. So if I go and save this as a, say, 55.py, once I save it, then I have option to run this. So I can go here on top, run, say, run the module, and then we'll get the output here. Okay, so various ways to write the program. The best option we have that we should use the Linux, and then in GNS obviously we have the automation option that we can use. We can use that, and again we can connect with various networking devices. Now here is some low level term about Python, so how the task is executed. So first of all, we'll go and save the program as .py extension. Then it is going to convert it into bytecode, that is the PYC, that's the internal conversion. And then we have the runtime PVM. So it's something like from high level to low level how the program is getting executed behind the scene. And here you can see this runtime is nothing but the Python virtual machine PVM. And again, with compared to C and other languages, you'll find it's easy to use, and it's using some sort of bytecode method to execute and run the program. The installation is very easy. Either you can go and use the Linux that we are using in the GNS3, or you can go to the link here, that is the python.org. You can download the version related to Windows or Mac OS, etc. Although in Mac OS you'll find this Python is already there. Even in most of the Linux system nowadays, Python will be there. Windows, you can go download the software, install, and I have shown you the IDE as well. But once you install that, then you can check that as well. Say we can go and run the uh, Python program in Windows. So this is showing, I'm showing in my laptop that it is looking like this. Say for example, y equal to 99. Again, I should assign from here, say 99, and then print y, and it will give you result. So various ways to execute the program, and it's very easy to install. It's very easy to learn also, and easy to implement also. So that's why Python is widely used everywhere at this present time. Now next topic, we have a Python conceptual hierarchy. We know at this point of time that we can go and write the program, and then we can save as .py extension. Now, what is happening that whenever we are writing the program, we have modules. Obviously, you have the blocks, and that block is nothing but the module. Inside that module, we have the statement of expression, and those statement that contains expression, they are nothing but objects. So everything in Python is an object. We have so many built-in object as well. We can write code to define the objects as well. And there is actually no concept of that you have no concept of that you are using some old expression or something like that, because if you see here the notes, you'll find that Python is considered as a dynamic language. One way to understand is it to see that Python does not require variable. That's the thing, that's the game changer. You can say that it does not require variable, but it's a dynamically we can go and assign the variable, correct? So suppose x equal to 5, we are assigning dynamically, means at that particular instance you are going and creating one variable and you are assigning it. You will find that because it is supported or natively supported inside Linux, so most of the Linux operating systems, it's very easy to install and use as well. So here is one example, and it's not required in Python 3 that you should go and write like this. But what we can do, that we can start with this shebang. This is termed as shebang, but it's not required. Let me quickly show you this, the same program in Python 3, because Python 2 is now, it is announced officially that will be out of support, out of live. You can think US, UL, etc. So there is no longer support for Python 2 in upcoming time. So what we should do, that we should go and focus more on Python 3 and the syntax, correct? So let me show you here that how this program that we have look like. Let me write one program. Let me go and write here. So what is this? That simply you can go here and you can give, say, course equals Cisco networking programming. That's the course, because this is the string, so you should close inside the quotes. Either you can use single or double quote, but you should not mix a single with double, double with single, etc. And then you can go and print. Now in other versions of Python you have some issues like this, but when you are using the Python 3 you should use the syntax like this. So print the course, and here you can see that Cisco networking programming. Now here you can see the example is with the old version. If I go here and use a print course, it will not work. Okay, because it is telling that print is a function you should go and use in this format. Now next we have three very important terms here, or you can see the help utility function, that help, dir, and type. And this is actually very important to understand all these three. So help means, let me quickly read out this. Help means that we have the Python inbuilt document about the object. Dir means that what methods related to that object, and type obviously means that what type of a string or what type of uh, function or expression you are using, or what type of object you are using, to be more precise. So here if I go and say, for example, if I type x equal to 1, and then if I go and type x, so here you can see that type is integer. Okay, likewise if I go and do dir for x, so what methods related to x, you will find that these are the methods like avs, add, bool, seal, class, del attribute, dir, etc. So these are the supported method with the integer. Suppose x equal to a, that's the string. Then I can go and use, say, type x, and now here you can see that initially x was 1, now x is a, so we are dynamically assigning the variables. And then here you can see the type is now a string, and if I go and type, say, dir is say x, so you can see the methods related to string, methods related to integers, and then methods related to a string. Then finally we can go and use the help utility, say help int, so it will go and tell you the int related object. This is the class int object, and the methods inside this class, all these options inside this class, it is telling that you can do all these things. Likewise I can press up arrow and I can go and check, say, str string, and then inside the string add, contains, equal, format, length, etc. All these methods it is telling that we can go and use inside this particular object. Okay, so that was the important information. The same explanation here also, just for your reference, you can go and read it. Then finally we have to go and study about Python data type. So in upcoming session we are going to learn about the string, number, list, dictionaries, boolean, and file. Although you'll find that all these um, important information that we have here as a basic understanding of Python are easy, and all these concepts that we are going to learn here we are going to use in the advanced section, where we'll go and configure the network devices. There are so many operations that we are going to do. So we'll telnet configure, we'll SSH configure, I will use various methodology related to SSH and configuration as well. Okay, so these basic understanding and knowledge of all these uh, data types or the objects is important in the upcoming future videos. Let us understand Python virtual environment. Now this is useful, and you can correlate this with router VRF type of thing. Like you have virtual routing forwarding instance. That means one router don't have only one routing table, but it can have multiple routing table. Correct? Like that, in same Python application or Python interpreter that we have in our system, I can run a multiple versions program with multiple API. So rather than installing different Python flavor in different system, we can test uh, in our virtual environment, we can test different versions of programming code with different set of APIs. Correct? You can go and check this link as well. Here you can see the explanation. Let's suppose if you have epic 1.1j and you're running epic 1.02m as well, and you are checking the API codes related to both the epic or ACI controller. You don't need to install the different Python package to check this. Rather than, you can work in a virtualized environment and then you can run these programs. All right, so how we can use the virtual environment? Here you can see I can go and log into my automation tool. I can go and check the Git installation, and before doing this, we should do the apt-get update. Once you do the update, after that you can check the zit installation. Then after that, you can see that we have command apt-get install python 3 v virtual environment. We'll go and do the cloning for one of the sites that we are going to use in upcoming sessions, so we can uh, reuse the code, or we can change the IPs or certain places in that code, and we can utilize in our program as well. So let's this get completed, although we have done these steps in the earlier sessions as well. It can be very faster, so we can wait for next 15 seconds here. All right, so it's almost done. Then I can go and do the git installation. Here you can see now we are getting the option. Once this is done, let's wait here. Then what I can do, that I can go and do apt-get install python 3 when, and this will also take some time. Done. You can see it's quite fast. Now I'll go and do the cloning for the git, and this will be the big URL. So github.com AI devnet, say getting started. So let me type the entire code here. This is long string. Even you can go to this URL and verify the coding and all. It's very easy to use with the web browser. So I can go and type the complete string started and Cisco SDWAN REST APIs Git. You can see it is doing the cloning, and it is asking the username and the password, because we have set that. I have the username and password, and it is not found. Great. Let me try once. So you can see that cloning has been done. Maybe some place I have some spelling mistake or typo. All right, now I can go to this folder and you can see that we have so many programs that is there for our reference. Now, say for example, I want to run any of these program, even you can go and check. So this is for API related Python program, and I can go and check the others as well. So for example, login. What login is required? Do I have to set some environment variable, or I have to go and manually put the login and the username? So at the moment you can see that I can go and run this Python program. This is actually the Python program. So I can go and run the SDWAN.py and few of the things will be missing. So don't worry. You will see in the upcoming section that how you can actually go and install these modules. While doing the installation, you will see that there is a requirement file as well, correct? So first of all, what you need to do here is that you should go and check this requirement file. Now here you can see that uh, at the moment we are running this program in a Python library. It's not in the virtual library. Now if you want to utilize the virtual one, what you can do, uh, step number 42 we have done, but here you can see these are the requirements. So Python 3.6 virtual environment, activate it, and then whatever requirements are there, we should go and run this. So before running this code, I just wanted to show you that what requirements are there that you want to install. So these are the packages, these are the libraries you want to install that will help this particular program to execute properly. So here we are putting the virtual environment, and then it is going and installing all the requirement file, correct? So let it be completed. Now some of the places you can see that we have error. Now for those code, what we can do, you can go and search it and you will get the proper direction to install these particular packages, correct? Now again, if I go and run my Python code, that is the Python 3 sdwan.py. If it is not there, then we can go and run. So now you can see clearly that we are in the virtual environment, and we can go and run the program. Okay, so few places we have the error. We'll correct these errors in the upcoming section. The target for this particular session was just to tell you that you can run execute your program in the virtual environments. Okay, and still if you want to check any of the small programs, I can show you, say for example nano hello.py, and then you can go and print hello, correct? And you can run the Python 3 hello.py, and here you can see the output. Okay, so let's stop here. We'll continue the labs in the upcoming section where we have to go deep inside this, and then we have to execute the labs. Again, if you go and check the syllabus, you'll find that we have 20% weightage for SD-WAN programming. So better when we start the SD-WAN module, SD-WAN section, we'll perform these labs. And now we reach to 1.6 where we need to understand the benefits of Ansible and Puppet to do the automation related to iOS XE or even any type of operating system that Cisco has. Not only the Cisco operating system, but non-Cisco operating systems like Juniper and other vendors also is well supported via Ansible. So let's understand first of all that what is the importance, what is the use cases we have, and why exactly we are looking for Ansible or maybe Puppet to do the automation for our management related task inside the enterprise infrastructure. So we have different type of tools. So for example, Puppet, Ansible, Chef, SaltStack, and others. These are the topmost or the popular one. So we have Puppet and Chef. They are agent-based tool, and Ansible is agentless. Now, what does it mean by agent-based and agentless is that you have to install the agent or you have to install a small piece of software to all the devices to whom you want to monitor via these tools. That is not the case with Ansible. Ansible can run in the control system, in the controller, in the automation tool that we have, and then it can push the configuration or it can send the configuration. Either it's related to configure the devices or to get the information about the devices to various networking devices. Now the next question is that why we are using this, why we are doing this. The answer is that, say, think about the operational case. Suppose if you have to create the VLANs or IP addresses or any type of failover testing, maybe you have n number of branches and you want to do the failover testing. Now in that case, if you are doing it manually, and this failover test you have to do, say for example, every month twice. Now if you do it manually and from long time we are doing it manually, it is okay, we can do it, but it's time consuming, it is repetitive, and it may be error prone if you do some sort of typing mistake. Rather than these type of things can be done with help of program within few minutes, even within few seconds as well, depending upon what task you have and how much time it is taking for the programs to load and compile and then execute. That much time only it will take. So we have different type of tools that we are going to use to manage the infrastructure. Again, here we have to discuss about Puppet and Ansible. But yeah, there are so many tools that can be help to manage the tools. Now you can see this Python on and on and on, because Python, even for the Ansible also, that's a prerequisite. So you should have the Python module inside your system to run the Ansible, correct? All right. Now we are becoming the net DevOps engineer. So we are doing the networking. We should learn the DevOps skills as well to manage, operate our infrastructure. Again, the same repetitive things I have added here just for our revision, that if we are doing automation, we can avoid a repeated task, any type of errors, faster deployment, identical configuration. It's easy to reuse the code. What are the tools we have? We have Ceph, we have SaltStack, we have Puppet. Again, there are some others as well. What is Ansible? It's open source, but now uh, Linux has acquired that, I think, long back. And the modules are open. Anyone can install this and you can use it. It's not a big deal. Even in my automation system, in my lab also, I have the Ansible, and I can execute the program. It need Python. The simple agentless, it is a push model, how it is using. Here you can see the comparison. When we have the Puppet master, we have the SSL connection and then Puppet agent in between that. We are running the Puppet, but when we have the Ansible, since this is agentless over the SSH transport, we can do the management of the devices. All the codes, everything will be loaded and executed at the controller node, and then it will go and push the configuration to the managed nodes. What are terms we should understand? We should understand YAML, Jinja, playbook, task, role, host, facts, gather facts, etc. These are the terms when you do the program you'll find. This YAML program will start with 3 dashes, and then here you can see that how easily we can read this program and what this program will do. So this program, the host is iOS routers. We are gathering the facts. No, connection is local. Now what is the task? To save the configuration, and how we are saving the configuration with write mem. So this command will go log into all the devices that is listed inside the Ansible host, and then it will write the memory, means it will save the configuration. Again, we should have the list of hosts where we are pushing the configuration or getting the configuration. So we should have the inventory, and once you run execute this program with respect to inventory, it will give you the desired result. Let me quickly show you that I have one of the program in my automation tool and how my topology is. Here you can see that it is connected here. Let me scroll down. So I have one CSR device that is connected with my automation tool in this network, and I should ping to my CSR device before doing any configuration. Now I just wanted to show you that what configuration I have. I have ios.yml. It's just the program name. The working one is the site.yml. You can see what this program will do. It will go and check the show version from this particular device, correct? And let me check if I have other program as well, say cat ios.yml. This will go and do show run again. You can see the format. Here you can see the host list. So it's very easy to read, and it's very actually easy to execute as well. Okay. All right. So let's stop. All right. So we have successfully completed section 1.0. Now we are in section 2.0 where we have to learn about automate APIs and protocol. So here you can see that this section is divided into 5 parts. We have to learn about JSON in Yang model, XML in Yang model, a Yang module. So what is Yang and how it works, what is the data model, etc. Different type of functionality that we have in the Yang related to Yang. So not only the Yang is the module, but you have other modules as well. So OpenConfig, IETF, native Yang model, etc. So we can do the comparison as well, but better we'll understand the Yang more and more. So that will help us to understand the data model. And then finally in this section we have 2.5 where we have to learn, understand about the netconf and restconf. Okay. So let's start section 2.0. I have break this section into several videos, and those videos are easy to follow, but all those videos are going to have good amount of content and knowledge base. Solution of the networking, managing the devices, and the programmability. We know that the way that we are managing the device, that is still the case, that we are managing the device. Here you can see in the diagram that the operators, they perform manual verification. We are doing the telnet, SSH, or SNMP methods to log into devices. We can poll different type of information from the devices. When we are doing the troubleshooting, we are using the CLI. Still CLI is used for troubleshooting purpose. Then we have multiple other tools. Say for example, we can use multiple tools from SolarWind, or there are many vendors, they have tools related to trace route, or maybe to understand or to do some sort of visibility with respect to net flow and other inbuilt mechanism we have inside the devices. One of the key role that we have with the SNMP in the existing network is to manage the network devices. One of the good example for this is that SolarWind tool, that with the Orion SolarWind tool, we have the pollers everywhere. We are doing the SNMP configuration, and with the inbuilt MIB, and that's again the database, and that's again one type of you can think one type of object which has code related to MIB. That's the managed information base, and from that we are using some sort of get method, and then retrieval of data is happening. Now there are a lot of disadvantages of SNMP, although this is running from more than 25 years, this SNMP, Simple Network Management Protocol, to manage the entire IT infrastructure. This is good as well, but the capability of SNMP is not that huge. It's okay that we can have the inventory, we can check what interface is going up and down, protocol is going up and down, etc. But there are n number of limitations we have with SNMP. So I'll list all the limitations that we have in SNMP one by one. Again, when we are talking about CLI, this is for human, this is not for machine. While the APIs are built to machine, that's is something like machine to machine language, but on other hand, it's very easy to read as well. So not only the machine can understand, but the humans can also understand different type of API and the format of API. Now, starting with this SNMP that evolved or developed in late 1980, and it was doing its job. We know that we have SNMP version 1, version 2, and now we have version 3. That's quite secure. But version 1 and version 2, they are community-based SNMP, means community, you can think at this point of time some sort of password-based system who is taking the information or who is pulling the information from the networking devices, or even we can push the configuration as well. We can push the script as well from the SNMP server to the networking devices. But still, the method that we are using is quite fixed and it's legacy. So let me quickly list you all the disadvantages that we have with the SNMP. Here you can see that SNMP is using, so let me quickly highlight this, uses a get request to retrieve MIV variable. That's get is nothing but type of show, like we are typing show run. Show is equivalent to get, you can think in the API world. Now here you can see the limitation of SNMP is that version 1 and version 2 are loosely secure. They are not 100% secure. It is not built for real-time communication, that's true. So it has the polling interval, and sometimes it will take 15 to 20 minutes time to just get the information that what happened in the network infra. It has a lack of writable MIB, so all the MIBs are fixed. Again, the vendor, they will create the MIB, and again with the OS patch or code, the MIB will get updated. So it's not that you can write the MIB and you can upload. Okay, so that's the problem we have. This is the vendor lock writable MIB we have. Difficult to replay or roll back the configuration. You don't have library. So for me, these are the biggest disadvantage. Writable MIB, lacks of library, like say for example Python. You can have the libraries, you can use multiple libraries for different type of devices, and then you can use inside the code. That is not the case for the MIB. And the scale factor is missing, the security factor is missing, the real-time monitoring is missing. So those are the disadvantages we have in the existing networking model. And if you see at present the enterprise level, so many companies now they are doing the API based or the netconf or restconf based monitoring or the management system. Okay, so it's not that these things are not in use, they are already in use. And along with SNMP, maybe some places you'll find SNMP is used, some places you'll find mix of SNMP and the other REST-based APIs or other tools, programmable tools are used. Some places you'll find that 100% programmable tools are in use. So for example, 2015 Google has announced intent to disable SNMP for monitoring by 2017. So big companies like Google or say for example Microsoft or those type of networking giants, uh, they are very prone to the real-time informations. So 15-minute delay or 10-minute delay is a big lag. and they don't want to do that. So that's why in Google and in such type of big companies, we have a real-time monitoring based system, and that is again a system based on the programmable uh, modules or different type of APIs, REST API, XML APIs, etc. All right, so these are the problems we have with the SNMP. We have a restriction, we have locked, we can't scale, security, etc. So just to overcome from that, we are moving from this existing network. You can see that most of companies still using this type of networking solution to manage their networking devices to next gen configuration management system. Now, when we are talking about next generation management system, so at that time, the goal or the agenda is that handle machine to machine communication, correct? And what are the high points we have at this point of time is provide easier to use management interface, support client side validation and error checking. That's again the big thing. So we are validating the client side validation and the error checking. We have separate configuration and operational data. We have built-in backup restore capability, be both human and machine friendly. Now the moral of the story is this, that when we are using the programming interfaces, that's again the next generation management uh, tools. So in at that point of time, what is happening, that there are so many things that we already know. Those are the problems with the existing SNMP based management system. So new programming interfaces or the management tools, they know all the existing problem, and then they have created this system having those problem in mind. So that's why we have the support client side validation, checking, management interface, say backup and restore capability, etc. These are just 5 or 6 points that you are seeing here. But apart from that, the biggest advantage we have is in terms of programming, that you can create or you can use the existing libraries, or some point of time if some company, say for example Palo Alto, when that company will write the libraries and the Python scripts, etc., we can reuse that code inside our infrastructure. Again, the other example is Cisco ICE. Cisco ICE is using ERS, means you have to enable the ERS, external RESTful services, to check that REST APIs. But if you go and check Cisco ICE programming infrastructure, you'll find that they are already given n number of Python script or other scripts as well to monitor the device from these scripts, to monitor these devices from the programmable interfaces. Likewise, you'll find that in SD-WAN we have n number of APIs, in Cisco ACI we have n number of APIs. So all these companies now, whenever they are launching their product, they are giving the REST API integration. Even PanOS now, they are supporting REST APIs as well. Uh, they are supporting XML based APIs as well and REST APIs as well. So having this thing in mind, that if suppose n number of devices that I have in the networking, and they are supporting same type of REST based API, that means the same type of programming structure or same type of a structure can be used to n number of devices. And that's the consistency we have to manage the devices from the programming interfaces. All right, so what is the solution? We have seen in the previous section that we have the evolution of network, where we are using the traditional method like SNMP and others to manage the network devices. On other hand, when we are using the programming interfaces, when we are using the programmable glue to manage the networking devices, at that time we are landed upon model driven network programmability. Now, so the question here is that, is the model-driven network programmability or programming is the solution, or is the modern way to manage the entire IT infrastructure? And the answer is yes. Why? Because because this is independent of network devices. So either we have the Cisco, Juniper, Avaya, or any vendor device. All these devices nowadays, they have the programmable chip. They can understand the program, they can understand the application. Most of the devices, most of the networking devices nowadays, they can understand the applications as well, and they are built in a way that they can integrate with the cloud and the virtual world as well. So now the answer is yes, that with the programmable interfaces we can manage the entire infra. Now the next very important question here is that how and what will be the format of the programmable interface that we are going to discuss now. So now you can see that instead of CLI and Telnet SSH, we have the open APIs. Then we have the open transport protocol, we have the open data format, and then we have the various type of standardizations. Again, we have discussed this earlier that now we have n number of libraries that can be supported inside the programmable interfaces. That is, hence it's not possible in the SNMP based MIB because it's very fixed and very difficult to scale. So now the next very important question is that what will be the format? Say when you are managing the device either with SNMP or CLI or SSH, you are logging in into the device, you are doing some configuration change, and then you are getting certain output. But what in case of programmable interface or programmable management world? The answer is this particular slide. So now here you can see that you have your application on top. So let me try to highlight here. So we have the application here in the top, say app 1, app 2, app 3, and then we have the bindings. So we have model driven APIs, development kit, and the below four are very important. So what protocol it is supporting? It is supporting network configuration netconf, restconf, gRPC. Now here you can see that netconf can understand the encoding of XML. So here the important because most oftenly we are seeing netconf, restconf, gRPC, XML, and JSON, and then we are not able to fix it that exactly where it is going to be used. So from this diagram, you can understand that the protocols are netconf, restconf, and gRPC. Their encoding format, so netconf can understand XML rather than restconf understand both XML encoding and JSON encoding. In upcoming section, we'll learn more about XML and JSON, and I will do the lab as well. Likewise, the gRPC, they can understand JSON. Now, what is the transport? The transport is SSH, TLS, HTTPS, HTTP2. What is the model? Model is the data model. Now, you can think this and you can correlate this with the TCP layer where we have the physical layer, data link layer, network layer, etc. Correct? That's the internet layer and then the upper layers. So here, if you go bottom to up, that is the model, then transport, then encoding, protocol, binding, and app. So model is data model, transport is SSH, TLS, HTTPS, encoding is XML, JSON, and then the protocol netconf, restconf, and gRPC. Correct? So now we have the answer related to this question that okay, since we are going to use the network programming interface, how we are going to log in into the device. So suppose if we have to configure a device, so for example SD-WAN. So SD-WAN we manage controller, they will go and use netconf to push the configuration. Obviously behind the scene the devices, they have the data model, so whenever we are doing the configuration at the level of GUI, that can be converted to some machine language and then that can be pushed to the end devices. Correct? So this is the way that netconf behind the scene can use SSH, and then it will go and configure the devices, netconf will go and use XML, and then the transport protocol, and then the data model. All right, so what we are going to do in upcoming sections is that we'll go and learn more about JSON, about XML one by one. Okay. So again, I have given this diagram one more time because I found this is very important to learn, understand. So let's stop here, and next section we'll understand, learn about JSON, and we'll have to do the lab related to that as well. Let us learn, understand about JavaScript object notation. In short, that's JSON. Now we know that we have the encoding format, XML and JSON. So let's learn about JSON. Now this JSON is, if we know Python dictionary, it's very much similar to that. There is although one difference between Python dictionary and JSON is that JSON is supporting name value pair, but the Python they are having Python dictionary they have having the key value pairs. So that's the thing, we have name value versus key value. But once we understand either of one, either Python dictionary or JSON uh, name value pairs, then it's very easy to understand one to other. So one, if you understand, you can understand the other as well. Now in this example, you can see that we have the programming started here, say ins underscore API, and then you have the name and value. So type CLI show version 1.2 SID EOC etc. So in this way that can be formatted, means the JSON program can be formatted. Now we have several example here as well. I will show you in a while. Uh, JSON is, again, we know that this is nothing but the data encoding format. So we have XML and JSON. It's a easy to understand format because if you go and check the program, and I'm going to show you few of the examples, you'll find it's very easy to understand because it is associated with the name and the value. And because this is easy to understand, and because this can be natively called inside Python, so the usability and the use case of JSON is huge. So what I'm going to do here, first of all, let me go and run one of the program. Here you can see that we have one program called facts, and then we have the host name, Nexus, OS, etc. So let me quickly go and run this program in my automation tool. Let me exit from here. So we are inside the automation tool. I can go and create this or run this as a script as well. So if I want to do that, I can create, say, nano and say py. I want to import the JSON, and then we can go and give the we can create the program, correct? So let's do this. What is that? And you don't need to give in multiple line, rather than you can go and give like this. So only 3 I have, and then I can close my parenthesis. Let's go and put the value. Now here you can see that when we are writing this format for JSON, you can see here that start with this, and then you should give the colon, and then you should end like this, and then the comma, correct? So now let me put the value, say host name is say nxosv, and then comma. So this is the format for the JSON, the name and the value we are giving. OS, we can check the OS, say for example, I can go and give the OS 8 dot, and I should use it like this, 8.0. And then finally we have the final value, that's the location. So location I can give, and give that as a San Jose, and that's it. Now we should close this parenthesis, and as programming things that we should start and end in the symmetric fashion. Now what I want here, if I go and print, and I should use the bracket here, so print this program. So let me save it and let's run this. So Python 3 sc.py, and here you can see we are getting the output like this, but what I am interested to show you this is, and before coming here I should copy this program. So let me exit from here, and I can show you this program. So this is the program that we have, and I can go to the Python, and here you can see that the program that we have, let me give line by line. So now here you can see that it is printing this program, and then we have the name and the value. Now if I go and check the type for the facts, here you can see this is the dictionary. Now what I want, that I want to convert this inside the native uh, Python programming. So for that, here you can see that it's in the dictionary format. What I can do, that I can go and facts1 equal to, say I can give JSON dump. So we have the keyword like dumps and load. I'm using this dumps here, and what I am doing, I'll show you. Let me execute this program and then I'll explain. Same type of format although we have used earlier in the networking automation programs as well. Now here you can see the difference, and now if I go and check the type, and type for the facts1, so clearly you can see that we have converted the JSON dictionary, and actually it is the native form inside Python dictionary, to the string str. Dictionary can be converted to the str with help of the dumps command, and that's why we are using the dumps. And then we have the given the indentation of 4 here, so the output will look like good. Okay, so that's the key thing that we have discussed about the JSON, and we'll discuss more and more about that as well. So here you can see it's very easy to use, and Cisco devices, so for example Cisco Nexus devices, they are using the JSON format inside the Nexus OS itself. So next what I will do, I'll log into the Nexus device and I'll show you that how it will be used inside the Cisco Nexus device. All right, so again the same thing that I have shown you, the example you have. Now what I can do here, I can go to the Nexus device and then I can show you the host name, and this host name I want to show you in the JSON format, correct? So again you will see that Cisco natively using JSON format as well, so we can use pipe and then JSON, and you can see the name and the value output. Now what's the use of this? The use of this, that once I have the JSON format, then I can use the same JSON format to create my Python program, correct? So here you can see, for example, when we are checking show wheel and brief and then the JSON, it is telling that what is the name and the value. Likewise, the same concept, so for example, key and the value, we can use inside our own Python program, correct? And that's the interesting use case we have, one versus the other. So here you can see that we have the VLAN output, and I'm going to run in the Nexus device that is there in the GNS. So let me quickly go and open that device. All right, so what I'll do here, I'll exit from here. First of all, let me quickly do the SSH to the Nexus device. Yeah, I have this Nexus over my GNS, and I can use, say, for example, show host name and then the JSON format. And here you can see the name and value. Like that, I can go and use show VLAN brief and then the JSON. And here you can see I have created some other two VLAN 10 and VLAN 20. And let me increase the space here so you can see it properly. All right, so here you can see the format that we have the default VLAN, say VLAN 1, and clearly we have the key and the value. So VLAN show brief VLAN ID, this, and then we have the VLAN, actual VLAN that is there in the system. Then the name is default, we haven't given even any name. Then the state is active, no shutdown. So all the VLANs, they are in the state of no shutdown. Likewise, you have the VLAN 10 name, VLAN 20 name, and this is the system generated number. So when we are going to use this inside the program, inside the Python program, we should use in the same type of format that we have. Okay, so this is the example related to Python. So we can go and use ID, name, and the state. ID, name, and state, and we can create our dictionary that can be used inside the Python programming. All right, so let's stop here, and in the next session, we'll learn few of the examples about JSON. Next topic, we have extensible markup language or XML. Now there is difference between XML and HTML, although you'll find that HTML and XML looks very much similar, but there is one basic difference, and the difference is this, that the XML is designed to describe the data, and that's the key I want to highlight here. Let me quickly go and highlight. So here you can see that XML is to describe the data. On the other hand, HTML is to display the data. And that's one of the reason we are using HTML code to build the websites. Although the XML code we are going to use inside the Python integration or inside the API integration, etc. Okay, so here you can see the main difference, that one is to describe and one is to display the data, although the look and feel is almost the same. So the code will start like this. So again, let me go and highlight here. You can see that it will start with this brackets, and while you are going to end it, so when you're ending it, it will go and end with bracket and slash. So any of the code that you are seeing here, say for example INS API, it is going and ending here at INS API. Inside that we can have a small code as well. So those codes also, if we start, it will go and end like this. So for example, outputs, you'll find that outputs will also go and close here. Then you can see the body. So this is the closing of the body. This is the starting of the body. Now in between that we can put various information, and then those information can be called inside any program, say for example Python program. So for that, I am going to show you the example as well. So we have done the comparison with HTML. HTML is to display, XML is to describe the data. On other hand, if you go and do the analysis or do the comparison with JSON, we'll find that with JSON is much more human readable, correct? And XML is not as much human readable like JSON, but still the use case is big. Again, if you are studying Palo Alto firewalls, you can go and check Palo Alto firewalls. They are supporting XML based APIs. So those APIs which is encoded those are supporting the XML format. Again, it is highlighted here that XML on other hand is used to describe the data. So how we are going to go and build the program and how we are going to integrate inside the Python language, that I want to show you next. So let me go and open my automation tool. Alright, so I'm inside my automation tool and here I can show you, say I have one example related to XML. The better way I can show you here is like this. So here you can see that note will start and then note will go and end like this. Then in between, if you want, you can have the headers and footers. Those are the terms that we are generally using in the HTML code. But in XML also too, and inside that you have the information. From inside that you have the information, reminder, and then the body. Okay, so this is one of the general format that we have related to XML. I have one other example as well. Say for example, movies.xml. Now this is again the data that I'm going to call inside the Python language. So here you can see that collection self, say for example, new arrivals. And if I go and if I show you, so here you can see this collection is closing. So the starting for this program is collection and then movie, and then again you can see this movie and they are getting close. So you can think like this, that you have main program, inside that you have a small program. So if I start type has local scope here, so type is ending here. Again the format, the year, rating, a star. So likewise we have created the movie title, say behind, enemy behind, and this is the description and the detail about that movie. So it is ending here. Like that I can go and create that information for the other movie, then other movie, then other. So we have 4 movies here, and you can think that the database of 4 movies we have here, that I want to go and call inside my Python program. So if I can go to the Python program, here you can see again this program is little bit bigger, but you can understand that first of all I have to go and create the handler. And again we have the integration of XML with SAX. SAX is again one dynamic form that can be integrated with XML. So first of all, in this program what we're doing is that we have the class and the definition. Inside that we are not calling anything at this point of time. So we have the class here, movie handler. Then again you can see that we have the definition, start element, and then the end element. Like that we have defined, and by the end of this program you can see that we are calling that XML, that is the movies.xml. So what this program will do, that it will go and use the Python program, but the input is the movies.xml, and then it will print that all those movies that we have in the list. Now I have taken this example from the URL here. If you want to know more about this, you can go and check this particular URL on the top. All right, so let's go back and run the Python program. So I can go here and I can run the movies.py, and here you have the result. So the movie behind enemy line and all those movie, you can see that now it is very much the human readable format, rather than if you go and check the movies file, the original movies file that we have, it is like this. So here you can see that this is the XML format, and then we ran our program, and then we have the human readable format. We have called this XML file inside the Python program, and then the result is like this. So please go to that particular link that I am showing here, and then you can check the reference related to SACs, and then different type of handlers that we have, plus the class functions. The rest of the things we already discussed, that we have discussed about the loop condition, if and else. So those loop conditions are very much the same. Whenever you run any type of Python complex program, you have to give the conditions and loop. So multiple things or repetition will happen inside the loop. Data models, sometimes it is referred as a next generation API. So now we have different type of APIs. So for example, XML API, REST API, but still we are looking towards the data model. Now before understanding the data model, you can see here the structure of the data model. So in bottom we have the data model. On top for transport we have SSH, TLS, HTTP, HTTPS. Encoding is done via the XML, JSON. Protocols that is going to be used is netconf, and we know that netconf is used inside SD-WAN and in other Cisco solutions as well. We have the RESTconf, we have gRPC, and then the development kit and the app. Now this is the stack for the data model, and again in upcoming session we are going to learn more about the data model. So the main question here is that why we need data model, although the CLI is doing good. We have used CLI from long years. So the answer for this is that because CLI don't have any data model or don't have any structure. In CLI, what we are doing, we are doing some request. We are running some show run command or show IPint brief, etc. But we are not specific that the output that we will get will follow some sort of pattern. And since we don't know the pattern, after that we can't take those input, whatever output we have, those output we can take as an input, and then we can play around with those outputs. That's now not the case when we are dealing with the data models. So what will happen in this case, that say for example VLAN ID. So now let's discuss about this data model and few of the things related to data models. Say for example, when we are checking the VLAN, so what are the attributes we have with the VLAN? So here you can see that what is the range of the valid VLAN. So we have certain questions related to VLAN. So what will be the range of the VLAN? Can a VLAN name have a spaces in it? Should the values be enumerated and only support up and down? Should the value be string or integer? So now we have different questions query related to VLAN, and now we can think that okay, how we can utilize VLAN inside the data model. Okay, so now in future, suppose if you go and configure the VLAN via Ansible playbook or maybe via Python programming, you will see that we have to put a certain structure, certain input for VLAN or any type of configuration that we are doing via data models. Okay. Now we have one common misconception that the netconf or the RESTconf, they are sending the encoded messages or values. So here you can see it's very important to understand is that netconf, RESTconf, gRPC, they are working as a protocol still for encoding. Still for data encoding, we are using JSON format, we are using XML format, and that's very important. So maybe you can embed this JSON or XML inside your Python program or maybe other program, and then you can write certain code that you will get the result. Okay, and we have seen these type of examples as well. All right, so now what's our focus? Our focus is to check what is next generation API, and next generation API, we are talking about the robust model that is Yang. So let's stop here, and in next section we'll go and learn about the Yang data model object, or we can say the program as well. Next we have Yang language, that is yet another next generation. And this is the fundamental behind the model-driven programming. Yang, that was introduced in 2010, so now it become quite mature, and we'll see that various flavors are there. So Yang model, and then we can think as non-Yang model. So Yang is not only the model which is model-driven, but we have other models as well. So here you can see, if you want to learn more, you can go and check RFC 6220. Initially, it was built over netconf protocol, but now it is supported RESTconf as well. It is a model driven. So here you can see that you have multiple objects, they are connected, and obviously that once you are calling one object, they will go and pull other object, and the hierarchy is like that. That's the one reason that will be used inside the programming as well. So Yang, here you can see that definition is that is a formal contract language uh, with rich syntax and semantics. Obviously, it has quite a long number of semantics, and it is supporting in number of functions or modules. Again, in the lab section, actually I have done the lab with respect to iOS XE, and in the lab section you'll see that we have so many features that is supported when we are going and checking the Yang model. Even I have my CSR device as well, so let me quickly log into the CSR device. I'll go and enable the netconf, and then you can see the capabilities that we have. So let me quickly log into the lab. So I have my lab here, you can see over GNS, and here you can see the CSR device. In the external network, I have my iOS XE devices that is connected, and here I have my network automation tool. So I can go here. Let me exit. I'm connected with the controller. So let me go and exit. Now I'm inside the network automation tool. What I have done in this CSI device, that I should go and enable the SSH first. So for that you should go and enable the crypto key. So let me show you that crypto key generate RSA modulus 102. For that I have done first. Once you have this, then you should go and enable the netconf SSH and netconf Yang. That is with respect to iOS XE. So once we'll go and enable, say, netconf SSH, netconf Yang, then what I can do, that let me quickly see the IP address, and I will go and log in via the Yang, so we can go and check the capabilities. So now I can go to my automation tool and I can do the SSH. The username and the password is Cisco in this device I have configured. This is the IP, and then the port we know that is 830 for netconf SSH, and then I can go and use netconf. Password is also Cisco. Now you can see the capabilities. So here you can see the full list of Yang capabilities that we have with iOS XE. So it is supporting IP local pool, multicast, IPsec policies, even the SNMP MIPS. So many things that is supporting. Okay, so let's quickly go back to the slides. Alright, so now we have seen that yes, we have the Yang netconf support in the iOS XE, and later you'll see in the XR as well. Because this is the industrial standard, so IETF, ITU, and OpenConfig, these are the openness standard body. That means that most of the network vendors, they will support this. There are some common ground in between the Cisco, means Cisco devices can support their own Yang netconf model, or maybe they will follow the industrial standard as well, or Cisco has their own custom made uh, model driven programming as well, that we'll discuss in the upcoming session, upcoming recording. So here you can see that we have this industrial standard IETF define open config group, then we have Cisco common, and nice example is that OTV feature is common in iOS XE and Nexus operating system. And then finally we have the uh, standalone as well, or the platform specific as well, and that is nothing but any type of feature that is supported only in Cisco. Again, remember two things. First thing is that the Yang is not only one model driven program. There may be other model driven programs supported other locations. And second thing is that we always have the customization. So maybe one vendor will have their own model, or maybe he has the common in between them. So customization is there, and other model driven programs are also available. This section onward, we are going to learn and understand model driven programming. Now, model driven programming and what protocols we have, that we'll see in the upcoming slide. But concept here is that everything will start with a main program. So this model driven programming and the concept of programming will be same when we are talking about the hierarchy. So here you can see that you have the parent or the main program. So maybe main function that we have in the language like C, C++, etc. In between that you have the routines. So I have the chassis, I have the chassis ID, and then again you can see that you have the card numbers, and finally inside the card you have the ports, correct? So likewise you can think model driven programming, where you have the skeleton in a way that you have the main or the parent node, and then everything will start falling down in the bottom as a sub program. Now again, we have discussed this point earlier that the Yang is not only the model driven program, rather than we have the other model driven programs as well. One best example is ACI, which is not using a Yang type of model driven programming, but still it's quite robust and useful, correct? So the point here is that we don't have only Yang model driven programming, but there are others as well. Now at the beginning, Yang was using netconf and the encoding was actually XML. Now Yang can use protocol as a netconf, restconf, and encoding can be used as a JSON and XML, correct? So model driven programming is the truth, and there may be different model driven programs, but the main concept here is that when we are talking about the models, so at that time we may have encoding methods like XML or JSON, and the protocols here you can see that we have netconf, restconf, REST, and gRPC. So protocol may be different, and in upcoming session we are going to learn these protocols. All right, so here you can see that we have protocol, RESTconf, netconf, gRPC, and let's just stop here. Next session onwards, let's learn these protocols one by one. Now, the next important topic we have is the netconf. So let's understand netconf. And netconf, or network configuration protocol, one of the use case for this, at least we have at this present time, is that if you check the Cisco SD-WAN fabric, you'll find that the vManage inside the management plane is using netconf protocol to configure all the devices inside the data plane, or maybe to push the configuration to the control plane, other controllers as well, like vSmart. So that is the one of the use case. The other use case that I will show you here is that I'll go and log in to the CSR router. There you will see that we have so many capabilities related to network configuration or netconf. Now, why netconf is important? Because this is something called transaction based protocol. That means that if they do not do all the transaction, they will abort all the data. So until unless the 100% stuffs can be transferred, until unless they will not say in between, if you have any interruption, they will not send rest of the data. The second important thing here, you can see that the netconf protocol having candidate, running, and a startup configuration. So not only that we have the running and the startup configuration, but we have something called candidate configuration as well. And suppose if you want to uh, put this configuration, this candidate configuration, so there is one command called commit. You can go and do the commit, although we have commit verification or validate check, etc. So you can do and do commit check. Those things are also there. Means you are checking the commands that you want to put. So somewhere in between you have some transactional data is still not confirmed to push to the device. That will be working as a candidate. Running, we know that it is saved in the RAM, and a startup is in the NVRAM, correct? So that's the thing we have. Now, uh, earlier we have discussed that netconf is a protocol. This is not your transport method. So the underlying secure transfer, we have the SSH. Why we need netconf? That's the most important thing we have. Now, netconf is a new model for network management, and this is the transaction based network management protocol that has much more capability than what we can do with SNMP. And SNMP itself has problem and vulnerability and restrictions that you cannot write the libraries. SNMP MIPS are preloaded inside the operating system. There are so many things. The most important thing we have with the SNMP in terms of the problem or the restriction is that it's very tight, and it's very much vendor specific. On the other hand, netconf is widely used because under the data model, so it can be changed, it can be altered, and it is going to give you n number of capabilities that is not possible with SNMP, correct? So now this SNMP, even if we check the feature by feature listing between SNMP and netconf, you'll find that netconf has a huge benefit advantage with respect to SNMP. Now it can be integrated, the netconf can be integrated with API, and this lab we have seen that we are using the REST based API integration with Python, and you have seen that how fast it is to take the input from the centralized management plane, correct? So netconf is the protocol that most of the companies they are looking at, and a few of the companies they are actively using as well. Now, what are the other features we have in the netconf? They are the transactional based. They are using the client server model. And what does it mean? I will show you in the diagram. We have follow-up diagram to understand this client based communication or client server based communication. Now again, I told you earlier that netconf is a protocol. So the encoding method may be XML, may be JSON, correct? The transport, the communication method may be SSH. So here you can see that SSH is the transport protocol for the client server model. So these things will be there. The good thing, we have with netconf is the flexibility and feature and wide usability. Correct. So here you can see the protocol stack with the netconf, and clearly we can see that the protocol, the message, the RPC and RPC reply, the layers and the example. Now already we have discussed that we have get, we have four method. So in general say get, put, post and delete. So these methods we have, and apart from that there are other methods as well, but these are the widely used methods inside the REST API or REST full protocol. Now here one by one you can see that we have explanation about the protocol. So what protocol it is using, the list of the protocol is SSH version 2, SOAP, TLS, what messages we have, although we have list of messages, few of the messages are listed here like RPC, RPC reply, the operations, what operations and how they are going to do the operation, we'll see that. So this client and server communication is going to happen over the SSH. Let me quickly show you that. Let me quickly log into the device and show you that how it look like. So here you can see that I logged into my lab, and this is my automation tool, and this is the CSR device. In the CSR device, what I have done that actually I generated the crypto key, and we know how we can generate that. You need to give the host name and the domain name, and then I have given SSH version 2 here, and then I have enabled two feature, say netconf and netconf young. That's it. After that you will get the syslog message that your netconf is ready to run. You can go and connect like this. Now again I have set the username and password as a Cisco, but you can give any strong password. Now I try to communicate to the CSR device with SSH. Obviously the underlying protocol is SSH. And now if I click into, you can see the capabilities that we have, uh, all the capabilities related to the netconf embedded inside CSR. We have the long list of the features. So we have the data collection, we have the .3 OAM, gRPC, enhanced mempool, entity. You can see a long list of features that is there inside the netconf, correct? So this way you can go and communicate. Again, we'll discuss more and more about this communication in upcoming slides, how exactly it is communicating. Now what methods we have in the operation? So get config, edit, delete, copy, lock, unlock, close session, kill session. Okay, as name suggests that kill means kill the session, close means close the session, lock, unlock. It's a widely used thing that you can go and lock the operation, or you can lock the configuration for some period of time, etc. Then delete, edit, copy, these are the normal operations that we are doing. Now again you can see the exchange transaction method we have running a startup and candidate. Candidate means until unless you can go and do the commit confirm, it will not push to the device. It will be there stored as a intermediate configuration, correct? Now how the communication is happening here, you can see that the client server model, client will try. So my network automation is my client. He try to send port number 830 with SSH a transport protocol to do the communication with the server. Now what is happening behind the scenes? So here you can see the steps that I want to do the communication. For that I just wanted to connect to the server. I will send my request and then server will send the response. Here you can see the SSH, how I have done the SSH to the device. Now once I send my request, I'll get the response with the capabilities, correct? And we have long list of capabilities. Once you log in, you can see these are the capabilities. Some of them are listed here, but we have seen we have long list of capabilities. Now the client respond for the supported capabilities. That means I want to run some capabilities, maybe EIGRP, maybe OSPF. So now you can see the transaction is happening between the client and server model. So client is sending the query and server is responding. So first of all, server is responding that, yeah, these are my capabilities, what you are looking for. Then client is sending, okay, I'm looking for EIGRP or OSPF, and for that I can send my operational code, whatever code I have, like get, put, post, delete, etc. But in netconf we have different, like get, edit, lock, unlock, etc. And then finally you can go and do the configuration. Suppose if you want to do the configuration for any of the interface, shut, no shut, or any IP operations, IP related commands, you can go and do. So now you're sending the request for the configuration for the operation to the server, and then the server finally sending the response to the client. Okay, and this will be the summary slide we have. So you can think this as a step 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and how the client server model underlying protocol is SSH is doing the capability exchange. Actually the server, they have to do the configuration as per your operational request, you means the client, and then it will do the response. Okay, all right, so this way we can go and do the configuration for the netconf. Let's stop here. Next protocol we have RESTconf. Now suppose if we understand netconf and if we know HTTPS, then RESTconf is mix of both. Now again, just to revise the things, if we go and check what is the protocol, so protocol is netconf. What's the data model? We are going to use as Yang. Now what's the transport? So transport we may have different. In this case we have HTTPS, but we may have TLS, SSH, HTTP2, HTTPS, etc. What's the encoding method? We have XML, JSON. Now if we go and draw the stack, so here in the bottom you have, say, data model, and then you have transport. Now this transport may be SSH, maybe HTTPS, maybe TLS. Then you have the encoding method. So encoding is nothing but your XML, your JSON. And then we have the protocol. Now the protocol we are talking at this point of time is RESTconf, and it is mixture of HTTPS and netconf. So here you can see in the diagram, netconf Yang plus HTTPS become RESTconf. Now whatever we have studied, that is true at this point of time. Now if we go and compare the RESTconf and netconf, then we'll see that same thing that we are doing with the netconf, same thing we are doing with the RESTconf. Name is different, some syntax will be different obviously. What methods we have? So here you can see the list of method. We have methods, that means that will be very much that we are doing with the web browsing. So we have get, post, put, patch, delete. Now get means like running show command in Cisco devices. Post means we are creating new object. Put means you are updating the object. Patch means you are merging. Delete means obviously deleting the object. Everything with respect to object oriented programming, and then we are doing various operations. Now let me quickly show you the difference. So I have the difference in between the operations of netconf and the RESTconf. Clearly you can see that get is get config, post is edit, the operation is create, then operation is create, replace, merge, and delete. Very much similar, and line to line we can understand that both are in parallel. Now it depends upon which particular platform is using what type of protocol. So for example, if I go and take the example of SD-WAN, I can go and log into the vManage, that is my management plane, and then I can open my API doc. Here you can see in the example that get methods related to CSR, RESTconf, API, configuration native. So what this API will do, like that. I'll show you the quick example related to the vManagement API, how we manage API, how you can retrieve the data, how you can read that data, how you can run it, and you can get the output, correct? So what method that we can go and build with our REST-conf, the tools. So we have Python tool, we have Postman, we have Firefox, REST client. These are the tools we have, but you will see that most of the management plane, they have the inbuilt integration with some of the API tools, and from there also you can go and run with help of your web browser. So let me quickly go to my vManage via the web browser, and I'll show you that how you can execute certain APIs. All right, so here you can see I have my vManage, and I can go back. I can go and do API docs, so I can reach to the API. Inside this API doc, I am very much interested to build and run one of the API related to monitoring, related to interface monitoring. So I can go here and search, say, real-time monitoring and enter face stat. Now here you can see that you have the monitoring, and if I can check any other real-time monitoring interface, get the device, and if I scroll down, you can see the model schema, and we should put the device name or device ID, and then here you have the method. So 200 means success, 400 bad request, 403 forbidden, 500. They are the few codes. Now here I have the query API. So I can use this query data service API, and I can paste here in the web browser, although here you can see the response is 200 here, that is successful, and then you can see the headers and you can see the data value. Let me quickly run here in the web browser, and once I run here you can see the output. The nice thing about this, I can go to the header, and then I am looking for certain interface and the status of that, so I can go and filter with if. Here you can see clearly that the interface is gig 0/1 with respect to this device is up, 01 is up, 02 is up. Like that you can go and filter. If you go and check the name, so you have various things like this is DC1, and this is the interface, this is the device IP. But apart from that, you have so many good information. If you're looking for RX and TX packet, you can go and check the TX, you can go and check the RX, and likewise. Okay, so you can see how easy it is to run and get the output, and because we are doing the API call, so this is very much machine to machine interaction. We are executing the API and then we are getting the result. Now we reach to section 3, where we have to learn, understand about network device programmability. And this section is actually big one, where we have to go and do the automation. We have series of labs where we can understand the use of NetMiko. We are going to use the NC client, and then we are going to do the configuration of iOS XA devices. Then I'll show you the nice example in section 3.3, where with help of Python, we will do and call the RESTful API, RESTconf API, and we can see the few of the Git labs related to SD-WAN. Then use the Ansible to do the configuration of iOS XE, check the subscription model, the publication, and then some of the plug and play options. Okay, so this section is going to be good, informative, and little bit bigger, but we are going to get good amount of information and knowledge in this particular section, that is section 3. After this recording, we have 9 videos just to understand the lab related to NetMiko. Now, what is NetMiko? NetMiko is nothing but a type of library or it's a program. You can think it's a program to do the SSH to the devices, to the multi-vendor devices, and then we can send the instruction or send the commands as well. Now in the lab section, you will understand more and more about the NetMiko. Here you can see the list of supported devices. Not only Cisco, but other vendors are also supported with NetMiko. Again, before NetMiko, you may have n number of vendors and the devices, and once you apply NetMiko in proper manner, then you can arrange and regularize your infrastructure. It's very easy to install. We can go and use the pip. In our case, we have pip3 that you will see in the lab section. Pip3 install NetMiko, and NetMiko will be up and running to get the instruction. Now, I have given here the good amount of reference and links from where you can go and learn more, get more knowledge about NetMiko and the Python and the automation tool. Here you can see, if you go to the GitHub, you can go and check this particular link where you will get good amount of configurations as well. Again, if you want to host your devices and you want to do the labs over cloud, so that option is also there. You can go and check the labs, means you can deploy the devices over the lab and you can do the practice. The best way that I am using is you use the GNS, and if you have the proper images, you can play around with the images like iOS XE, SDWAN devices, or any other type of devices to whom you want to do the automation for. We are very much restricted, or we are very much working with Cisco specific devices, but if you are in a multi-vendor environment, you can go and check the libraries for these operating system as well. Now, few of the operating systems, so for example, Palo Alto, Aruba, Juniper, these are actually very popular, and most of the companies, they're using these devices as well. So while you're doing the automation, you can uh, write the code, the script for these devices as well. As I already told you that we have 9 follow-up videos after this video, so watch all those videos and you will gain good amount of knowledge, working knowledge related to NetMiko. All right, so let's stop here. We'll learn that how we can go and build the lab over GNS. So here you can see that what are the steps we have. First of all, we should have all the required GNS software up and running. So for that, step is to go to this link. Here you can see gns.com software download. You can create the account. You can download the software, two software, GNS3 and then VM for GNS3. These two software you can install. You can download and then obviously you'll install. Now once we have these software, then we can go and we should have hypervisor. So choice of hypervisor is VirtualBox, VMware Workstation, VMware Player, ESXi, etc. Now this VirtualBox and VMware Player, these are the free software. Although VMware is recommending that you use VMware Workstation. If you want to use Workstation, then you have to go to VMware site and you have to purchase the license. Otherwise, you can go and use VirtualBox. In our lab, we are using VirtualBox. So I'm going to use VirtualBox. So now we have 3 software. We have software related to GNS, VM, and VirtualBox. Once we have all the software, then we can go and install the VirtualBox. Then you can go and install the GNS3 as well. Then you can go and import the VM for GNS3 inside the VirtualBox, and then you can create your own lab and topology. Correct. So these are the steps, although these are easy and straightforward. So for example, I have this VirtualBox installed. So what I'll do, I will go and install GNS. Here you can see that I'm using version 2.2.5, and later you will see that I will go and use 2.2.7 as well. At this time of recording, we have 228 as well available, but I found that this 225 is much more stable than the other versions, so I'm going with 225. Okay, so here you can see that it is asking that you have this Microsoft library or not. If you don't have, then it will go and do that installation. Once it will do, it will go and install this WinCap. We know that WinCap is there to do the packet captures and all. So it will do that. What basically we need to do, that we should just follow next step. And suppose if any of the software that my internet is not downloading, so for example Wireshark, so it's okay, I can leave it. I can go without Wireshark and I can complete my installation. So now you can see that it is going on, and next. Now would you like to get your SolarWind toolset? This is free. Yes. And now it is redirecting towards the SolarWind page where you can go and check the other features as well. Alright. So now here you can see that GNS is installed, and again GNS3 is redirecting us to this particular page where if you want you can go to the downloads and you can check all the softwares. Here you can see 228 is the latest one. So you have the software and then you have the download VM for GNS3. All these things you can download. Alright, so once we have this installation, then what we can do, that we can go, here you can see that it is asking me to follow the steps one by one. At the moment I should go back, so let me go back here and I should start this as well. So I have this option of open with VirtualBox Manager is there, but this installation of VirtualBox Manager is also very easy. You can go and do a step by step. You can follow all the steps. Alright, so RAM requirement 2 GB and rest of the virtual say virtual RAM and virtual storage, virtual CPU, etc. Everything is virtual here at this point of time. So we can go and import this. While importing this, you'll find that it may throw you error for 2 or maybe 3 times. So just ignore the error if it is coming, and then you can see that this is here. Now you can click here and then you can click a start. So that means my GNS3 VM will getting started. Now again you can see that here it is telling that you don't have any VBox, that is the VirtualBox Network Adapter 1. So if you want, you can go and change the setting, or if you close this also it's okay. So let me see if I can close this. So it is not letting me close. No problem. We'll go to change network settings. What is the recommendation actually, that you should have two adapter, one adapter for host only adapter, and here you can see that VirtualBox host only Ethernet adapter, and the second adapter should be NAT. That's the minimum requirement we have. So we can click OK. Now here you can see that it is starting. This server is starting. Once this server will get started, you will find that it will take one IP address as well, and that IP address actually we are going to use inside our GNS server machine as well. So give him some time to start. Meanwhile, we'll go to GNS3. Do not show me this again. Here you can see run application in a virtual machine, then run application on my local computer and the server. In our case, that is virtual machine that is running behind. Here you can see in the back. So do not show this again, and okay, so here you can see that you have the VirtualBox, If you go and click OK, if you want to see the IP, you can scroll down, you can go to the shell, and then you can go and use if config, and you can see that you have certain interfaces and the IP addresses are assigned via the DHCP. So at this moment, it's okay. We'll go back to our GNS3, and inside GNS3, let me minimize this first. All right, so I'm minimizing it, and we can see that it is stuck in here. So all right, so now you can see the setup that we have. I can go and click next, and the GNS3 server has been successfully added. Now there is some issue. There's no problem on that because it's still our server behind the scene is working. And at this page, I should go and check box this virtual box. Inside that, I have GNS3 VM, one virtual CPU and RAM. I can go next, and then this is the setting. Now it is try to contact the VirtualBox server that we have in the back. So we can wait. And initially in first time installation, it will take some time, but we should follow the steps. And if we follow the steps, this will get installed. So now it is communicating with the server, the GNS3 VM server. We can wait. So here you can observe that it's still this is trying to communicate with the server. The good practice at this point of time is that once you install this software, that's GNS3, you should go and reboot your laptop, and then you should start the task to do the communication from the VirtualBox to your GNS3. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, that I'm going to reboot it, and then again I will go and show you next of the next things that you should go and check. If you go and check all those things, then it will be very easy to work on. And then we'll go and create our test lab where we are going to learn about the Linux and Python and the network automation scripts. So those things I'll cover. Let's continue where we left off. So here you can see that we have the GNS3 installed. We can go and click next, and then it will go and try to contact with the local virtual box that we have. This installation, although I'm doing over one of the virtual machine that is hosted locally. So now you can see that we are getting some of the successful message and some of the error message. No problem, I can go here and check this as a virtual box that we should do. We can wait, and here you can see that the Windows 7 CPU and RAM you can see, but in GNS3 it's not yet started. It's still it has some issue. So what you can do in this at this point, let me show you this. So what you can do here is that you can go to edit, and then you can go to preferences. In preferences, you can go and check the setting. So here you can see the settings. Let me show you all these things. General setting should be looking like this, then binary image, then console, etc. The main important one is the server. You should have enable local server checked, and then your host binding should be localhost. Now this remote server will come automatically. We'll see that how. If not, then we can go and add the entry manually. Then we can go ahead and check the GNS3 VM is the virtual box, and VM is this. That's also 100% correct. We can go and click OK. See, still you can see that the server is not started. It should be starting, and then we can go here to various templates. We'll see that how we can go and use the template. But if you have the templates, you can go to these templates, and then first of all you should go to the file and create one project. So I'll give this a name as a test, and then you'll get your workspace where you can go simply and drag drop few of these switches. You will see that is there by default with GNS, that is the GNS switches. And then you have to go and create the templates, or you have to import other of the networking devices as such. Now for all those devices, your GNS3 should be up and running. Okay, and that's not the case we have at this point of time. So we should make this up and ready. Okay, so let me open the virtual box and let me start this GNS3 VM, and let's see that is it getting the IP, because that IP should be here inside the GNS3 when we are going to edit and preferences, and it should go and contact the server and this GNS3 VM. Okay, and inside server you should have a remote server with an IP. So here you can see that it is starting, and we'll give this virtual box little bit of time. The username and password for this is GNS3 and GNS3. Failed to connect with the change logs Ubuntu. So there is some problem, and here you can see that it is not getting any IP address. So what I'm going to do here, that I'll show you the same setting and setup in my local system. So let me open the GNS3 in my local system here, and in this I'm going to do the lab. So whatever steps that we have done so far, the same steps are applicable. Then I should go and create new project. So you can see it is contacting the local server, and it is prompting for any of the project name, say for example test 10. Okay, at the moment I have done test 10, and at the moment I clicked, you can see in the bottom that the virtual box get started. Now once VirtualBox will get started, and if you see, it will get one IP address. Then next, I'll show you that what type of network setting we have at this point of time. So meanwhile it is coming up, I can go here. See, it is popping up. So let's see that what IP it will get, and then I will go and show you the setting, rest of the setting. So 192.168.56.105. Now if you go to edit and preferences, see same setting as it is. Then you can go to the server, a remote server. It's okay, it's blank, so it's no problem with that, because anyways we are running our services with the local server. But still, if I want, I can go and add 105 here, and then GNS3. Okay, I can apply, and I can click OK. Let's see the remaining setup. So again, you can see the virtual box, the GNS3 VM, and rest all the things are okay. Now I want to create the project. So for that project, I need to create the template. Here you can see that I have this network automation already, Ubuntu Docker already, but how you can do it, you can create new template, and once you create that, you can go scroll down, you can go next. You'll get list of firewalls. So here you can see this many firewalls. Then you can go and get the list of guests like AAA, CentOS, etc. Then you can go get the list of routers and the switches. So many devices are supported inside GNS3. Now inside guest, even you can go here and on the top in the filter, and you can search. So this is the network automation I want to install because I already installed. So what you have to do, simply select that, go next and click finish. Because I already have, so I'm not clicking finish here. But once you finish, then you will get this. Likewise, you can go to the Ubuntu Docker and you can put it, correct? Uh, say for example, what about routers and switches? Say here you can see that I have one viral Cisco viral virtual internet router lab. This Cisco viral actually I purchased. I paid $199 for 1 year of license for router switches, and there are so many other devices as well. Let me show you this. So here you can see that I have CSR, then I have this L2 switch image. Even if I go to viral image, these images I have because I purchased the license. And if you want to import this, so what will be the process? I already imported one of the router, but if I want to import a switch, I can go and click to the switch, new template, and then we should go next. So I can go to the next, and then I want to install one of the switch. So I want to install say Cisco iOS. You can see iOS VL2, that is QEMU, and even you have the Nexus 9K as well, and rest of the switches. So I want to install this, then it will go and tell that install this over GNS3 VM because that's my local server. I can go click next. Now the license part will come into the picture. So it is telling that you should import this. This is the missing thing. So now if you go and click import, so download means it will redirect you towards that link. Import means that it will tell you that you can go there and you can take that link. So I have that viral folder. Let me quickly go to the viral folder and let me open that. So I have my viral folder. Let me open the viral folder and share with you. So where is my viral folder? So here it is. So this is viral image, and I want L2 this. Click there, and it is importing. You can see now it is green. Simply click select and next. Yes, finish this task. Okay, now it is created. So means if I go to the switch, here you can see that I have this Cisco iOS L2 15.2.1 that I can use it in our lab. So let's build the lab. How you can build the lab is uh, for the lab, obviously you need multiple devices, router and switches. So what I can do, that I can use the GNS switch and then this. So this is the switch I have. Then I can go, let me decrease the font size a little bit, and then I can increase. So then I need the public IP over the automation server. So I can go and use this NAT cloud for that. Then I should have the automation engine that I want to use in the upcoming Python lab, and we are going to do a lot many scripting with help of the automation engine. Now, once you put automation engine, it will take some time for first time. So you do not think that anything is wrong, but yeah, it will take some time, and it depends upon what router, or sorry, what laptop configuration you have. So for example, in my case, I have only 8 GB RAM in this laptop. So it will take some time depending upon your CPU and RAM. Now I have these three things. What I want to do here is that I want to add one of the switch as well. So I can go and add one switch. Then I want to connect with the corporate network that is outside, connected with my laptop. So I can go and use it. This can be my external network. So maybe cloud network or maybe external corporate network. So for example, external network. All right. So once you have this baseline setup, and if you want to add the router as well, router after the switch, so you can go and use. So I am using one router, one switch from the viral, and rest of the things from the GNS3. So now we should go and do the connection. This is my automation engine or automation tool from where I want to play around various things. One link I can connect to the switch, and then it can go and connect to the router, and then for the external network I can go and connect with the external network Ethernet interface. Now there are so many nice things we have in the GNS3. Suppose if you want to change the display or change the symbol, you can go and always you have this option change symbol. What you want classic, you want blue, gray, etc. All sort of different type of you can see um, options are there. Grid and skull, so many things are there, correct? Multi-layer switch, VM, Wi-Fi. If you want to change gray, then blue, red, even custom symbols are also there. So let me go and quickly use any of the symbol here for my, say for example, cloud, apply, okay. Okay, so it will look like that, but you can go and change whatever symbols you want to change. So now once I have all the devices, I want to start them. So I have this green button on top. I can go and click, and you can see that all these devices are becoming green. Now I can go one by one and start the automation. Now for this particular network automation tool, you should go to edit config, and we want to change the IP. We want that it should get the IP from the DHCP. So you can go and do this setting change. Once you do this setting change, you should save this, and I can start the console now. Once I start the console, you can see here that at the moment don't have the IP because initially the DHCP was not enabled. So here you can see that you can go and do the right click to the devices, and you can see it will become red, means it will get a stop. Again you can go and start it. Now once you start it and once you do the console next time, you will see that it will get the IP address, and we need that IP address. So we'll wait here because this will be the IP from the DHCP for the external network, basically for the internet. This is the netting interface we have. Let me quickly go and change the setting. Let me quickly increase the font size a bit so we can see that. So now it is telling that it is available, and can we use it? Alright, so now you can see that discovery has started and it got this IP, correct? Now if you go and ping from here to the outside DNS, you can see we are reachable. And now suppose from here, if I want to log in to any of the device, although I haven't configured any of the switch or the router such, I should go and configure the switch in the same network. And let me quickly show you my internal GNS network and then my outside network as well. So I can go ahead, click console, and my switch has been started. I will go and change the setting as well for this also. Let me go and change this for all the devices. I will change the font size, and then all right, so this is the font size. And what is the interface we have? Interface is, so let us complete the lab task. What we are going to do here, that we are building our GNS lab, where I want to show you the telnet SSH and install. What happened in the last session, that when I was starting my lab, at that time I took my switches, routers, and since I'm running only 8 GB of memory or RAM I have in my laptop, my system got crashed. Same may be the case with you also. So if possible, use at least 16 GB RAM laptop, or if you have very good budget, you can go for 24 or 32 as well. All right, so let's continue, and let me quickly show you that how we can build the lab. And whatever we are going to study, say up to Python at least, we are going to use 8 GB RAM laptop only. And then if my personal laptop having issue, I will reduce the number of devices here, but I'll go and continue add the cloud devices, because cloud is the third party that I'm connecting with. So what I can do, that over the cloud I can build my big topology, and then I can go and telnet SSH from my automation tool, and then I can play around. Correct? So I can build my viral topology over the cloud. If I have cloud resources, I have a cloud account I can create. You can also create in your cloud environment, or maybe if you have any physical lab or home lab, that GNS you can go and connect with your home lab as well. And then you can easily use your 8 GB RAM laptop resource to connect to the devices and play around. Rather than hosting all the devices in the GNS itself, we can go and do like that as well. Correct? So let me start the engine, and then let me go and log into the two of the devices. We know that one of the device is the automation tool, and other device is the switch. So while starting this automation tool, I should go and do the config related to DHCP, because I want that this device should go outside, and then even it can be connected with the corporate or the cloud network as well. So if you do this, please go here and stop this, and then when it comes red, go and start it. Now these are the process intensive process that we are doing here. Once it got started, I can right click and then click console, and then this will come. Now let me quickly go and change the setting and increase the font size to at least 16. Apply. Now it is ready. You will see that it will do the DHCP process, and it will get one of the IP. Once it will go and get the IP, then I will go and configure the switch as well. And in the switch also, I will go and assign the interface and the IP address in the same IP range. Correct? So meanwhile, here you can see that my switch is booting up, and here you can see that the automation tool is also trying to get the IP, so we can wait. Meanwhile, I can go and configure my switch. So here you can see that it got IP with this particular range. I'll go and configure my switch. We know that in our switch, the interface is gigi 0/0. So let's do it. Still it is coming up. All right. So here it is, switch came back online. Say host name is switch. And then I can go and do the line VTY configuration. Say login local, and then transport input all at the moment. Then I can go and do the enable password. I should do create the username. So let me go and do this user name Cisco. Privilege is 15. Password is Cisco. Alright, I should go and give the IP as well. So let me go do that. IP address is 192.168.122 dot, say for example 10 255.255.0, and should be no switch port while giving the IP address, because by default the interface may be layer 2. So now took that to no shut, and we can do the ping to the 248 address. That's the automation tool we have. You can see the ping is successful. From here also I can go and do the ping to 10, and yeah. Now next what I can do, that I can do the telnet. So let me try to do the telnet to this IP. Username Cisco and password is Cisco. So let me type here, and we are inside the switch. We can go and check the users. User is Cisco, correct? So that's the one thing. Second thing, how I can go and do the connection with the cloud. So for the cloud, the IP I have is, so let me do the SSH with the username Cisco with the cloud hosted IP, where I have at this point of time one of the uh, CentOS system. So let me go there, and yes, let me type the password, and I'm inside the CentOS. I can go and check the OS release. So here you can see the OS release of this server that is hosted outside. Let me make some space here, so you cannot see two of the window, otherwise it may be a little bit overlapping. All right, so here you can see that you have this product, and then let me do exit. Here also you can go and check the OS release for the automation. So one place you have Ubuntu 18.4, and we have one other Linux based server CentOS as well. Alright, so this is the way that we can go and create the lab at least to get started. Here you can see I can go to internet, I can go to my local switch. Local switch I can connect routers, and then I can create the topology. I can go to the external network as well. So before we go and start our Linux and Python labs, and obviously the Theory Plus lab, let's go and complete the installation for the Python. So already we know that how our lab look like. So we have the automation engine and the outside where we have the CentOS. Now what I want to do here in the automation engine, I want to go and do the installation for the Python. So for that, I can go here and check apt-get apt-get update, and before that you can go and check. By default with this you can see that Python is already there, and here you can see that 381, that's the default with this particular version. But we can go and install few of the plugins related to Python. So we can go and do the apt-get update, and once it will get updated, then I will go and do the installation for Python, and then we'll do the installation for the plugins related to Python, that is nothing but pip or pip. Then finally we'll go and put that netmiko, that is one of the best tool related to SSH, and then you can send the commands from there. In upcoming video you will learn more and more about netmiko, and we have various lab tasks related to netmiko in the Python section. So let me go and do the install for Python as well. And here you can see, so because we have already 3.8.1, so it is telling that it is newly installed and no need to install again. Then I'll go and install Python pip, that is very important. And once we'll do this installation, then I'll go and install the netmiko. So that means here also you can see it is updated. So that means we are very much done with the lab setup, and from next video onwards we are good to go. So the strategy is that first of all we'll go and do the study related to Linux basic networking command, although Linux is a big topic, but we are mainly focused that Linux inside the networking, or for network engineers, what are the important information we should know related to Linux. Okay, so let's stop here, and next section we'll start with the basics of Linux. So far in our example, we went and we use telnet, and then we have done various tasks. But we know that telnet is not the recommended way to log into the devices in corporate network. We need some more secure way to access the devices and execute the script. For that reason, SSH is the way, and it's the standard de facto that we should use SSH to log into the devices, and then we can execute the commands. Now, when we are talking about SSH, we have a netmiko library. We are using the netmiko library to do that. Before netmiko, we have other option as well, that was paramiko, but this was not that scalable, and it's not that great, you can say. So that's the reason we have now netmiko. So whatever shortcomings are there with paramiko, that has been improved inside netmiko. And here you can see that what are the important enhancement we have. Now the purpose of netmiko is to successfully establish the SSH connection with the devices. We can go and run the commands. We'll see that we have few examples upcoming, and simplify the execution of configurations. Now the important thing here is that not only you can SSH to the Cisco devices, but you have a long list of supported platform. So here you can see that we can SSH to these devices. These has already tested, and then we have limited testing for these devices listed here. So the bottom line is this, that we have access to the devices, and not only Cisco, but it's supported by multiple vendors. Now in the same link you will see that you have one example as well. Even we are going to run one example as well, and we'll see that how this program and the execution work. But the thing is that you have to SSH to the device, and that we have seen in the telnet sessions. Same way you can go and send the command. So something like you have socket open and then internally you are sending the commands and then you are getting the output like this. Okay, so let's do the lab in the upcoming section and let's try to understand more about NetMiko. Let us build our SSH configuration with help of NetMiko, and let me go and log in here to the switch first. So we have the switch here. Let me go and start this switch number 1 and switch number 2. So what will happen that first of all we should log in to the switch via the SSH, because if we do not log in, then obviously we can't send the uh, script. Now when we are talking about logging to the switch via SSH, so in that case we need to go and do SSH related configuration. So first of all we should go to line with UI 024, and we know that we have the login local here, and transport input, your SSH should be there. But anyways, we are giving all that, means we are covering SSH telnet, means all type of remote login. So that's first step. Then we should go and define the domain name, say IP domain name. For example, I'll give cisco.com for the time being, and we should create the crypto key. So crypto key generate RSA modulus 1024, because in case of SSH, this crypto key that we are generating, this public key, should be authenticated or should be accepted from where we are going to do the SSH. Okay, so what we have done, that we have given the IP domain name, we have given the crypto key. Now if I go here and do the same, so in the meanwhile, let me go and create the template for the SSH. So when we are doing the SSH, we should have IP domain name. For example, here I am taking cisco.com, and then crypto key generate RSA, and here you can see I can even copy this command and I can paste here. And then we should have a line VTY configuration that is already there. So here you can see the line VTY configuration, and then we should have a username configured as well. So let's wait when it will come back, then I'll copy and paste. Now once we have all these configuration, then what next I want to do is that I'll try that this device is reachable from the automation tool or not. And we know the IP is 192.168.122.2. So let's go to the automation engine and let me copy as well. Let's go here and try to SSH. We know that the username is Cisco. This is the password. We are accepting the key, and then password is Cisco. And now you can see we are in the switch. Okay, so same thing, I will go and enable. I think we need only these two lines because the rest of the configuration is there in switch number 2. So I'll go here to switch number 2, and we can go to the conf key. We can generate that key, and then I can go back here, and from here this time we'll go and do the SSH 2.3. Accept these keys and the Cisco, and we are inside switch number 2. So first thing is done, that our SSH is enabled to these two switches. The next thing that we have to go and create the script. So for that, let's take the help from the online document that we have. And again, you can see that before even creating the script, we should have netmiko installed in our system, in our automation tool. So let's do that. I can go here and I can do say apt get install. This is up to date. Once you do you start with update, seems update. Okay, it's updating. And then we'll do the install for Python 3 because anyways we are using Python 3. I'll give this some moment. It will update. And then I'll go and do the install for Python 3. And then finally we'll go and do the install for netmiko. So pip3 install netmiko. So what we have done, first of all, that we have enabled the SSH to the switch. We have verified that yes, we are able to log into the switch from the automation tool. Then in the automation tool, we have done the updates, and then we are installing the netmiko, because the next thing that we have to do is to create the configuration, obviously. So let's go to the place where we have the configuration. So here you can see that this is the configuration that we can take help from, and we should edit as well. So let's try to edit this template. Let me open one more file here. Yep, so we have this blank file. What we want here is to use this. So from netmiko import, and then we have the dictionary here. Inside that, here you can see that let me clean these stuffs. So we have the device type, then we have the host, we have the username and the password. Now inside this host, what I will do, that I will use the IP. So in our case, we have the IP address, and we should use this properly. All right. So here you can see that we have the device type, and then we have the IP. So I can go here and instead of host, I can give the IP because we are going to SSH with respect to IP address. The IP address is 192.168. Let me type here 122.2. This is the IP of the switch. Then the username and password, Cisco and Cisco. Now what we can do, that we can put these username and password in the protected file, in encrypted file, and then we can call it at this moment because we are building this script. So we can go like this. All right. So netmiko import connection handle, and then we have the dictionary like this. Then let's go back and build more. So these are the step 1 and 2 we should do. Then we have the net connect. We are going to do the connection, and then we are calling the Cisco, that's the dictionary. So we'll go to the editor, and next line should be this. Now we are connecting the device. Once we do the connection to the device, then what we can do? Now it's net connect to and a net connect find prompt. These are not required, but yeah, what we want after the connection, that we want to run one of the command to verify. So for example, show IP interface brief, and then we want to do the print as well. So we can go here and put this line, and then we want to print that was below that output. So here you can see that we have the output here. Output is what? Show IP interface brief. Then we are printing this output. Now this program should run and it should give the result. So what we'll do, first of all, we'll go and run this, execute this program. We'll go to our automation tool and say SSH first py. Obviously the method is netmiko. Let me paste here. So here you can see that the dictionary name is Cisco, calling this dictionary, and then we are running show IP interface brief inside that. So let's save this and let's run this. So Python 3 and then SSH py. Line number 9 has some issue with net connect. Okay, we should not have any issue here until unless we have done some mistake. So let's see. Let's check the script one more time, and here I can see that if we go up, okay, because we are closing the dictionary here, and if we go here, we should not use this particular comma that we have here. All right, so we have the device type, the IP, the username, and the password. And then what we are doing, that we are using the net connect. That should be also correct. So we have this net connect, and then we are doing the print. All right. So let's do one more time. And let me save this and let us run this. So print the output and let's do it. All right. It seems it is working, and let's wait for the output. And now here you can see that our SSH program is successful. How we have built, what corrections we have done. Although if I put one extra comma there, so let's go back to the script. It should not uh, raise any concern. So let's go back here and put one extra comma here. And we can go and run this program one more time just for our verification purpose. So it is working, execution is happening. And if I can go here and if I do show users, and if I can do show or debug SSH, we don't have any option related to debug SSH. Anyways, so here you can see that there is no problem with that comma, but I should not give the space, and then it is running properly. So let's stop here, and in next section we can add more configuration items in this. Now we have built our first SSH lab with help of netmiko. Let's go and add more commands on that. So here we have the program and we are going to add some more commands here. Up to this point, it's okay. Let's add few more lines. So what I want to add one loop back and give IP address. What we can do, we can go now because our session is there. So we can go to config and commands. Once we are here, then we can go and create, actually we can put the command, say interface loopback, say for example 1, and then we can go and give the IP address, say IP address 10.1.1.1, and then again we can go and give the subnet mask 255.255.255.255. It's okay. So what basically we are doing here, that we are going to the interface loopback 1 and we are giving one IP address. Now this particular config command we should store in output, and that output is under net connect. Send this config set and then config command, and then obviously we want to print it. So we can go here and then we can do the print the output. Okay, so here you can see it's a very straightforward lines that we are adding. That config the command, very much that we are doing in the Cisco routers interface, and then the IP address, then the output. So here we are storing the output with help of net connect, and then we are printing the output. Now next what we can do here, that we can go and add few more VLAN. For that we have already the logic. So for example for n, or maybe you can give like this, for VLAN in range say 40 to 50. We haven't created VLAN range from 40 to 50, or we can give comma, say 40 to 50. So then we'll go and define this VLAN. So what we want, that we want to print, what we want to do here, create VLAN from 40 till 50, and then we can go and give the string. Now again the same thing we are going to do here, config commands, and that's how this configuration look like. So for that we have the VLAN. We know that VLAN, and then we are giving a space, is the string starting from 40, and this n should be replaced with VLAN, correct? So we should not use n because this is the VLAN we want to create. It will go and refer this particular place. All right, and then we can continue this. So we have the VLAN number, and then we can go and give the name. So for example, should use name my VLAN, and then we should go and give the number in terms of VLAN. So this is the program that we have done with that, and then we should store the output and print the output. So for that we can use output equal to net connect, and then dot the same thing, send config set, and then we have the config commands. That's it. Finally, we can go and do the print output. All right, so you can see here that we have one basic lab where we want to do the connection. We want to check the show run output. Then we want to create one of the loop back, and then we can go and here you can see that we can create the VLAN and the VLAN name as well. So let's copy this entire configuration and we'll paste it. Now again, here you can see that because I haven't closed this here, and then we have these spaces, so it will go and throw the error related to a space. So we should run this program like this, and you can see that the editor, it is clearly helping us, and that's why you have the lines here. Okay, so seems we are done with the program. Let's copy this. Let's execute this. Copy. First of all, I'll go here and start this. We'll go back to the automation engine, and this time I want to use nano, say for example SSS2 py. We'll go and put here and we'll verify as well. So we have the connection handler. So okay, the labels are correct. Maybe some places we have given some space, but that's okay. We'll come back, and if any mistakes are there, we'll go and improve it. Okay, so for example here what comments we are giving, say print, and inside print create the VLAN from 40 to 50, another output. So let's save this first, and then let's run this Python 3 and then SSH2 py. All right, so program is executing. Let's see if we have any syntax error or something, and we don't have. Great. So now here you can see that loopback is created, and here we have some issue related to print is not defined. So you can see that 80% of the program is successful. The first portion was correct, the second portion was also correct. It is throwing error when we have defined the print. And why we know this thing? So let me quickly show you this, that the print statement that we have created here, it is throwing error because we should use the print statement here, and here you have. Actually what happened that I haven't used the small keyword, so that's the reason it was throwing an error, but anyways it's okay. Let's quickly save this and run this one more time. Let's see. So now you can see that we are adding some more lines, but still we are not using loop and some more conditions inside this that we should use. So here you can see that VLAN 40, 41, 42. So loop is going well. Let's see that when it get terminate, at that time it should not have any error. Okay, it's going slowly, no problem. We can wait for next 30 seconds. So here you can see now this is 47 and now we are in 48, 49 and the last one. Done. So our script is successful. Let us learn that how we can do the SSH to multiple switches and run the command. So for that, what we can do, that we have already one running a script. Let's reuse that. That's the power of scripting as well, that we can go and reuse the code as well. So what I will do here, that we can go here and then we'll improve this particular script. So here I'll go and add, say for example, switch 1, and likewise I'll go and add one more switch information here. That is, say for example, switch number 2, whose IP is .3. So now I have two switch in the inventory or in the dictionary. Likewise, we can go and add the list of n number of devices. In our example, we have two, but we are not restricted to two only. Now these two devices should be coming under, say for example, all switches. So let me go and use this, say all switches, and then let me list out these switches. So we have two switch, and let me decrease the font size as well. So what we want, that we want to put switch 1 and switch 2 here in the store. So I can give comma and I can put these two switches here. Now we have the configuration here. You can see that all switches, switch 1, switch 2 should be switch number 2. Then next what we can do, that we can go and check the condition. So what condition we have for the login, because we have multiple devices now, so we should go and give the loop condition. And so for example, I don't want these commands at this point of time. So we'll go here and give the loop condition, say for example for um, devices or maybe switches. So I'll go and use, say, for switches in all switches. What we want to do, that we want to do the net connect. So I should go and use the net connect for the connection handle, and I should use asterisk and then the switches. Okay. So now this is the program format we have, that we have the dictionary. We are storing here inside all switches, and then all switches we are referring with the switches for the connection. Now what we can do here, that this VLAN condition is correct. This is already valid program we have. So now we want to create a VLAN from 90 to 80 to 90 with all these switches, and I can go and give 80 to 90 here. Rest all the conditions are okay. So we don't have any problem. Now we can save this, and before saving this, let's confirm that the correction of the spellings are okay. So this is the script. What it will do, first of all, it will write the VLAN, or it will create the VLAN 80 to 90 to switch number 1, and then it will go and create to switch number 2. So let's copy this configuration, this script, and then we'll go to the automation engine. It should be ready to go. We can go here and let me come out from here. So I can come out from here and then this time say nano multiple switch ssh dot py. I can go here and output that script. Now we can check as well. So these conditions are okay. This is okay. This is all okay. And then we have for, and then in all switches, net connect. Now the for loop here, it should also come below the net. And then we have the printf statement. Let's see this, and rest all the things are okay. So let's quickly save this and run this. Python 3 multiple SSH. All switches is throwing 4 switches, all switches. So we'll go and check that. Where is that issue? All switches is showing problem here. Why? Because when we have the for condition, we should end this for condition with this. And let's try to run one more time. Now we have issue here in the section of VLAN. So like that, we can go one by one and we can improve it, no problem. So now when we are printing the config, let's see that what issue we have. So we have this VLAN 80 to 90 and then a string VLAN, and let's see that what error we have. Create VLAN. Okay, so we'll go and see here that what's the issue we have. This place we have problem. So VLAN in the range 80 to 90, and then we have this VLAN that is showing a problem. So what I can say, check the page here and try to run this one time. So let's go here and run this program. Alright, so finally see this program. I have corrected the indentation. So if you go and check this, you'll find that the program is okay now. We have the indentations in correct place and rest of the things are exactly the same. So let's go back and run this program and let's see. So now this program, what it should do, that it should log into switch number 1 first, do the configuration, and then it should go to switch number 2 and do the configuration. So that means that now we are giving the option to the switches that multiple switches, means the program will go and log in one by one to n number of switches. In this case we have only 2, and then create the VLAN, so for example 80 to 90. So here you can see that in one of the switch up to VLAN 89, you can see the switch 1 as well is created. Now it should go to other switch and then it should create the VLAN. So now we can see switch number 2, and likewise after that program will get terminated. Alright, so let's stop here. Now we are getting the power of NetMiko and SSH. Now suppose if we condition we have that we want to run the bulk command, not like 1 or 2 commands but bulk command, then how we can do it? In Python we have that option that we can store the configuration in some place, and that configuration can be very big as well. And then we can call that particular file or the uh, command set inside the program, and then that program will run. So that's the next thing we want to do here, that what about if we have bulk of configuration, bulk of command, then how we can go and do the configuration. Now here let me show you that I have some configuration here. Say for example, you can see that I want to configure the domain name, name server, then the interfaces as per our diagram. So here you can see, for example, the link that is going towards the core switch is the uplink, and then I have, say for example, downlink that is going towards the L2 switch, etc. Now we can use any of the logic, there is no problem in that. So here you can see that I want to configure 01 as a uplink with VLAN 80 with switchboard mode access, then 00 that is going towards switch 1 with switchboard mode access VLAN 81, and then I have a 02 at this point of time. In this diagram, 02 is not connected to anything, but we can do the configuration, and then we can go and set, say, storm control, the spanning tree, BPD guard, etc. Finally, if you want to define some default gateway, we can go and define that gateway as well. And then if you want to create some sort of ACL, so ACL should be also get created. So this is the configuration that I want to do from my bulk configuration from my Python. So since we know the configuration, let's do it. Let me copy this and let's go back to the automation engine. Let me start my switches. All right. So here I am. Let me start that. Okay, we'll go back to the automation engine, and then here we'll create one file. Say for example, device config, and here I will put all the configuration. So you can see that we have bulk configuration like this for all the switches in a network, and again we can select who is the core switch, who is the distribution switch, who is the access switch, and which interfaces you want to put what type of configuration. At this point of time, we are very much okay with this global configuration and interface label configuration, so it should not cause any issue. Alright, so once we have this configuration here, what we can do that now we can go and check our script. So what was our script? We know that it is working fine. The last one where we want to do some sort of edit. So this is the configuration. I will copy it and we'll go and open new file just to edit this configuration. In this configuration, at least we have the dictionaries for switch 1 and 2. Then we are calling the switches inside all switches, and then we want to do the configuration. Now at this point of time, what we want to do, so once we have the dictionary, then we want to open this because we want to put that configuration that we have. So which file we want to open? For that, we have one file, and the name of that file is nothing but device config. So here I want to put the device config and this as if. So we want to open device config as if, and then what we want to do here that we go and give the lines. So these lines are f dot read, and then obviously we want to do the split. So we have the split of lines, and then we want to print the line. So print the lines. All right. Then we have all the switches function. That's okay. Maybe we have n number of switches here. Once we have all the switches, then what we want to do with these switches, that obviously I don't want this configuration, so let me delete this configuration from here, and at least let me delete up to here. I need the printf statement. So now what we want to do, that all the switches, inside all the switches, connect it and give the output. Now here we can see that we want to connect, and then we want the output, say for example as net connect dot send the config and set the lines. That's it. And then we want to print the output. So you can see that even the configuration is big. First of all, we have defined the dictionary, and then we have the file. We want to open that file. We want to split the line with this split line function. First of all, we are reading the file, we are splitting it, we are printing the lines from here, correct? Then once I have this input, so I have that configuration now, I want to put in a switch. So first of all, I will go and put to switch number 1. So for that, we have these switches, and inside this switch will call switch 1. In that, the output that we have, so here you can see the lines. So the lines that you have here, inside line you have all the split line. So inside output we are storing the line. So lines is called inside output, and then the output will get printed. Alright, so let's quickly go and copy and run this. I'll go here, copy this program. I'll go here and I'll open Nano. This time, say for example, device config.py, or maybe I can give device con.py. I'll go and put this, and here you can see that this print output should be aligned, and seems rest of the things are okay. So we have for statement, we have the printf statement here with the lines and all. So let's save this and execute this Python file, Python 3 device con.py, and right away it is throwing an error that all switches, let's see, because I'm not using the correct improved version, so maybe it is throwing an error that switches, all switches, and what error it is. Do we have any indentation error? Invalid syntax. So it's unable to call the switches, and seems all switches is correct, and then switches. So here you can see that I should give colon here, and let's go back and correct that. So I can go here, and you should go to all switches, and where we have the F, so I should go and here also where I have the F, and then I should go to the switches where I have the for statement. So should go here and give the colon. Let's save it and let's run this. So now we are running the program, and you can see that it is quickly going and doing the configuration. Here you can see I can go here, and here you can see that configuration is happening in this switch. I can go and check show SSH, and then we can go and check show run. Right away we are getting a lot many errors as well, but yeah, you can see the script is working fine. And in the show run output, here you can see the configurations in the bulk file. You can see here that is happening here in the switch. Even you can see the VLAN and all those things are getting configured. Okay, great. So now what we can do here, we can go and check show interface description, and now you can see this configuration is happening. I'll go to the switch number 2, and I will check here also show SSH, and then we can check this. So here seems some issue, and yeah, there may be chance that when you're running this program, you'll find that the buffer issue, because of multiple factors we have in this demo setup. You should have very good RAM and CPU where you are simulating this program. Uh, if not, then it can throw an error. But anyways, the program is correct. It is going and it is um, doing its work. All right, so here what we can do, let's check that do we have SSH configured or not. So if I do the SSH with this device to this device, and we know that IP is 122.3, because already we have tested SSH is working here from the tool itself. Yep, so it is working. Okay, so sometimes you'll find that you have issue related to memory and buffer, because you need behind the scene you need good CPU, RAM, and core to add more devices in the topology and run complex scenarios as well. In 3.2, we have to understand about NC client that uses netconf, and I'm going to show you examples related to how you can go and configure the iUseXE devices. Before doing the lab, let's learn more about NC client, and let me show you the URL where you'll get most of the informations related to NC client. Now here you can see the link, and this is ncclient.readthedocs.io. NC client is a Python library for netconf client. It aims to offer an intuitive API that sensibly maps the XML encoded nature of netconf of Python construct and making the network management script easier. So what this NC client will do, that it will go and support the operation and capability defined in this RFC, request pipelining, asynchronous RPC, keeping XML out. We'll see that how we can take XML as a input that we are going to see in the lab. And then this is extensible, correct? Now, there are some other useful links as well, and one of the important link here is that developer.cisco.com. If you go to that particular link, you'll find a little bit history about NC client. The NC client, you can see that integration of Python library to netconf clients, correct? Now, this NC client was developed by Shikhar Bhushan, and it is maintained by these guys. If you want to reach out, if you have any specific question, you can check their Twitter handle as well. Docs are at this location, and then PyP location here, we can go and check these links. So if you go to PI, and here you can see that how you can go and do the installation. Because I'm using pip3, so I can go and use pip3 install NC client. And let me show you if I have my automation tool here and if it is running. So what I will do that in the next section, I'll show you the labs related to NC client to do the configuration to iOS XE devices. Let us do the lab related to NC client, and obviously with respect to iOS XE. I want to show you my topology diagram as well before doing the lab. So here you can see the topology diagram is very straightforward. I have one iOS XE device connected with this switch in this common LAN network where I have my automation tool as well. Now what I want to do before doing anything, I just wanted to do the pip3 install nc client, correct? Now since I have already done the installation here, you can see that already my nc client is installed. Then I have few codes that I put inside my CSR folder, and in this code I have few programs just for demo purpose. So for example, I want to run this program with respect to my device list that is there in device info. So I can go and show you that device info. In my inventory, device inventory, I have two iOS XE, although I'm going to use only one because in our network, we have only one device connected. So here you can see that I have iOS XE device where I'm using port number 830 that is used for netconf SSH. This is the IP and the username and the password. Now, from device perspective, what are the things you should do inside the CSR device that we have? So let me quickly show you that we should run the netconf that I have done. I have enabled the netconf SSH and netconf yang. I have enabled the SSH as well, and then I have done the configuration for line VTY where transport input is all, and then finally the username. So someone can connect to this device. Even you can go and do the testing as well before running the actual program. Just check the SSH connectivity is there or not in your CSR device. Now once everything is there, I should check the reachability with the iOS XE device, and if it is working fine, then we can go and run our program. So here you can see I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 program. So number one is to check the capability, what type of netconf uh, supported modules we have in the devices. So what I can do, first of all, let me show you the code. Code is very easy and straightforward. So what we are doing, we are logging to the device as per the device list. We know that the file is iOS.exe. So we are logging to the device and then we are checking the capability. Okay. Now important thing here is that we should check the functions from where we are calling the or we are importing the uh, input in this particular program. So we have the device info already in the same folder. We are importing the iOS.exe. Then we have NC client from where we are importing the manager. Now this manager.connect will connect to the device as M, and this M here will give the capability, correct? Let me show you this in the nano file as well. So this is actually colorful and here you can understand more. So with manager.connect as M, and then you can see that we can go and write the capability, because here you can see that for capability in m.server capabilities we are printing the capability. So very easy and a straightforward program we have. Now if I go and run this, so you can see that what output we'll get. Obviously we will get all the capabilities that we have related to netconf inside the devices, inside that CSR device, correct? Good. Likewise, we can go and check The other program will go and give you the interface detail. Again, let me show you the program as well, just for the reference. So here you can see that you are going to take the input from the filter IETF interface.xml, read that, then we'll go and connect to the device where the device is imported from iOS.exe, obviously the device info, and from there we're extracting iOS.exe1. Then we have the manager, and then we have the XML to dictionary. Because we are using the XML, so we need some dictionary. We need actually some library who can convert XML to this dictionary format. Correct? Great. So we'll do the connection, and then we have the netconf reply. So here you can see that the program is quite structured, and again we are using the netconf protocol to get the results as well. Correct? So let me go down, and then it will go and print the output for the interface related output in this format. So interface detail, what's the name, the type, the physical address, the unicast in and out packets. Great, so let's run this program, and then we have 2.2_int.details as the program name. So here you can see that the interface is gig1, the MAC address is this, and you can see the packet input and packet output. Even the counters are increasing, that means we are taking the live counters from the interface. So now if I go to the interface to this particular router, we go to the router, and here you can see whenever we are logged in, we can see that the user connection is there. Now what I want to check the input and the output. So here you can see that we should have the packets input and output, etc. Include input, and the same thing we can go and verify from the output here. Okay, so 4018 is the input packet, and here also you will find some big counter. So 4087, now its packet is increasing, so that's why we have increased number. Great, so you can see that how easily we can go and add multiple things in our program. Now here it is showing only one, but the list can be big. Simply we need to go there and add more and more interfaces, and then we'll get more and more results. Correct? Then I have the third program as well that will give you the interface stat. Again, if I go and show you the program, it's very straightforward, where we are collecting the stats related to gig1, the unicast packet, and then again we have the interface detail, and we are collecting the output in this particular format. So I can go and run this program as well, and this program will again give you the interface stats of one of the interface. Again, we are not restricted for one interface. We can add more interfaces, and then we'll get the result for more and more interfaces. Let's quickly go and run the last program, that is config interface. So this is actually interesting, where you want to send the configuration and you want to do the configuration. So before running this program, I just wanted to show you the configuration. What I want, that one of the interface, that is git2, I want to send some configuration. So configure by netconf, say today, and the IP is, I can change the IP, say 172.1.1.10, and then the subnet mask is okay. Then they configure the payload, and it will go and do the configuration with that particular device. obviously which device that is imported from the device info IOSXE1, and the interface is gig2. Now before doing this configuration, we can go and verify that what is the configuration over interface gig2, and here you can see that gig2 having IP 10.255.255.1. Because this is not physically connected, so it is showing down. That's okay. Let's go and do the configuration via the Python program. So what I can do here, I can go to Python 3 and then 4_config interface py. Now here you can see that it is connecting to the device. You can see connected by netconf by vty, and transaction is there. And now if you go and see the IP interface brief, still we can see the transaction is not successful, seems, because I can see this. Let me see that if I have saved that program. Yes, it is saved, and still I can see that the configuration is not completed. So do we have any error? Let's see. So we are sending the payload, the IP address, the net mask to that particular interface. That interface is nothing but gig2. Alright, so it should do the configuration as per our result, and I can't see this. Show IP interface brief, still it is showing the old configuration. And okay, so here you can see that the description is configured by netconf today. The IP is this. Let's see that inside the program. So if I go inside the program, you can see that the netconf template is from config ietf interface.xml, and let me show you that what is that. So if you go here and if you check this config ietf xml, so here we have this format which is telling that use this particular format for the execution, but the value we here can see that is coming from this particular place. Now if any problem in this particular configuration, it will not work. I'll do one thing. Let me quickly change this to, say for example, 123. Okay, 12.12.12.12, and let me run this program one more time. So here you can see 12.12.12.12, and seems okay. So I can see that the gig2, my device is not able to change this configuration, and you can check the configuration is still, this is not there. Alright, to make this program work, I have done a small change here. So if I go here and show the interface, you can see that is 12.12.12.1, and then I can go to this interface, default interface gig2, and then I can go to the program where I have my program. I'll do certain change. So instead of 12.12.12, I can give some other IP just for our verification, and rest of the things are okay. So I can give, say, 16 dot anything, say 199, and then we can go and execute this program. And once you execute this program, and if you go and check the output, So we can check the output, and here you can see it got configured. So remember, when value was there and interface was down, then it was not able to uh, put those values, means override those values. But if we don't have any configuration, it went there and it has done the execution. All right, so we have seen good amount of examples related to IOSXE, NCC client or NC client, and netconf integration with Python. So we have checked the capabilities, the interface detail, the other interface detail, and then finally we have configured the device as well. Now I have taken the example only for one interface or few of the stuffs that we have done, but same is true that you can take n number of interfaces and you can push n number of configuration step as well. So if we are able to do with few of interfaces, few of the configuration you can do, and you can have to add more and more configuration to run execute these programs. And now we reach to 3.3, where we have to configure device using RESTconf API utilizing Python method request library. Now what I have done, that I have created two videos related to SDWAN API with Python, and you'll find that it's quite interesting and important as well, that you can use the same trick that I have used. You can use the same type of code that I have used. I have taken help from GitHub, and then you can do the automation. You can do the you can create the script for your organization as well that I have created. Now, not only these programs, these Python programs, you can create and do the automation, but these programs will help you to do the troubleshooting as well in the future. So watch coming two videos, and those videos are actually very informative, again with relates to do the automation or do the scripting with respect to RESTconf API with respect to Cisco SD-WAN solution. In this important section, I'm going to show you the lab. So let me show you that how you can perform the lab task integrating Python with API. All right, so I logged in, or I shared my screen where I have the lab setup. Now here you can see that we have the network automation, and this can easily be done with help of GNS3 that already I have covered in my earlier videos, right? So let's go and do the lab. What you can do here to perform the, say for example, SD-WAN related REST API, if you want to check the API doc, first of all, here you can go and check the API docs, and then you will get quite huge number of API documents that we have inside the SD-WAN. Like that, you will find the API doc for ACI, API doc for other products as well, other SDN products as well. Now, while it is opening up, what I can do here is that I can go to the link. So here you can see that we have the GitHub, where getting started SD-WAN APIs are there. In GitHub, if you go and open this URL, you will find that you have complete codes as well. Now in this code, what I want that you can go and check this sdwan.py. Now if I go and open this, here you can see on your screen, although the font size is very small, but you can go and have a look. So we have complete script here, and in this script we have certain requirements as well. So if you go here and check that how to use this script, you'll find it. You will find it that how you are going to use the script, and then you can utilize it. Now I will show you that how you can go and build your lab. So Python integration with the API. So for that, I have the lab topology like this, and then I have my network automation here. Now, before starting this, let me go and show you the configuration that we have that I want to use. And for that, you can go and check the link here. Here you can do the Google search, getting started with Cisco SD-WAN API. And what I can do here that I can go and copy and paste this directly. So let me start this. So from here, I'm copying and pasting. Now please read it carefully. There are some requirements that we need to have. We need some sort of pip installed packages or some other requirements. So there's one file called requirement.txt. You should go there and verify that. I'll go here and create my program, say abc.py. I'll paste that, Control O, enter, and Control X. And if I want, I can go and check this program. So abc.py, here you can see that you need to import these functions. Oops, and there are so many things. So let me again go back. Again, I have to show you cat abc.py. Okay, so this is the program that you can go and refer once. All right, so now what we can do here is that we can check the options that we have. And before checking the option, what it is telling that you go and set the environment variable. So you have to set it. Now I can go and give my vmanage IP. So I have my vmanage connected. Then I can go and give the port number as it is. So you can go and give the port number. My username is the same and the password is a bit different. Password is admin. Now, once I have my username and password set, now again I can go and check the help. So you can go and verify the help. This time it will tell you that what options you have. Now, if I'm looking for the network device list, so I can go here and check the device list. Now the program will run and it will tell that what devices I have. At the moment it is throwing an error, it is telling the site ID is not a key. So I will go here and check my program. Why this site ID is not working inside this subfunction, that is a device list, and the API used with the URL is the devices. Now I can go down here and I can check the header. Now when we are talking about this API, before showing how to correct it, I'll go and use the same API function. So what it is telling that you can go here, let me make some space here. You can go here and you can use the API call devices. So this is the API I'm using, and I can go and use the 8443 as well. All right. I'm getting some error that it is not giving the value that I'm looking for. And oops, you can see. So this is the correct API, that is the data services, data service and device. Now, once you get this output here, you can see that you have the header information and then you have the data. Now this data that we have here, so here you can see that we have the header, and I should not use like this. So let me go out and come back. So how you're going to pass this information is important, because once we do for one of the function, then we can easily do for other functions as well. So I have the header informations like this, and I am getting one error related to site ID. So at this moment, I'll go and remove the site ID. Somehow the program is not able to read the site ID. So I'll go and remove the site ID first. And the output here, you can see that what will happen, the header and then the for loop will run. So we have the output in the JSON format. Whatever things, means whatever keywords that we are taking from here. So these are the keywords, and you can go and put these keywords there in the program. In the same format, they will go and print it. And since we are using the tabulate, that's the function, table function, so it will go and print in the nice table format. Okay, so how many functions I have here? 1 2 3 4 5 6, means how many entries I want to print. So 6 entries here, and 1 2 3 4 5 6 entries here as well. This program is good. I can come out, and now I can run this. So you will see now that we are getting the output in nice table format. Okay. Now if you compare it, so if I want to compare it, this output is also good, informative, but first of all, it's a bulk output, and second thing is that it is not in the table format, or it is not in good format like this. Now this output, you can go and you can open your notepad and you can save here like this. Okay, and again, if you want to filter something, we can go and filter, but yeah, we're getting nice output here. Now again, we can go back to the help, and what other things we have that you can go and explore. So now you can go and attach, you can do the detach of devices, you can attach the devices, you can have the template list. That's the one thing. The second thing here is that suppose if you want to improve the program, so we have copied the program and I want to add one of my API, correct? So for that, how we can do it? Again, you have to edit and you have to do manual work first. So you have to create a program. Let me show you that how you can do it. So device list and the function I have starting from here. So I will go and copy this in my notepad, or maybe in my Sublime. So let me open that. So I open my editor and let me go down, table list for. So up to here, you can see that I can go and put. Now we should follow the indentation, otherwise it will go and throw an error. So this time, instead of device list, if you want to get some, say, control info, control plane information, and for that I have an API running here. You can see that I want control connection information for this particular device, correct? Now in the API, instead of device, what you can print, so you can go and give that information. So where I have my subline, here you can see. So the base URL is up to here, and if you go and check the API that we are calling, so I can go and give this like this, correct? So should use like this, and seems that it is coming twice. All right, so this is the function, the output actually I'm looking for. Now we have to go and change this table entry. Now just for the sake of simplicity, I'll print only 2, but likewise you can go and print whatever you want, correct? So let me go and delete up to here, say host name and the device type. So what we'll do that we want to get the data. What data? Let's take it. A V device name is one and system IP. So I'll go and print only these two things. Now in header you can give any name, but let me use the same here. And then you have the system IP, so you want to print the next thing that will be the system IP. I'll write here, but the thing is that here in header we can give anything, but in the item you should give exactly whatever the keyword I have here. So I can go there and I can print it. So now our program is ready. I can go here and copy. The program is control dash info. Let's go here and I want to add it. I'll go and make some space. I'll add here. You should have the correct indentation, otherwise it will never work. So everything is the same line, and that's why I am using the sublime. So it will take this as it is. Now finally, if I scroll down, I need to add the function here. So I can go here and add, say, CLI, add the command, and what is that? That is control info. Okay, so now we are good. I can save this. I can come out, and first of all we'll check the help function. Now if any problem is there in help, it will go and tell, oh, this line you have this problem. So here you can see the control is not defined. That's the error it is throwing. Again we can go and check. So why this problem? Here you can see that click command and then the device list. We started like this. Oops, seems that I haven't pasted that output here. I can't see. Okay, never mind. So we'll go back to the place and I can go and copy this. I can paste here and let's see, control info. So that's the problem actually we have. Should use underscore because it was not taking this as a whole. So let me quickly check that I should not do the duplication of the configuration. So I have one control info here and that's it seems. So here it's okay that you can go the underscore or the dash in between. It will take. Now let's check. So now again we have put the code and now we are checking. I can go back here and then we can put control info and now that particular block will run. So now it is retrieving the information and here you can see that we have successfully converted the API into the Python table format. So it is telling you the device name your and the system name your. All right, so this is the way that we can go and perform the lab task. Now I will show you that how you can go and build your lab. So Python integration with the API. So for that, I have the lab topology like this, and then I have my network automation here. Now before starting this, let me go and show you the configuration that we have that I want to use. And for that, you can go and check the link here. Here you can do the Google search, getting started with Cisco SD-WAN API. And what I can do here that I can go and copy and paste this directly. So let me start this. So from here I am copying and pasting. Now please read it carefully. There are some requirements that we need to have. We need some sort of pip installed packages or some other requirements. So there's one file called requirement.txt. You should go there and verify that. I'll go here and create my program, say abc.py. I'll paste that, Control O, enter, and Control X. And if I want, I can go and check this program. So abc.py. Here you can see that you need to import these functions. Oops, and there are so many things. So let me again go back. Again, I have to show you cat abc.py. Okay, so this is the program that you can go and refer once. All right, so now what we can do here is that we can check the options that we have. And before checking the option, what it is telling that you go and set the environment variable. So you have to set it. Now I can go and give my vmanage IP. So I have my vmanage connected. Then I can go and give the port number as it is. So you can go and give the port number. My username is the same and the password is a bit different. Password is admin. Now, once I have my username and password set, now again I can go and check the help. So you can go and verify the help. This time it will tell you that what options you have. Now, if I'm looking for the network device list, so I can go here and check the device list. Now the program will run and it will tell that what devices I have. At the moment it is throwing an error, it is telling the site ID is not a key. So I will go here and check my program. Why this site ID is not working inside this subfunction, that is a device list, and the API used with the URL is the devices. Now I can go down here and I can check the header. Now when we are talking about this API, before showing how to correct it, I'll go and use the same API function. So what it is telling that you can go here, let me make some space here. You can go here and you can use the API call devices. So this is the API I'm using, and I can go and use the 8443 as well. All right. I'm getting some error that it is not giving the value that I'm looking for. And oops, you can see. So this is the correct API, that is the data service and device. Now, once you get this output here, you can see that you have the header information and then you have the data. Now this data that we have here, so here you can see that we have the header, and I should not use like this. So let me go out and come back. So how you're going to pass this information is important, because once we do for one of the function, then we can easily do for other functions as well. So I have the header informations like this, and I am getting one error related to site ID. So at this moment, I'll go and remove the site ID. Somehow the program is not able to read the site ID. So I'll go and remove the site ID first. And the output here, you can see that what will happen, the header and then the for loop will run. So we have the output in the JSON format. Whatever things, means whatever keywords that we are taking from here. So these are the keywords, and you can go and put these keywords there in the program. In the same format, they will go and print it. And since we are using the tabulate, that's the function, table function, so it will go and print in the nice table format. Okay, so how many functions I have here? 1 2 3 4 5 6, means how many entries I want to print. So 6 entries here, and 1 2 3 4 5 6 entries here as well. This program is good. I can come out and now I can run this. So you will see now that we are getting the output in nice table format. Okay. Now if you compare it, so if I want to compare it, this output is also good, informative, but first of all, it's a bulk output, and second thing is that it is not in the table format, or it is not in good format like this. Now this output, you can go and you can open your notepad and you can save here like this. Okay, and again, if you want to filter something, we can go and filter, but yeah, we're getting nice output here. Now again, we can go back to the help, and what other things we have that you can go and explore. So now you can go and attach, you can do the detach of devices, you can attach the devices, you can have the template list. That's the one thing. The second thing here is that suppose if you want to improve the program, so we have copied the program and I want to add one of my API, correct? So for that, how we can do it? Again, you have to edit and you have to do manual work first. So you have to create a program. Let me show you that how you can do it. So device list and the function I have starting from here. So I will go and copy this in my notepad, or maybe in my Sublime. So let me open that. So I open my editor and let me go down, table list for. So up to here, you can see that I can go and put. Now we should follow the indentation, otherwise it will go and throw an error. So this time, instead of device list, if you want to get some, say, control plane information, and for that I have an API running here. You can see that I want control connection information for this particular device, correct? Now in the API, instead of device, what you can print, so you can go and give that information. So where I have my subline, here you can see. So the base URL is up to here, and if you go and check the API that we are calling, so I can go and give this like this, correct? So should use like this, and seems that it is coming twice. All right, so this is the function, the output actually I'm looking for. Now we have to go and change this table entry. Now just for the sake of simplicity, I'll print only 2, but likewise you can go and print whatever you want, correct? So let me go and delete up to here, say host name and the device type. So what we'll do that we want to get the data. What data? Let's take it. A V device name is one and system IP. So I'll go and print only these two things. Now in header you can give any name, but let me use the same here. And then you have the system IP, so you want to print the next thing that will be the system IP. I'll write here, but the thing is that here in header we can give anything, but in the item you should give exactly whatever the keyword I have here. So I can go there and I can print it. So now our program is ready. I can go here and copy. The program is control dash info. Let's go here and I want to add it. I'll go and make some space. I'll add here. You should have the correct indentation, otherwise it will never work. So everything is the same line, and that's why I am using the sublime. So it will take this as it is. Now finally, if I scroll down, I need to add the function here. So I can go here and add, say, CLI, add the command, and what is that? That is control info. Okay, so now we are good. I can save this. I can come out, and first of all we'll check the help function. Now if any problem is there in help, it will go and tell, oh, this line you have this problem. So here you can see the control is not defined. That's the error it is throwing. Again we can go and check. So why this problem? Here you can see that click command and then the device list. We started like this. Oops, seems that I haven't pasted that output here. I can't see. Okay, never mind. So we'll go back to the place and I can go and copy this. I can paste here and let's see, control info. So that's the problem actually we have. Should use underscore because it was not taking this as a whole. So let me quickly check that I should not do the duplication of the configuration. So I have one control info here and that's it seems. So here it's okay that you can go the underscore or the dash in between. It will take. Now let's check. So now again, we have put the code and now we are checking. I can go back here and then we can put control info, and now that particular block will run. So now it is retrieving the information, and here you can see that we have successfully converted the API into the Python table format. So it is telling you the device name your and the system name your. Alright, so this is the way that we can go and perform the lab task. Now I will show you that how you can go and build your lab. So Python integration with the API. So for that, I have the lab topology like this, and then I have my network automation here. Now before starting this, let me go and show you the configuration that we have that I want to use. And for that, you can go and check the link here. Here you can do the Google search, getting started with Cisco SD-WAN API. And what I can do here that I can go and copy and paste this directly. So let me start this. So from here I'm copying and pasting. Now please read it carefully. There are some requirements that we need to have. We need some sort of pip installed packages or some other requirements. So there's one file called requirement.txt. You should go there and verify that. I'll go here and create my program, say abc.py. I'll paste that, control O, enter, and control X. And if I want, I can go and check this program. So abc.py, here you can see that you need to import these functions. Oops, and there are so many things. So let me again go back. Again, I have to show you cat abc.py. Okay, so this is the program that you can go and refer once. All right, so now what we can do here is that we can check the options that we have. And before checking the option, what it is telling that you go and set the environment variable. So you have to set it. Now I can go and give my vmanage IP. So I have my vmanage connected. Then I can go and give the port number as it is. So you can go and give the port number. My username is the same and the password is bit different. Password is admin. Now once I have my username and password set, now again I can go and check the help. So you can go and verify the help. This time it will tell you that what options you have. Now if I'm looking for the network device list, so I can go here and check the device list. Now the program will run and it will tell that what devices I have. At the moment it is throwing an error. It is telling the site ID is not a key. So I will go here and check my program. Why this site ID is not working inside this subfunction, that is a device list, and the API used with the URL is the devices. Now I can go down here and I can check the header. Now when we are talking about this API, before showing how to correct it, I'll go and use the same API function. So what it is telling that you can go here. Let me make some space here. You can go here and you can use the API call devices. So this is the API I'm using, and I can go and use the 8443 as well. All right. I'm getting some error that it is not giving the value that I'm looking for. And oops, you can see. So this is the correct API, that is the data service and device. Now, once you get this output here, you can see that you have the header information and then you have the data. Now this data that we have here, so here you can see that we have the header, and I should not use like this. So let me go out and come back. So how you're going to pass this information is important, because once we do for one of the function, then we can easily do for other functions as well. So I have the header informations like this, and I am getting one error related to site ID. So at this moment, I'll go and remove the site ID. Somehow the program is not able to read the site ID. So I'll go and remove the site ID first. And the output here, you can see that what will happen, the header and then the for loop will run. So we have the output in the JSON format. Whatever things, means whatever keywords that we are taking from here. So these are the keywords, and you can go and put these keywords there in the program. In the same format, they will go and print it. And since we are using the tabulate, that's the function, table function, so it will go and print in the nice table format. Okay, so how many functions I have here? 1 2 3 4 5 6, means how many entries I want to print. So 6 entries here, and 1 2 3 4 5 6 entries here as well. This program is good. I can come out and now I can run this. So you will see now that we are getting the output in nice table format. Okay. Now if you compare it, so if I want to compare it, this output is also good, informative, but first of all, it's a bulk output, and second thing is that it is not in the table format, or it is not in good format like this. Now this output, you can go and you can open your notepad and you can save here like this. Okay, and again, if you want to filter something, we can go and filter, but yeah, we're getting nice output here. Now again, we can go back to the help, and what other things we have that you can go and explore. So now you can go and attach, you can do the detach of devices, you can attach the devices, you can have the template list. That's the one thing. The second thing here is that suppose if you want to improve the program. So we have copied the program and I want to add one of my API, correct? So for that, how we can do it? Again, you have to edit and you have to do manual work first. So you have to create a program. Let me show you that how you can do it. So device list and the function I have starting from here. So I will go and copy this in my notepad, or maybe in my Sublime. So let me open that. So I open my editor and let me go down, table list for. So up to here, you can see that I can go and put. Now we should follow the indentation, otherwise it will go and throw an error. So this time, instead of device list, if you want to get some, say, control info, control plane information. And for that, I have one API running here. You can see that I want control connection information for this particular device, correct? Now, in the API, instead of device, what you can print, so you can go and give that information. So where I have my subline, here you can see. So the base URL is up to here, and if you go and check the API that we are calling, so I can go and give this like this, correct? So should use like this, and seems that it is coming twice. All right, so this is the function, the output actually I'm looking for. Now we have to go and change this table entry. Now just for the sake of simplicity, I'll print only 2, but likewise you can go and print whatever you want, correct? So let me go and delete up to here, say host name and the device type. So what we'll do, that we want to get the data. What data? Let's take it. A V device name is one and system IP. So I'll go and print only these two things. Now in header you can give any name, but let me use the same here. And then you have the system IP, so you want to print the next thing, that will be the system IP. I'll write here, but the thing is that here in header we can give anything, but in the item you should give exactly whatever the keyword I have here. So I can go there and I can print it. So now our program is ready. I can go here and copy. The program is control dash info. Let's go here and I want to add it. I'll go and make some space. I'll add here. We should have the correct indentation, otherwise it will never work. So everything is the same line, and that's why I am using the subline. So it will take this as it is. Now finally, if I scroll down, I need to add the function here. So I can go here and add, say, CLI, add the command, and what is that? That is control info. Okay, so now we are good. I can save this. I can come out, and first of all we'll check the help function. Now if any problem is there in help, it will go and tell, oh, this line you have this problem. So here you can see the control is not defined. That's the error it is throwing. Again, we can go and check. So why this problem? Here you can see that click command and then the device list. We started like this. Oops, seems that I haven't pasted that output here. I can't see. Okay, never mind. So we'll go back to the place and I can go and copy this. I can paste here and let's see, control info. So that's the problem actually we have. Should use underscore because it was not taking this as a whole. So let me quickly check that I should not do the duplication of the configuration. So I have one control info here and that's it seems. So here it's okay that you can go the underscore or the dash in between. It will take. Now let's check. So now again we have put the code and now we are checking. I can go back here and then we can put control info and now that particular block will run. So now it is retrieving the information and here you can see that we have successfully converted the API into the Python table format. So it is telling you the device name your and the system name your. Alright, so this is the way that we can go and perform the lab task. In section 3.4, we have to understand that how we can use the skills of Ansible to configure our iOS XE devices. Now, before doing the lab and understanding the concept, let's go and do the revision or quick review of how this Ansible work. What are the important concepts inside the Ansible? At this point of time, we know that we have Ansible, we have Puppet and Chef. Ansible is something you can think as a agentless, means you don't need agents to install to the remote server from where you want to take the configuration or from where you want to do the interaction. Ansible is open source, agentless, simple, wide adoption. It is used for configuration management, orchestration, and deployment. Now, the use for Ansible is really huge. And not only that, Ansible is supporting Cisco devices, but it is supporting n number of different vendors and devices. How Ansible interacting? Here you can see in the diagram that you have the user, you have the Ansible, you can think that Ansible library that is termed as an Ansible controller. So inside the controller, you have the Ansible CFG file. You can go and create inventory, playbook modules, correct? Now, these modules are something that there are so many inbuilt module, and if you know the coding, you can create your modules as well. Now, via SSH, obviously the username password, we can push the configuration, get the configuration, and we can execute certain commands. Now, all these labs, again, with respect to iOS XE, we are going to see in upcoming video. Using Ansible, what are the terms we have? So the terms that we need to learn are the playbook, inventory, the YAML, obviously the data model is YAML, the Jinja 2 ad hoc commands, templates, etc. Now, when we go and do the lab, you'll find that we are going to run the Ansible playbook, and then obviously we have our file. The file we are going to save or create as YML extension, and then uh, as per our inventory, we are going to execute the playbooks. Correct. So you will see in the lab, and that all these things will be very much clarified in the lab, in upcoming lab. You'll understand more and more. So here you can see that you have the ansible.cfg file. This also I will show you that how this CFG look like when we'll do the lab. It is there in the etc slash ansible slash ansible dot configuration, where you have the configuration related default setting, and if you want to do certain change, you can do that change, but you should know that what changes you want to do. Likewise, we are going to create our own inventory as well. So inventory of devices where I may have routers, switches, and then certain variables related to routers and switches. So this also you will see in the lab section. We have so many inbuilt modules, and we can write our own modules as well. Correct. So here you can see the number of modules and increasing with release. So 2.4 has something 465. 2.7 has 671. So these modules are getting increased. Now, if you want to simply execute the command, we have this ad hoc commands as well that we can go and run. But what we are going to do is we are going to run the playbook. Okay, then we have the concept of playbook. This is actually important because the playbook that we are going to execute, they have the YAML extension, and we'll see we have so many examples to understand. So we'll go and check the contents of the playbook, and once you run it, you'll find the playbook has certain areas, and then you have the task defined inside the playbook. It will run and it will give you the output. We have Jinja 2 template as well. Now this Jinja 2 template further enhance the modeling capability, including native conflictlets. Jinja 2 templates have access to the Ansible variables and implement many filters and tests. That's the key actually. So we have the variable inside the Ansible, and to simplify the variables and call, we are using Jinja 2 template. Okay, and again you can see the example here you have in the right hand side. All right, so these are the basics related to Ansible, and this slide you can think as a summary slide. So when you have the Ansible program, you can see that you have the Ansible, you can define the host. Obviously you have the ansible.cfg file, and then you can create your task inside the playbook. So you want to check the iOS interface configuration, a number of YAML file or configurations I have that I can go and do it. We'll see in the upcoming session. So how I break this Ansible 3.4 section is that first of all there is one video, that upcoming video, where you will learn that how you can install these inside CentOS. So I will go to the Ansible main website. There you can go and check the process to install it over various operating system. For example, you will see over CentOS. And in next recording, I'll show you the actual 3.4 lab where I will run these playbooks with respect to iOS XE inside the GNS3. Okay, so since both of the videos are informative, first one is that you can go and check other aspect as well, other operating system as well. So you can go and install it. You will learn some basics about how to install it. And next, obviously, we'll go and do it in the iOS XE device. So go and watch two videos, two upcoming lab videos. The second one is very much relevant to section 3.4. You can go to the following link and you will get the instruction that how you can install the Ansible. So let me log in to this particular site. Let me open this URL and let's see how we can install. No login required for this particular site, means you don't need username and password. Simply you can go and open the URL. Once you open that, you can see here that we have the installation guide. Inside that installation guide, you can see that we can install it over various Linux versions like Red Hat, Debian, CentOS, macOS, etc. It is very important to note that currently Ansible can be run from any machine with Python version 2.7 or 3.5 and higher installed. Windows isn't support for the control node. So any Linux machine who having the Python version more than 2.7 or 3.5, they can run the Ansible. There is no problem. And you can see here, say step by step, you can go and check for different Linux flavors like Fedora, uh, Red Hat, CentOS, all these things. You can see that how you can install it. So I can go, I can do sudo yum install Ansible, because in our workstation, in our lab, we have CentOS. The easiest way to install nowadays is to use the pip command. So let me go down and show you that pip command as well. You can see preferred way Ansible in the Mac OS is the pip command. So we can use pip to install it. If we are using macOS, most of the time people nowadays are using macOS, so you can install that with the pip command, no problem. Let me scroll down so you can see other important informations as well. All right. Solaris and Arc and Slackware. So all these options are there. Just visit that particular URL and then you can see all those things. So since we are using the CentOS and already I have installed that Ansible, so we can go and use that. But anyways, let me show you that how you can go and install over CentOS. Mostly nowadays people are using macOS, so there also, even if other flavors are there, you can Fedora or other, you can see the installation, how you can install it. So here I am inside the CentOS. You can see the release, CentOS Linux version 7, CentOS Fedora core, like this, and how you can install Ansible, although it is already installed here, but we can use install Ansible. Okay, this is the way that you can go and install it. So while you are installing it, it's very important that you check the process and all. Transaction check succeed, running update. Now you can see that Python 2.7, the Ansible version also we can go and check, that is 2.4, the latest one. And what are the other things we have here, we can see. So if I go up, it is installing the package. If I scroll down, you can see the Python packages 2.4.1 and all the dependency and the requirements. Done. So now what I can do here, I can go and check Ansible and say version 2.4.2. We have the configuration file here, the configuration module, the location. You can see the user library Python 2.7 site package Ansible, and related information we have. Even if you want to know more about this, you can always go to Ansible and help, that you can go and check whatever parameters we have related to Ansible and other stuffs. And finally, if you want to run, you can go and run Ansible playbook and we can see the version. I should give playbook and the version. Alright, so we are running 2.4.0. How to install? It's very easy. You can go and refer the site, and once it is installed, then we can go and play around with this. This is the second lab video where we are going to do the Ansible lab with respect to iOS XE. So let's do it. Now before doing that, you should install the Ansible inside this operating system. This is the operating system. This is the Ubuntu operating system. And now if you want to check that, you can go and check the OS release. So here you can see that this is the Ubuntu one, and you should go and install the Ansible. So I can go and install the Ansible like this because I have already installed it. So it is showing that it is installed. Now what about the lab? Here you can see the lab section. I have my automation where I have installed the Ansible, and then I have on CSR device where I want to check the configuration. This CSR device that we have here, I can go and I can show you the interface IP brief. Here you can see that we have the IP address, and I should have reachability. So I should go and ping. That is also there. Great. So what I have done, for this demo purpose, for this lab purpose, I created one folder called Ansible, and inside that you can see that I have a certain program. So first of all, I want to show you my inventory. That's the host file. Now here you can see that the host file, I have switches, I have Cisco devices, Cisco variable. Now, I already enabled the SSH capability inside my CSR with the username admin and password admin. The device host name is CSR and the IP is this, correct? So this is very much done. Now the first lab I want to show you is the how you can go and change the host name. Now here is the program. It's a very simple one. It will go and check the host as a Cisco. Here you can see host as a Cisco where I have the CSR. Gather the fact false, the connection is local. What you want? I will go and change the host name from CSR1 to R1 new. So how we can run this program? We can go and run the Ansible playbook. Say Ansible playbook. And what's the playbook name? Say change host name YML. And then I can give the inventory that we have as host. So now here you can see that playbook is running, and here you can see that play, and then the task. What is the task? Change the host name. CSR. So it is changing the host name. This is okay. Change equal to 1. That means it is successful, and it changed the name to 1 because change counter is 1. Now because already the name has changed, so now the change is 0. Correct? Now if I go to the CSR and if I press enter, you can see the name from CSR1, it got changed to R1, R new. Correct? So that was the configuration, and here we have taken just one small example related to configuration. Let me show you a few more examples. So for example, if you want to gather the fact, then again you can go and do the Ansible. So let me run the playbook facts, and then I want to use host. Now you can run this program. You will not see much information because this is executed and is done. But suppose if you want to see more and more information, so you can go and check the verbose output. Now I'm running the verbose output, and you're seeing this output in this format where you have the output that is actually very difficult to read, but you can see the output here. You can go and use 2 times V as well and 3 times V as well. So in this case, what we can do that we can go and check what options we have related to checking the output. So now when I have used V 3 times, then you can see that the output we can read is very much that we can understand as well, correct? So here you can see that the Ansible facts, the IPv4 address, that's correct. These are the IPv4 addresses, and IPv6 we are not using. Then I can go scroll down. You can see the other informations as well. The file system info, the IPv4 address to the gig1 interface. Then I can scroll down and you can see the protocol, line protocol, then gig2 interface. Now we are getting the output in the correct format. Okay. Now how you can check these help? So you can go to Ansible doc and then you can check the help function. Here you can see this help is actually a small -h. Now you can see that you have multiple options here as well. So here you can see that verbose. Like that you can go and verify. If you are looking for the version of Ansible, you can go and check the version as well, that is 2.9.10, and the Python version also you can see here. All the locations also you can go and check. Okay, so these are very important aspects related to Ansible that we are checking and verifying here. And if I go back again, so we have checked our lab related to change the host name and gather facts as well. We have the host file as well. Then I have two more. One is to see the version. So let me show you the version command. If you want to check the version again, I can go and run the Ansible playbook version for hosts and www, correct? So now you will get the output, and here you have this output. This is simply telling show version in the device, and then you have the output that we are getting in the show version output. Okay, great stuff. Now finally I have one more program. I want to show you that if you want to do certain configuration changes as well, you can do it. So for example, I have a SNMP program that will go and run these things. I'll do small edit here so you can understand how you can do the edit as well. I can go here and I can go to this particular file, that is snmp.yml, and these commands that we are giving here as a Ansible public and private, I can go and give my public and my private. Let's save this and then we'll run this program. So this Ansible playbook and then the snmp.yml, we are giving host and enter. So now what is happening that it will go and do the SNMP related configuration, that is one time. Now if I go back to my CSI device and if I go and check show run section SNMP, you can see that my public, my private, correct? So this is the way that you can go and execute the command. You can see that we have done various operations. So for example, doing the configuration, changing the host name, checking the version, the facts, etc. So it's easy to use, and this particular playbook, as per our host, whatever list of host we have, it will go and execute all the command to all the host in the parallel manner at the same time. Okay. All right. So let's stop here. Now we reach to 3.5. Till 3.7, we have same type of concept that we need to understand. In 3.5, we have to understand the subscription for model-driven telemetry. In this example, we have iOS XE, but that's true for iOS XR and other projects as well. CLI, netconf, restconf versions. Compare publication and subscription for telemetry model, what is periodic, what is on change, and finally that while we are using the telemetry, we are using the model driven programming, then how it is going to help us in the troubleshooting. Now all these topics are interrelated, so I have planned to cover it in same series of videos that we are going to follow up. So let's start with model-driven telemetry inside iOS XE. Now before that, if you want to know about the history, that already we have the SNMP method to get the network related information, but still why we are preferring the model-driven structured programming environment or programming related option to get all those information. We'll see that in upcoming slides. You'll understand what's the actual advantage we have with the model driven telemetry. Now what is happening in case of SNMP? You can see that SNMP MIPS, they're quite fixed, means It's very difficult to write your own MIP because they are vendor locked, first of all. Second thing, that they are lacking security, they are lacking a skill, and again, they are not complete, means they are not giving all the outputs that we are looking for. Now, when we are talking about SNMP pool, you can see here that the polling method in SNMP is that you have several servers, and then inside the box itself, you have SNMP MIB, that is with the operating system, and then whenever you're requiring, you are sending the request, and then the device, they are processing that and giving the response, correct? Now you will find that some places, if you have so many SNMP servers configured for a given device, and all the time device is busy sending all the responses for all the requests, so you may have high CPU due to SNMP, and there are chances that high congestion, say for example in high congestion network, where you want to use your bandwidth for your data transfer, not for only for your management, correct? So these are the cases you have. First of all, you have restriction, you are locked, and second thing, that inefficient use of bandwidth as well. Now again, the push versus pull method, that SNMP pull method is bit traditional, and the telemetry is push method, that is very much fast. We'll see that the timer even improve drastically, where you have the telemetry timer is 5 seconds, SNMP that may go to 300 seconds or 5 minutes. So there is a huge difference in the timing. Now why we want this new model? Speed and scale. It's really fast. We'll see later on when we'll go and run the API. The result that we'll get from the API, it will be faster. If you want to do the same thing even with the CLI, it will take time, because you're writing some command, again it will go to the processor, then it will send the request inside, and then the output will come. So it's actually fast, and scale is there. It has quick fault isolation, open source appliances, near real time data availability. Now the summary of this is that we are moving to digital world, where the speed is very important, first thing. Second thing, the data, the amount of data. So now you have to process the volume of data, and that much volume of data, if you use the traditional method to uh, get the result or get the troubleshooting options or get the uh, device specific alerts, it is time consuming and it's not scalable. Now for the digital environment, you need something which is capable enough, something which can understand machine to machine interaction rather than any third vendor in between that. And it should be very fast, automated, and it should be very light actually in the operating system or in the CPU. So while sending n number of requests, still your load in the CPU should be less, and you can send parallel request as well. Okay. Now here in the diagram, you can see that you have Grafana, you have Elastic, you have big data. Means you can connect. So you can take the input from the device, and we'll see that later on, and then you can send for further processing, further analytic to these type of maybe cloud hosted or maybe in premises analyzing tools. Now if you want to use Elastic, they are giving 14 days trial version. It's free, you don't need to give your credit card information. You can go and use Elastic. Inside that, again, you can get Kibana, and there are so many other plugins that you can enable and check. All right, so what's the benefit we have with the model driven programming? We can get either periodic or on change alerts or information. It is a structured data because it is going to use model driven Yang model behind the scene. So it's a structure, it's scalable and less load on CPU, correct? Now we have the methods, say for example, SNMP, syslog, netflow, but if you go and compare, you'll find that they don't have any structured data model, first of all, and they are not capable that the Yang models are. Within Yang model, you can do each and everything. There's no restriction. Now again, this model-driven programming here you can see, and this is actually very important slide that we have. Let's learn more in this slide. So if you go and check this slide, you'll find that model-driven programming, you have your network devices in the bottom, and then you have the programmable interface. You can think this as an API, application programmable interface, and then you have the telemetry engine. Now we are sending this to the collector. Later we'll discuss more about the subscription and the collector. Now this collector, you can send this over the Elastic, over Grafana, Kibana, Splunk, Gangula, etc. So there are so many good collectors where you can send your real-time information, real-time data. They can do the analysis and they can give you the nice graph as well. So for example, you can send the data to the Elastic, and then Kibana, you can go and check the graphs, correct? Now again, you can see that while we are doing the model-driven programming, still we have option for SNMP. SNMP, uh, you can use it, and slowly if you want to move from SNMP to the latest telemetry model, you can move, correct? So here you can see that we have the open native operational Yang model, netconf is a protocol, and then you have the external plugin. Okay, so far we have discussed that what's the advantage we have with the model driven programming. It's actually advantageous, and then we are going to plug in this data model. So here you can see the data model with the netconf. One of the best example for netconf plus data model is the Cisco SD-WAN. Cisco SD-WAN uses netconf. Behind the scene, if you go and check the programmable things, you'll find that they are following the format. So we have the format options. So for example, the encoding methodology is JSON, the protocol is netconf, the transportation protocol is SSH, correct? Now here you can see that how this program look like. So we have this model driven programming, or you can think that MDT is a model driven telemetry. So you are importing some definitions from MDT. Again, you are importing, and then you have the organization, content, description, etc. Uh, I will point you the link where you will get all the Yang data models program that is combined in a single place. Cisco is putting all those information publicly inside the GitHub. We can go and have a reference. Again, you can just check the definition how this program look like. So here the RPC we have, and then if you go and read this, you have the XMLNS, and then you have the netconf as a program, then establish the subscription. What is subscription will learn in upcoming session. Event notification, Yang push. So the structure is something that you have the model driven program, then you may have uh, encoding, you may have transport, you may have protocol. A protocol netconf, then transport can be SSH or any other, maybe TLS. The encoding is XML and JSON. Model is Yang, and there are so many, not so many, but there is a number that we can count for the Yang model. Cisco has their own structure, or Cisco can use their own structure, or Cisco can borrow from the standard one as well. Both options are there. So what Cisco has done in Cisco ACI, that Cisco hasn't used the uh, whatever standard is there. So for example, industrial standard Yang model, rather than Cisco has used their own model driven program in Cisco ACI. Okay, so let me quickly go to the next slide so I can show you a few more. Now here you can see that you have young model data and then you have the XML payload. Somewhere you will find this payload as a JSON. Here you can see the standard body. We have OpenConfig, IETF, IEEE, Cisco. Again, in Cisco ACI, Cisco has used their own data model, but Cisco can use OpenConfig, IETF, IEEE. It's up to the vendors that what they want to use. I told you that you can go and check the data models here. So you can go to this GitHub. You can go and check the Yang model. You can go and check the OpenConfig as well. Again, how within the box it is working. So now with the new operating system in the Cisco IOS XE, you'll find this Yang models are embedded. That is their build. But suppose if it is not there, then you can go and update or upload as well. Okay, so best option is this, that you upgrade the image and you will get all these options inside the operating system. If you want to understand more about the Yang hierarchy, then you can go and use this software suitable for MacBook, OmniGraph. Now here you can see that you have the model driven telemetry operational data, then the connection, subscription, stream, subconnection, receivers, containers, and like that. This is again the structure, and we need not to worry to memorize that what is the hierarchy and the structure. What we should do, that how we can go and enable the telemetry in my box, then how I can send those information uh, to the engine or to the analytic engine, so for example Elastic or others, where they can go and analyze my data. So how you can enable the feature on your box and how you can send those data to the collector to do the further analysis. That's the important thing that we should learn. Next important topic we have about the network subscription. Let's try to understand that how we can subscribe a service, and obviously this particular section we have follow-up section with the lab. So in the lab we'll understand more about the subscription and how with the push method the telemetry works. So here you can see that the subscription is a contract between the subscription service and the subscriber. So the subscriber is there and the service is there, correct? Obviously, we have the collector as well, where we can go and analyze everything. We'll check this in the lab. So we have one complete lab, and I'll show you that how you can access the lab and how you can book the lab and perform the lab task in the Cisco developer site. Now, again, we have the subscription and then the publication is there. The important point here is, and we have already uh, covered this in the previous section, that we have the Yang model. We have a structured data, and that's the key. I will discuss this in the last slide for this particular session. The encoding method, we have either XML, JSON, and the push method that we have can be periodic, can be on change. Let us understand more about this subscription methodology. So here you can see that it can be periodic, it can be on change. And there is difference between periodic and on-change. In periodic, we have regular cascades sends a complete object set every time. Means periodically you are sending the data. On-change, something like whenever the change is there, whenever it is required, then it will send the data. So periodic, you can see that certain time interval, the data has been sent. Now, either it's a periodic or on change, we need to subscribe the model driven telemetry. So here you can see that we have the subscription, and for subscription, we should have the reply message as well. So let's understand. And one of the key point here, and you will find this all the time, is that XPath filter. Even whenever we have to do certain subscription, whenever we are doing the push methodology, we are using the XPath filter, because XPath filter define the data object to which you want to subscribe. Again, in the lab, you will see that suppose if I want to subscribe high CPU or high memory and those type of information, then I can use the XPath filter to push those information. Okay, and again, with the XPath filter, so first of all, here you can see that you have XPath filter and then you have the period. So period is in centiseconds between push update containing the subscribed information. Great. Whenever you do the subscription, obviously you will get the reply. So switch reply with the notification and the subscription ID. Here you can see NOTIF notification bis, okay, and then the subscription ID. Remember, either this is periodic or on change. Both the cases, obviously you have the subscription ID. You can go and verify the subscription as well. We'll see that how you can verify from the CLI. Again, in the XML format, you can see that we can go and check the MDT subscription that can be verified. Now, the second option we have is the on change subscription. So whenever it is required, either a state configuration or identifier, we are getting the on change subscription. In this example, the XPath filter related to CDP iOS, and again with the dampening. So CDP neighbor with XPath and dampening period, you have the filter, what you want to push means what information you need, and then you are getting the notification and the subscription ID for that. Great. In the lab section, we'll go and check this show telemetry IETF subscription all. These results we are going to check in the lab section. Now again, we have the option to delete the subscription as well, because you don't want that information to pushed all the time. So you want to delete that. All right, so let's see the key difference between the telemetry and the SNMP. And these differences are actually the benefit. And this is actually huge. So you will see all the points, 7 to 8 point. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points listed here. And in these 8 points, it is clear that why we should prefer telemetry over SNMP. So here, point number 1, device stream data based on specified frequency or upon a state change. So we know that we have the periodic, we have on change. So it's not like SNMP that all the time you are pulling the information, rather than you have the push method that is lightweight to the processing process and cycle. Why this is lightweight, or why this is light on the device, you'll see the reason as well. So data is sent as soon as it is available, reducing the need to buffer. Again, in SNMP we have certain buffer time, maybe 5 minutes or 600 seconds. But here, whenever data is available, it will be pushed. No single large request for all data, unlike SNMP polling. Send incrementally, that's again the key. So you're not sending, so for example, all the data that you can think like RIF versus OSPF. RIF is sending the entire data, entire routing table, but link assist protocol, they are sending the updates. Something like it's lightweight, sending the incremental data rather than sending everything. Now, ability to distribute the telemetry source. Okay, subscription requests that we have discussed earlier. Again, the key important point here is the well-structured common format that is based on the YANG. It is secure, authenticated, reliable channel. Okay, so these are the important key features we have in the streaming telemetry, and we should encourage more to the streaming telemetry rather than the SNMP. Now, again, in the lab section, I'll show you that over GitHub, we have all these YANG models means if you can go and check the data models, their coding, etc. Asset management, system monitoring, feature monitoring, everything is there published as per the operating system. As per the release, you will find all these young models in the, you can see the below the GitHub link if you are able to see that. GitHub young model, young tree master vendor. You can go and check that. Even I'll show you that as well in the upcoming lab section. Again, if you want to learn more and more about Cisco DevNet, Cisco is providing the sandboxes and labs as well, even the videos, documents. Cisco is providing so many documents related to IOSXE. Because remember, the IOSXE is not only true for the routers. Now WLC also uses iOS XE, switches also uses iOS XE, DNA switches, DNA routers, they are also using iOS XE. Some of the IoT device also have the iOS XE. So this iOS XE is the key. Maybe in future you'll find that most of the infrastructure element they are using iOS XE devices. All right, so let's stop here and next section will perform the lab task. Welcome to the lab section. Now here you can see that I can go to the devnet sandbox.cisco.com. Here you can see that we have the iOS XRV 9000, the devnet box. That means we have the servers where we can perform the task, and actually I'm looking for the CSR 1000B. Now the question here that how you can book this lab, how you can reach to this lab. So for that, now you can go and check developer.cisco learning modules. Just go there and search the learning lab for iOS XE, the same lab that you are able to see here, enabling telemetry on iOS XE. Then you get the lab. In this lab, we have 6 sections. One is the summary. So enabling telemetry on iOS XE, status troubleshooting, TIG MDT Docker, Telegraph, InfluxDB. We'll discuss more in this lab. You can go here. Once you reach to this place, you will see that you have the prerequisite that introduction of model-driven telemetry. Already we know that what is model-driven telemetry and how it works. But for the lab section, if you go and click to this link, this model-driven telemetry sandbox, you will reach to this place. Now, once you reach to this place, what you have to do that at this place where you are seeing the activate, you will get a reserve option. So you go click here reserve, and after maybe 5 to 10 minutes, this will become activated. Now, activation means that you can go and use this lab. Now, once you have this get activated, then here you have this output. Once you click the output, then you will get the information for any connect. So here you can see the VPN information, what is the username, what is the password. So I need to go and connect to this VPN, then I will be able to log into the devices and perform the lab task. Correct? So let me quickly go there and do the VPN connection. All right, so I'm connected with my VPN, and then the device detail here you can see the username and the password. So what I can do here, I can go and connect with these username and the password. Say let me go and create one folder, telemetry, and inside that I can go and connect with the username and the password. So what is the username that we have? Let's go back and check that. So one IP we have 10.10.20.30, that I'm interested, and then 10.10.20.50. Great. So one is 10.10.20.30 SSH username and password I can give. Let me check if I'm able to log in. Oops, here it is. Yep. So I'm connected with 10.10.20.30, and likewise I want to connect with the server, that is 10.10.20.50. For that, username and password is different. Let me type the password and let me try to log in. All right, so we are almost there. Let me check the username and password for the DevNet box, that is 20.50, developer and Cisco 123C in a small. So one place C is in cap, one place that is in a small. All right. So now we are inside the CSR device and inside the server, correct? Let's follow the step that we have in the lab. I'm going to follow the same steps that we have. So we can go here. Once you logged in, what you want to do, that you can go and do the configuration related to telemetry. So telemetry, IETF subscription, encoding, and then this is important. This is the XPath filter, where I want to check the CPU iOS XE operational CPU usage utilization 5 seconds. Correct. Likewise, you can go and add multiple XPath filter, so CPU, memory, and any other type of XPath filter. Whatever information you will feed it here, you will get to the publisher. So whoever is the server where you are collecting the information, you can get the information. Now there are different type of servers. In this, we are using the Cisco lab server, but in production you can check the Elastic, and inside Elastic, so once you go and check that Elastic, in Elastic you have multiple options. We have Kafka as a messaging server, but there are Kibana where you can give the visual diagram and all. You should have the database plug-in. So what is the front end, back end, what is the messaging system? Everything should be connected, and then you have the Elastic, where not only you will get the information about your telemetry, but you can see that you have the n number of things that you can go and check over the Elastic. Okay, so have a look on Elastic, Kibana, Kafka, and others, and how you can utilize this in your production. That also you can debate with your management. So now what I want to do here, that I want to subscribe this here. You can see that I'm going to publish this at this IP with these port numbers. So let's do the configuration over the CSR device. So I can go to my CSR device here, and I can add those lines. Once we have those entries, then we can go to the next page. So telemetry status and the troubleshooting. Once you come to this page, uh, again we can SSH to the device and do the configuration, but we have these options, these verification options: show telemetry, IETF subscription all, subscription 101, subscription in detail. So we can go and verify those. If you want to delete the telemetry, you have that option, you can delete it as well. So let's go and do the verification. So we can go and check the telemetry and IETF, then the subscription. So we have the subscription and 101. You know that subscription is 101 and detail. So here you can see this is the server that is where I am doing the publishing, and you have the XPath filter, you have the stream, subscription ID, all the details we are getting, correct? Now if we have n number of subscription, Then you can go and check the brief as well rather than checking all the subscriptions. But we have this option of all as well. All right, so once you go and verify the subscription, then what you want to do next? Obviously, we should go log into the server and we'll see that the subscription that we have from the subscriber, what will be the outcome for that, correct? So next what we'll do, that we'll go inside the server, that's the Docker container we have. I have already logged in, and inside that we can go and verify it. So we can log into the server, and once we are inside the server, we can go and check the Docker PS. Then if you want to go and log into the TIG you can use the Docker exec command. So I'll show you all these steps that is written here, and then we can go and check the process as well inside that. So we have Telegraph, we have InfluxDB, we have Grafana server. Okay, where we want to go and verify all these information that we are sending from the CSR device or IOS device. Again, we can go and check the Telegraph conf, and inside Telegraph conf we can verify that the subscription is coming there or not. So let's log into the server that we actually already logged in and perform these commands. So we are here, and here I can go and check the Docker. So we have the BIOS start.sh that is running, and then if I want to go inside the TIG, then I can go to Docker and then exec, that is TIG and MGT. We have inside bin and bash. So here you can see that we log to the TIG MDT model driven telemetry. Once inside that, I can go and check the process. So we have the process that is running related to InfluxDB, related to Grafana and Telegraph. Now next we can go and check the subscription that we have done from the switch to here, correct? So for that I can use this command, that is cat root telegraph.conf. So even I can show you from here as well, or even if you want you can use more cat that is inside the root and telegraph.conf. So here you can see that the services that is coming from the Cisco MDT, and the log file we can go and check from the inside the telegraph.log. Just follow the steps that is given there in the Cisco developer page. Then we can go to the next where we have the telegraph log. We can go and check the telegraph log. Once we go and check that telegraph log, then finally we can go and check the InfluxDB, that's the database, and that will be the final thing that we want to do, correct? So let's go here and check the telegraph log, and if you go and check the log, so here you will get the information about the 10.10.20.30, the subscription, about the high CPU. Now again, if you want to see this in the database, then again you can go and log into the database and you can check that. So next I can go to influx, I can check show database, and all these commands I can go and actually run that. This command that you have in the bottom is some sort of query inside the database, and that will give you the time and the count of the CPU utilization. So let me scroll down. So we can go and check the database and all, but when we'll do the query, you will get the time and the count, correct? So let's log in inside the database and let's check the database, and then we'll do the query as well, correct? So we go to influx, type Control Z, and then you can go to influx, that's the database, and we can check that. That is, here you can see this, even the help page is also there, which is telling that what is the correct command to run, and the correct is show databases. So I should use show databases. Let me type here, and then we can go and use the rest of the commands and the query. So I want to copy the query as well. I want to use the Cisco MDT and then show measurements. Use Cisco MDT and then show measurements. Great. Once we complete up to that, then we have the final step to do. That's the query. So let me copy this as well. Show measurements. And here you can see we have CPU uses, CPU utilization that we want to check here, and then I can go and do the query. So you have the query. Now at this point of time, maybe you are thinking that why we are doing all these manual steps. Do we have any way that we can go and check the graphs and all? So the answer is this: yes, we can use Kibana. Even you can go and check the Elastic that I have already told you. There's a cloud-based reporting system where you can go and integrate with that Kafka, Kibana, and other servers where you can have your collector. In that you can have the visual representation of whatever we have seen in the CLI. Now here the main goal is this, that what configuration you are doing from the switch. If you are doing this configuration in the collector, how you can go and collect those information, correct? So now this collector is also not very straightforward, that in case of SNMP, you have SNMP server and there you are getting all the information and graphs. But you need some sort of collector who should understand the model driven telemetry, who should understand the who should have the database, who should have the messaging system, who should have the log server, and if you need visual representation, then that particular database, log servers, and messaging system should be integrated with the server where you can have the visualization. Okay, so do search Elastic and Kibana, and you will get good information about how you can do the visual representation of your telemetry inputs. Now we reach to section 3.8, that is last in this particular section. We have to learn, understand about day zero provisioning methods, iPXE, PNP, and ZTP. After this video, we have 3 follow-up video where we'll learn more about ZTP and PNP, or ZTP and PNP. So let's understand about day zero provisioning and iPXE. Now what we want, what company want, is ZTD, zero touch deployment. Now for zero touch deployment, what are the methods we should follow? Again, after this video, you have 3 videos related to ZTP and PNP where we have lab also. You can understand that without doing much on device, how that device will come into the production. That's the entire idea. Means maybe in branches, maybe in remote locations, you don't have skill engineers who can do the configuration, or you don't want even. So in those cases, someone can plug the device with the ISP and poof, the device will get the configuration, the image, it will up and running, it will join the fabric. That's the whole idea about the zero touch deployment, or ZTD. What we are doing at present before SD-WAN or before SDN solution is that new device plugin, software upgrade, initial configuration. You are getting the device from this Cisco or from the vendor, then if it is not up to date, it means that if the image is not new, you are upgrading the image, then obviously you are putting the license file, the pack files and all, you are upgrading the license as well. Then you are doing the configuration, whatever standard configuration you have, you're putting that, and then it is going to the operation, maintenance and t-shirt. So day 0, day 1 and day n is defined like this. So onboarding, service provisioning and the monitoring and analysis. But what is happening nowadays means in a modern era where we have the PNP, IPXC, ZTP, these methods and these type of technologies. So in this, what we are doing, that order of magnitude quicker automation, device bring. So at a time you can deploy n number of devices, just matter of plugging the device in the network and that's it. Day 1, again the automation friendly, flexible, predictable, model driven telemetry, secure bring up, all those things will be there. And again in terms of monitoring and analytics, so we have the push mechanism, consistent machine readable, high performance, real time. That means we are moving towards the digital environment where we have to process bulk amount of data, and if we want to connect our devices with big data or such type of analytic tools or such type of databases and analytics, then uh, it should be fast. So we can't use the traditional method, or it's not recommended or it's not supported as well nowadays, that you can use the traditional method to analyze the bulk amount of data. Rather than we can use the model driven telemetry, so the analysis and the troubleshooting and the recommendation will happen in phased manner or step by step. ZTP components, what we have IPXC and ZTP. ZTP will go and learn more. So now ZTP, but this is ZTD, zero touch deployment. Again, inside zero touch deployment, you have component like IPXC, ZTP and PNP, correct? So IPXC, let's focus on IPXC because coming three videos are related to ZTP and PNP. In IPXC also, the device is getting the configuration either from the various HTTP, HTTPS or TFTP server. It is resolving the DNS and DHCP as well. Now how it is supported? So iPXC is now open source boot firmware. And suppose if you know the Windows term or Microsoft term, that they come with the PXC environment where you have centralized PXC servers from where uh, all the Windows server, or at a time you can upgrade, or at a time you can spin actually n number of Windows server. That's the concept. So one place you have the image, and that image you can think as a distributed image that can be published or that can be pushed to n number of Windows server that is in the PXE, and then each and every servers at a time they will up and running. So the deployment will be very faster, automated with help of PXE. That is again used inside the Cisco environment with help of network. So how it is working? PXE supports management interface IPv4, IPv6, fully backward compatible with PXE, and again this is IPXE. PXE with several enhancement like boot from web server via HTTP, boot from local attached storage USB memory stick, control and boot process with a script and menus, DNS support. We have one flowchart starting. You want to obviously boot the system. So do you have a valid image? Yes, boot is started. Do you have valid image in USB? Yes. Then download and run the installer. Success, boot installed. No, then it will go to the PXE management link, because for PXE we need management link. Download and run the installer, successful, and boot install the image. Correct? So this is the process by which the PXE is working. Next video onwards, we'll learn more about the ZTP and PNP. We have multiple ways to configure the device. We have manual way and we have ZTP in VH and we have PNP, that is plug and play, in the CS devices. GTP is nothing but zero touch provisioning. So what is happening in this case, that at the moment you go and connect the device, it will take the automatic configuration and the device will come up and it will be the part of the fabric. That's the whole idea behind the ZTP. Means while you're doing the ZTP process, that's the zero touch provisioning, everything should be taken care by the Viptela fabric. Device will come and take the IP, take the configuration, take the image, and it will be operational. Okay, so let me try to explain this thing here. Let me try to draw and what are the steps involved here, although we have the separate diagram on the flow from where we can easily understand. So what is happening, first of all, you take the box. So once you have the box, say for example VH, and there is a specification that which particular interface you should connect VH with the ISP. So suppose I connect gig E0/2 to the VPN 0. Now what are the steps? What is going to happen? So this device is coming with default configuration. It has some default system configuration. It has some default VPN 0 configuration. If you go and check VPN 0 configuration that I will show you later on, you will see that inside VPN 0, they may have IP DHCP client, means they can take the IP from the ISP, and inside the system configuration you'll find that the vbond IP will direct towards ztp.viptela.com. So that means you should resolve ztp.viptela.com and you should get IP from DHCP to ZTP process to be completed. So that means that first thing you should do the power on the device, then it should take the DHCP and it should resolve the DNS. At that point of time, it will be redirected towards ztp.viptela.com, and from ztp.viptela.com, they will check the serial number and the chassis ID of this device, and then they will further redirect towards local vbond. So for example, local.vbond.com, whatever my organization vname is there. Now once we reach up to this point of time, again we know what vbond is doing. They are checking the serial number and chassis ID, and vEdge is checking the org name. But at this point of time, these devices don't have the system IP. So he will use the null IP 0000 IP to form the connection with the vbond. Once vbond will authenticate, he will redirect this, or he will offer the vmanage IP. Now as per the vmanage IP and configuration, so point number 6 or step number 6 will happen like this. So vmanage will try to establish the connection with the vEdge, and here we are pushing the template. So once these guys are authenticating with themselves, then suppose if the edge device is not up to mark in terms of the image or the software, so vmanage will push the image and update the image of the edge device. At the moment he will reboot, we know at the moment that the edge device will get rebooted, first of all he will try to contact with vmod always. So they will communicate with the vbond, and then again vbond. Now this time he has the system IP. So this time he will use the system IP, form the tunnel with vbond, and then again vbond will redirect or will offer the IP for the vmanage and vsmart. And finally you'll see by all the steps, by the end of that vmanage and vsmart has permanent connection with vEdge, and this vEdge having temporary or transient connection with vbond. So this tunnel will tear down and you have the permanent connection, and edge device will become the part of the fabric. So that will be the overall steps. Let me go and show you the same thing here. we have in the slides as well. So you should reach to the ztp.viptela.com, and these interfaces we are going to use VS1000. You should connect gigi00, VS2000 you should connect gigi2/0, then VH100 you should connect 0/4. And now here you can see the sequence of steps that is happening here. So power on the device. Once you power on the device, they will go and resolve the DNS. They will get the IP, resolve the DNS. They will try to contact ztp.viptela.com. From there, it will get redirected to vBond. They will form the connection with vBond, then with the vmanage. Then device will get rebooted. Again, they will form the connection with the vMon. Then again, it will go and form the connection with vmanage. At this point of time, we should push the template from the vmanage to the VS device. And these are the detailed steps you have. So you can go and read out these steps. Whatever we have discussed, same steps from 1 to 11 we have. One point to note here is that while you are doing the ZTP process, you should uh, push the configuration, device template configuration from your vmanage to the S device. Otherwise, the ZTP will get failed. Okay, so what I'm going to do here I'm going to log into the device, or let's break here, let's stop here, and next section I will show you the ZTP process in detail while logging the device. We have multiple ways to configure the device. We have manual way, and we have ZTP in VH, and we have PNP, that is plug and play, in the CS devices. GTP is nothing but zero touch provisioning. So what is happening in this case, that at the moment you go and connect the device, it will take the automatic configuration and the device will come up and it will be the part of the fabric. That's the whole idea behind the ZTP. Means while you're doing the ZTP process, that's the zero touch provisioning, everything should be taken care by the Viptela fabric. Device will come and take the IP, take the configuration, take the image, and it will be operational. Okay, so let me try to explain this thing here. Let me try to draw and what are the steps involved here, although we have the separate diagram on the flow from where we can easily understand. So what is happening, first of all, you take the box. So once you have the box, say for example VH, and there is a specification that which particular interface you should connect VH with the ISP. So suppose I connect gig E0/2 to the VPN 0. Now what are the steps? What is going to happen? So this device is coming with default configuration. It has some default system configuration. It has some default VPN 0 configuration. If you go and check VPN 0 configuration that I will show you later on, you will see that inside VPN 0, they may have IP DHCP client, means they can take the IP from the ISP, and inside the system configuration you'll find that the vBond IP will direct towards ztp.viptela.com. So that means you should resolve ztp.viptela.com and you should get IP from DHCP to ZTP process to be completed. So that means that first thing you should do the power on the device, then it should take the DHCP and it should resolve the DNS. At that point of time, it will be redirected towards ztp.viptela.com, and from ztp.viptela.com, they will check the serial number and the chassis ID of this device, and then they will further redirect towards local vbond. So for example, local.vbond.com, whatever my organization vname is there. Now once we reach up to this point of time, again we know what vbond is doing. They are checking the serial number and chassis ID, and vEdge is checking the org name. But at this point of time, these devices don't have the system IP. So he will use the null IP 0000 IP to form the connection with the vbond. Once vbond will authenticate, he will redirect this, or he will offer the vmanage IP. Now, as per the vmanage IP and configuration, so point number 6 or step number 6 will happen like this. So vmanage will try to establish the connection with the vEdge, and here we are pushing the template. So once these guys are authenticating with themselves, then suppose if the edge device is not up to mark in terms of the image or the software, so vmanage will push the image and update the image of the edge device. At the moment he will reboot, we know at the moment that the edge device will get rebooted, first of all he will try to contact with vmod always. So they will communicate with the vbond, and then again vbond. Now this time he has the system IP. So this time he will use the system IP, form the tunnel with vbond, and then again vbond will redirect or will offer the IP for the vmanage and vsmart. And finally you'll see by all the steps, by the end of that vmanage and vsmart has permanent connection with vEdge, and this vEdge having temporary or transient connection with vbond. So this tunnel will tear down and you have the permanent connection, and edge device will become the part of the fabric. So that will be the overall steps. Let me go and show you the same thing here we have in the slides as well. So you should reach to the ztp.viptela.com, and these interfaces we are going to use VS1000. You should connect gigi00, VS2000 you should connect gigi2/0, then vEdge 100 you should connect 0/4. And now here you can see the sequence of steps that is happening here. So power on the device. Once you power on the device, they will go and resolve the DNS. They will get the IP, resolve the DNS. They will try to contact ztp.viptela.com. From there it will get redirected to vbond. They will form the connection with vbond, then with the vmanage, then device will get rebooted. Again they will form the connection with the vmod, then again it will go and form the connection with vmanage. At this point of time we should push the template from the vmanage to the vEdge device, and these are the detailed steps you have. So you can go and read out these steps, whatever we have discussed, same steps from 1 to 11 we have. One point to note here is that while you are doing the ZTP process, you should push the configuration, device template configuration, from your vmanage to the edge device. Otherwise, the ZTP will get failed. Okay. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to log into the device, or let's break here. Let's stop here. And next section, I will show you the ZTP process in detail while logging the device. Now I'm going to show you the ZTP process, how this look like. Let me quickly show you the default configuration that the device is shipped with. So if we go and check show run system, here you can see that the system-wide configuration is pointing towards ztp.viptela.com. And if we go and check the VPN 0 configuration, so we are ready to get the IP from the ISP. All right, so here we have these basic configuration. What we need to do, that we need to go and kick off this process. So we understand and we see each and every step. What I'll do, that I will do the monitor start for the syslog, so we can see whatever things that is happening over the screen. And here you can see at the moment we don't have IP over any of the VPN interface, but we have the management IP from where we logged into the device. All right, so what we have to do, that we should go and push the template from the vmanage. So let me quickly log into the vmanage dashboard. Here you can see you have the configuration and the template. We have the inbuilt templates here that I can go and use. Here you can see that device attach is 0. So let's go and attach the device. We can confirm that this is the chassis ID that we want to attach, and that can be confirmed from the vManage dashboard. Now, if you know these variables, and later on we'll discuss about that how we can do the how we can create the feature template and how we can create the CLI template. Those things we can discuss. But if you know these things, you can go and put these values, like click edit template, and you can put all these values. Suppose if you don't need, if you don't know these things and you have these things inside the CSV file, so you can go and upload it. So options are there. Download this, fill in the blanks for all the CSV entries, and then you can go and upload it. So what I try to tell here is that if I open the CSV file and if I show you this, you can see that what exactly they look like. So let me quickly show you this. And you can see that how exactly they look like and what are the fields exactly you are looking to fill. So these are the values that is missing here. And what we can do, if you download this, you will download that template without any field. But if you have already that, you can click upload, choose the file, and I can go to the desktop, and I can put that file. Once you upload, you'll see that all those values will be filled up. Now we'll go next, and this is scheduled. Meanwhile, we'll go to the place where we want to see all the inputs. Now in this point of time, suppose if your WAN interface is down, it will not work. So your WAN interface should be up and running, and we should get the IP from the DHCP. Anyways, if you don't have the IP from the DHCP, if we are not able to resolve the first step, then obviously this will not resolve the other steps. So I'm kicking off the WAN interface that was by default down. I want to, I have enabled that. And once the WAN interface is up, then you will see that we'll start getting the syslog messages. Okay, so we'll wait till we start getting the syslog message. Now you can see that I got the IP with this range, and it's tried to resolve the VPN0 and the DNS resolution, that is ztp.viptela.com. And then here you can see that ztp.viptela.com is able to reach. Now once we reach to the ztp.viptela.com, then it will redirect that information towards the local vBond. In our case, that local vBond is vbond.cisco.com, and let's see that where it is. So here you can see if I can show this. Otherwise, I'll copy this log messages to the notepad, and then I will show you all these steps. So now here you can see this vbond.cisco.com. It is showing up, and once I connect to that, then it will offer the vmanage IP. So my vbond.cisco.com or my local vbond will offer the vbond IP that is 198.181.10 to the local edge, and then the local edge will try to form the connection. Once it form the connection, obviously we have pushed the template as well. And let me do one thing quickly. Here it is going fastly. Let me copy all these log message in the notepad, and then let's go through it, because whatever steps that we'll see here, that's the exact same steps or exact the same thing that is happening behind the scene for the Viptela process. So if we understand these steps will help us to drill down the process behind the scene. So let me quickly go and copy these. These are copied. I will go and paste inside the notepad, and Let's see. So first of all, what happened? It will go and search ztp.viptela.com. So here you can see that ztp.viptela.com has been resolved. Once it resolved that, then he will redirect that towards the local vbond, that is vbond.cisco.com in our case. So here you can see line number 27. Once it resolved that, then now at this point of time inside vmanage, we have the IP, system IP. Actually, this is the system IP of the edge device. Now system IP, the edge device is getting the system IP from the vmanage. Now once they have the IP from the vmanage, then again they will try to form the connection with the vbond.cisco.com with this particular system IP, that is 10401. Okay, so that means the overall thing is that first of all they will bring up the control connection. Once the control connection, that means the DTLS is up and running, then they will go and form the OMP session. Once we have the OMP session up and running, then my VS Smart, actually he will exchange the IPsec keys and the TLOC information across different devices. Once they exchange the IPsec key and TLOC information across different devices, these different devices, they will initiate the IPsec tunnel, and parallelly they will send the BFT packet inside OMP. So my VS Smart should know that, okay, these are the tunnel endpoints and BFT is tracking those tunnel endpoints inside the OMP. That message will go and get exchanged. Now, once my control plane is up, once my OMP is up, once my data plane is up, then only with help of OMP, these devices will go and install the routing information or routing table. So we have basically three different type of table. We have OMP table, we have routing table, and finally with help of routing table, we have the FIB table, that is the IP to next hop. So here you can see all these processes happening. Then whatever OMP has, whatever OMP based path has there, they will go and push those information to these edge devices. And this is the way that the ZTP process is working. So once ZTP process is up and running, you can see the branches, they have their actual name, and you can go and check the control connection. You can go and check the IPsec inbound outbound connection. You can go and check the outbound connection as well. Likewise, you can go and check the BFD sessions, and you can go and check the tunnel in detail as well, that is the stats. So these information you can go and check. All right, so I hope you understand the ZTP process. Now PNP process is also very much similar to ZTP with some few minor changes that we can discuss in the upcoming sessions. Now I'm going to show you the ZTP process, how this look like. Let me quickly show you the default configuration that the device is shipped with. So if we go and check show run system, here you can see that the system-wide configuration is pointing towards ztp.viptela.com. And if we go and check the VPN 0 configuration, so we are ready to get the IP from the ISP. All right, so here we have these basic configuration. What we need to do, that we need to go and kick off this process. So we understand and we see all each and every step. What I'll do, that I will do the monitor start for the syslog, so we can see whatever things that is happening over the screen. And here you can see at the moment we don't have IP over any of the VPN interface, but we have the management IP from where we logged into the device. All right, so what we have to do, that we should go and push the template from the vmanage. So let me quickly log into the vManage dashboard. Here you can see you have the configuration and the template. We have the inbuilt templates here that I can go and use. Here you can see that device attach is 0. So let's go and attach the device. We can confirm that this is the chassis ID that we want to attach, and that can be confirmed from the vManage dashboard. Now, if you know these variables, and later on we'll discuss about that how we can do the how we can create the feature template and how we can create the CLI template. Those things we can discuss. But if you know these things, you can go and put these values, like click edit template, and you can put all these values. Suppose if you don't know these things and you have these things inside the CSV file, so you can go and upload it. So options are there. Download this, fill in the blanks for all the CSV entries, and then you can go and upload it. So what I try to tell here is that if I open the CSV file and if I show you this, you can see that what exactly they look like. So let me quickly show you this. And you can see that how exactly they look like and what are the fields exactly you are looking to fill. So these are the values that is missing here. And what we can do, if you download this, you will download that template without any field. But if you have already that, you can click upload, choose the file, and I can go to the desktop, and I can put that file. Once you upload, you'll see that all those values will be filled up. Now we'll go next, and this is scheduled. Meanwhile, we'll go to the place where we want to see all the inputs. Now in this point of time, suppose if your WAN interface is down, it will not work. So your WAN interface should be up and running, and we should get the IP from the DHCP. Anyways, if you don't have the IP from the DHCP, if we are not able to resolve the first step, then obviously this will not resolve the other steps. So I'm kicking off the WAN interface that was by default down. I want to, I have enabled that. And once the WAN interface is up, then you will see that we'll start getting the syslog messages. Okay, so we'll wait till we start getting the syslog message. Now you can see that I got the IP with this range, and it's tried to resolve the VPN0 and the DNS resolution, that is ztp.viptela.com. And then here you can see that ztp.viptela.com is able to reach. Now once we reach to the ztp.viptela.com, then it will redirect that information towards the local vBond. In our case, that local vBond is vbond.cisco.com, and let's see that where it is. So here you can see if I can show this. Otherwise, I'll copy this log messages to the notepad, and then I will show you all these steps. So now here you can see this vbond.cisco.com. It is showing up, and once I connect to that, then it will offer the vmanage IP. So my vbond.cisco.com or my local vbond will offer the vbond IP that is 198.181.10 to the local edge, and then the local edge will try to form the connection. Once it form the connection, obviously we have pushed the template as well. And let me do one thing quickly. Here it is going fastly. Let me copy all these log message in the notepad, and then let's go through it, because whatever steps that we'll see here, that's the exact same steps or exact the same thing that is happening behind the scene for the Viptela process. So if we understand these steps will help us to drill down the process behind the scene. So let me quickly go and copy these. These are copied. I will go and paste inside the notepad and let's see. So first of all, what happened? It will go and search ztp.viptela.com. So here you can see that ztp.viptela.com has been resolved. Once it resolved that, then he will redirect that towards the local v1, that is v1.cisco.com in our case. So here you can see line number 27. Once it resolved that, then now at this point of time inside vmanage, we have the IP, system IP. Actually, this is the system IP of the edge device. Now system IP, the edge device is getting the system IP from the vmanage. Now once they have the IP from the vmanage, then again they will try to form the connection with the vbond.cisco.com with this particular system IP, that is 10401. Okay, so that means the overall thing is that first of all they will bring up the control connection. Once the control connection, that means the DTLS is up and running, then they will go and form the OMP session. Once we have the OMP session up and running, then my VS Smart, actually he will exchange the IPsec keys and the TLOC information across different devices. Once they exchange the IPsec key and TLOC information across different devices, these different devices, they will initiate the IPsec tunnel and parallelly they will send the BFT packet inside OMP. So my VS Smart should know that, okay, these are the tunnel endpoints and BFT is tracking those tunnel endpoints inside the OMP. That message will go and get exchanged. Now, once my control plane is up, once my OMP is up, once my data plane is up, then only with help of OMP, these devices will go and install the routing information or routing table. So we have basically three different type of table. We have OMP table, we have routing table, and finally with help of routing table, we have the fib table, that is the IP to next hop. So here you can see all these processes happening. Then whatever OMP has, whatever OMP best path has there, they will go and push those information to these edge devices. And this is the way that the ZTP process is working. So once ZTP process is up and running, you can see the branches, they have their actual name, and you can go and check the control connection. You can go and check the IPsec inbound outbound connection. You can go and check the outbound connection as well. Likewise, you can go and check the BFD sessions, and you can go and check the tunnel uh, in detail as well, that is the stats. So these information you can go and check. All right, so I hope you understand the ZTP process. Now PNP process is also very much similar to ZTP with some few minor changes that we can discuss in the upcoming sessions. I do recommend that you follow these URLs that I'm going to show you here. And this section, we are going to do the summary as well. So whatever we have a study from last 4 to 5 videos or sessions, I'm going to do a quick summary for that. You should go and visit these URLs. These are very nice document. You can see it's very recent one as well, 2020 Jan. And here you will get some more information about the device onboarding, actually the detailed information about device onboarding. And then we should know about the plug and p portal. So the customer nowadays, we have the smart account, and those smart accounts, we can see each and everything. And this is not only specific to SD-WAN, but this is the complete life cycle for DNA as well. Or you can think this is the new type of license management option that Cisco is giving us. So we can go to the software.cisco.com. There you can go and check your smart licenses, your virtual accounts, and from there you can go and check the plug and p portal as well. Okay, so please go through and check these documents. Now we have discussed about these steps earlier that you are seeing here. So whenever you're onboarding the device, first of all, they will go and try to establish the session with vBond. Means vBond is working as an authenticator. Once vBond will authenticate, he'll bypass that message to the vmanage and the vsmart, and vmanage vsmart will form the connections. Once your control plane is up and running, then the data plane will form, and then with help of OMP, the vsmart, that's the actual control plane, he will push the configuration to the edge devices. That's the overall flow that we have seen. Now we have learned about ZTP process and how different this PNP is. Let's discuss about that. So again, here you can see the steps that when you are onboarding the CH devices, Cisco devices, so at that time they will query to the PNP server, that is something devicehelper.cisco.com, instead of ztp.viptela.com, and from there it will get redirected towards the local vBond, and the rest of the process will be the same that we have studied. Now, this is actually the nice workflow or the flow of the smart licenses connected with PNP, connected with ZTP process. So here you can see that you have your vmanage sitting, and this vmanage, so what this vmanage is doing, let me quickly go and log into the vmanage dashboard. So if you go to the vmanage dashboard and configuration and devices, you can see here that you have option to sync a smart account. At the moment you will go and click here, all the serial number and chassis ID will pop up here. And those serial number and chassis ID and the controller profile you should create inside the vmanage. So here you can see that you have your vmanage. If you do auto sync, it will sync with PNP portal, and PNP portal, even he is updating the ZTP server as well. So the VS devices, the workflow, they will query to the ZTP server, and they will get the serial number, chassis ID, and then it will get redirected to the uh, local vBond. In case of C Edge, they will go and query the PNP portal. So here you can see that you have sales engineer, they have the controller profile updated to PNP portal, or the customer or the partner, they can go to CCW where they can manage the smart account, virtual account, so SAVA plus the hardware inventory list. Actually, from that PNP portal, you don't need tag to raise some sort of RMA cases and hardware replacement and those stuffs. Directly you can go there and fill all the forms and you can raise it. So it's nice and easy way to manage your profile and the devices or inventory, licenses, etc. from the PNP portal. So we know at this point of time, and this is again very interesting diagram and important, that the data plane and control plane, they are forming the OMP. Control plane is your vSmart. From vmanage, they are using netconf to push the configuration, and with the vBond, we have a transient connection. We don't have permanent connection with vBond. In this slide, you can see that which device is using what. So iOS XE, they are using PNP, and vEdge, they are using ZTP for automated deployment. So we have automated deployment and we have manual deployment as well. So suppose we have the bootstrap method as well, means the iOS XE, you can upgrade the iOS XE image to SD-WAN image, and then you can run the SD-WAN feature inside the iOS XE. You may have iOS XE which already have the SD-WAN image, so you can go and start writing the code, means you can do the manual deployment. Later on in this section, I will show you that how manually you can go and configure the devices. So this is the summary. Here you can see that you have all sort of options. You have automated deployment, you have manual deployment, we can use the bootstrap as well. Now here we have the list where you can see that which device is using PNP, which is capable of bootstrapping, which is doing the manual. In terms of iOS XE, in terms of vEdge, different hardware platforms you can see, and this is little bit up actually. The vEdge cloud should be cut mark here, and the manual is okay. But with vEdge cloud, how much automated deployment we can do, we have seen in the last session. All right, and Again, this will go and redirect towards devicehelper.cisco.com if you're doing the PNP. And my ASR 1002X, they are not using PNP, it's not applicable for them. But the rest of the hardware, you can see that they can do PNP and they have the manual option as well. Now, while you are doing the ZTP, which interface you are connecting with the WAN. So here you can see for VS 100 and 100B, gig E0/4, gig E0/4, for VS 1000, 00/2002/0, 5000, 00 first port on the first available network slot. VS Cloud, this is not required. In the manual process, I always try to explain this, that you should do the system-wide minimum configuration and a VPN configuration. Inside VPN configuration, you have the interface tunnel routing default route plus management interface configuration. So if you do all these minimum configuration, so your manual process will up and running. After that, you can put different features like app route, QoS, local policy, central policy, etc., etc. But first bring up the system, and then later on you can go and do n number of things. Now suppose if your devices are behind the firewall, and here you can see the list of the firewall ports related to UDP and TCP that should be opened. So here you can see that for UDP 12346 is the default. What I try to tell here, if you go here and check show control connection, you can see the port numbers here. That is 12346, and then they will jump with 20. So these are the port numbers 12346, 12346, but they will jump with 20 and they will try to get whatever the available ports they have. In TCP, they are using 23456 like this. So if it is behind the firewall, the idea is that you should go and uh, create a rule to open those port numbers. Now the basic configuration, what configuration you have, say in vEdge, show control connection, but in cEdge you have to use the keyword SD-WAN. Show SD-WAN control connection. Again in vEdge, you can see you have control connection history. Actually, these outputs we have seen, we haven't seen with the cEdge. So let me quickly log into the cEdge and let me show you these results. Here I logged in inside the CH, and I can go and I can type show SD-WAN control connections. So you can see that the command that you have to use SD-WAN as a keyword, then you can go and run those output. Again, I can go and check show SD-WAN, and then let's type the question mark. So you have the control, and with control you can see you have connection history, info, connection, local properties, summary, etc. So everything, but you have to use the keyword called SD-WAN to run these commands. I do recommend that you follow these URLs that I'm going to show you here. And this section, we are going to do the summary as well. So whatever we have a study from last 4 to 5 videos or sessions, I'm going to do a quick summary for that. You should go and visit these URLs. These are very nice document. You can see it's very recent one as well, 2020 Jan. And here you will get some more information about the device onboarding, actually the detailed information about device onboarding. And then we should know about the plug and p portal. So the customer nowadays, we have the smart account, and those smart accounts, we can see each and everything. And this is not only specific to SD-WAN, but this is the complete life cycle for DNA as well. Or you can think this is the new type of license management option that Cisco is giving us. So we can go to the software.cisco.com. There you can go and check your smart licenses, your virtual accounts, and from there you can go and check the plug and p portal as well. Okay, so please go through and check these documents. Now we have discussed about these steps earlier that you are seeing here. So whenever you're onboarding the device, first of all, they will go and try to establish the session with vBond. Means vBond is working as an authenticator. Once vBond will authenticate, he'll bypass that message to the vmanage and the vsmart, and vmanage vsmart will form the connections. Once your control plane is up and running, then the data plane will form, and then with help of OMP, the vsmart, that's the actual control plane, he will push the configuration to the edge devices. That's the overall flow that we have seen. Now we have learned about ZTP process and how different this PNP is. Let's discuss about that. So again, here you can see the steps that when you are onboarding the C edge devices, Cisco devices, so at that time they will query to the PNP server, that is something devicehelper.cisco.com, instead of ztp.viptela.com, and from there it will get redirected towards the local vBond, and the rest of the process will be the same that we have studied. Now, this is actually the nice workflow or the flow of the smart licenses connected with PNP, connected with ZTP process. So here you can see that you have your vmanage sitting, and this vmanage, so what this vmanage is doing, let me quickly go and log into the vmanage dashboard. So if you go to the vmanage dashboard and configuration and devices, you can see here that you have option to sync a smart account. At the moment you will go and click here, all the serial number and chassis ID will pop up here. And those serial number and chassis ID and the controller profile you should create inside the vmanage. So here you can see that you have your vmanage. If you do auto sync, it will sync with PNP portal, and PNP portal, even he is updating the ZTP server as well. So the VS devices, the workflow, they will query to the ZTP server, and they will get the serial number, chassis ID, and then it will get redirected to the uh, local vBond. In case of C edge, they will go and query the PNP portal. So here you can see that you have sales engineer, they have the controller profile updated to PNP portal, or the customer or the partner, they can go to CCW where they can manage the smart account, virtual account, so SAVA plus the hardware inventory list. Actually, from that PNP portal, you don't need tag to raise some sort of RMA cases and hardware replacement and those stuffs. Directly you can go there and fill all the forms and you can raise it. So it's nice and easy way to manage your profile and the devices or inventory, licenses, etc. from the PNP portal. So we know at this point of time, and this is again very interesting diagram and important, that the data plane and control plane, they are forming the OMP. Control plane is your vSmart. From vmanage, they are using netconf to push the configuration, and with the vBond, we have the transient connection. We don't have permanent connection with vBond. In this slide, you can see that which device is using what. So iOS XE, they are using PNP, and vEdge, they are using ZTP for automated deployment. So we have automated deployment and we have manual deployment as well. So suppose we have the bootstrap method as well, means the iOS XE, you can upgrade the iOS XE image to SD-WAN image, and then you can run the SD-WAN feature inside the iOS XE. You may have iOS XE which already have the SD-WAN image, so you can go and start writing the code, means you can do the manual deployment. Later on in this section, I will show you that how manually you can go and configure the devices. So this is the summary. Here you can see that you have all sort of options. You have automated deployment, you have manual deployment, we can use the bootstrap as well. Now here we have the list where you can see that which device is using PNP, which is capable of bootstrapping, which is doing the manual. In terms of iOS XE, in terms of vEdge, different hardware platforms you can see, and this is little bit up actually. The vEdge cloud should be cut mark here, and the manual is okay. But with vEdge cloud, how much automated deployment we can do, we have seen in the last session. All right, and again this will go and redirect towards devicehelper.cisco.com if you're doing the PNP. And my ASR 1002X, they are not using PNP, it's not applicable for them, but the rest of the hardware you can see that They can do PNP, and they have the manual option as well. Now, while you are doing the ZTP, which interface you are connecting with the WAN. So here you can see for V is 100 and 100B, gig E0/4, gig E0/4, for V is 1000, 00, 2000, 2/0, 5000, 00 first port on the first available network slot. VH Cloud, this is not required. In the manual process, I always try to explain this, that you should do the system-wide minimum configuration and a VPN configuration. Inside VPN configuration, you have the interface tunnel routing default route plus management interface configuration. So if you do all these minimum configuration, so your manual process will up and running. After that, you can put different features like app route, QoS, local policy, central policy, etc., etc. But first bring up the system, and then later on you can go and do n number of things. Now suppose if your devices are behind the firewall, and here you can see the list of the firewall ports related to UDP and TCP that should be opened. So here you can see that for UDP 12346 is the default. What I try to tell here, if you go here and check show control connection, you can see the port numbers here. That is 12346, and then they will jump with 20. So these are the port numbers 12346, 12346, but they will jump with 20, and they will try to get whatever the available ports they have. In TCP, they are using 23456 like this. So if it is behind the firewall, the idea is that you should go and uh, create a rule to open those port numbers. Now the basic configuration, what configuration you have, say in vEdge, show control connection, but in cEdge you have to use the keyword SDWAN, show SDWAN control connection. Again in vEdge you can see you have control connection history. Actually these outputs we have seen, we haven't seen with the cEdge. So let me quickly log into the cEdge and let me show you these results. Here I logged in inside the cEdge, and I can go and I can type show SD-WAN control connections. So you can see that the command that you have to use SD-WAN as a keyword, then you can go and run those output. Again, I can go and check show SD-WAN, and then let's type the question mark. So you have the control, and with control you can see you have connection history, info, connection, local properties, summary, etc. So everything, but you have to use the keyword called SD-WAN to run these commands. Now we are in section 5, where we have to learn APIs and programming related to SD-WAN. What are the topics we have? We should understand first of all the API inside SD-WAN, how it uses, and how we are going to use those API to build each and everything. So for that reason, what I have done, that I have two follow-up videos related to SD-WAN API, means what is SD-WAN API and what are the things we can do with those APIs, each and everything uh, as per description perspective that is covered. Now, once you understand that what is API, what's the use of API, and how we can use those APIs to retrieve the information inside the SD-WAN, then I'll go and start, say, for example, 5.1, 5.2, and so on. Now, if you go and see 5.1, it is simply telling that use the API related to certificate management. 5.2, implement Python script using the API to retrieve the device information. So here we have to perform the lab task where we can retrieve the information about the devices, and not only about the SD-WAN devices, but we can get whatever information that we have in the API. We can get those information with the programming, with the Python script or program as well, correct? Then 5.3, construct API request for vManage administration. Then check the vManage configuration APIs, construct API request for vManage monitoring APIs, and then finally the troubleshooting. Okay, so the thing is that with API, whatever features we have in the SD-WAN, and the fact is this, that with SD-WAN API, you can do everything. So you can do monitoring, configuration, troubleshooting, certificate management, each and everything we can do, and you can find these information in the follow-up videos. So watch 2 videos after this related to API, and then we'll go and start section 5.1. Next topic we have related to application programming interface, APIs. Now APIs, now they're getting the popularity. Why? Because if you see the evolution of networking domain, we started with CLI, command line interface. Then we have the GUI, that is graphical user interface. And finally, we have the application programming interface as well. Now the CLI is also good and fast, but with respect to GUI and the API, we can do things very fast. Even with API, if we do some bulk APIs call and all, this will become very accurate. There is less chance of human error, and it will be very faster. So to provide a speed up, we are using the API. Here we have the RESTful API for vManage. We can use third-party integration for API use cases or use. Even inside vManage also we have the Swagger API interface from where we can do multiple tasks. Here you can see important thing that we are using the RESTful API, that is the representational state transfer API that we are going to use. Now here you can see that we can do things with help of CLI, SSH, syslog, SNMP, netconf, but we can go and connect my vManage with the RESTful API. Once you are connected with the RESTful API, what are the things you can do? Actually, you can do each and everything. So you can go and use certificate management, configuration, device and inventory, monitoring, real-time monitoring, and troubleshooting. Everything is possible. Now, important thing here that you can see that while you're using these APIs, we have 4 different type of methods. So what are those methods we have? So we have method called put. If you want to update the object or an object, so update an object, you have put method. Then you have get method, that is something very much related to show command. If you want to retrieve the info of that object, you can use the get. Then you have post method if you want to create new object. So creation of an object, put this post, and then finally you have delete if you want to delete an object. So these are the 4 methods that all the APIs are using to do the things inside with help of API. You can see get, put, post, and delete. Now we have the resources, and if you collect those resources, you can think resource as a group of object or collection with a group of resources like that. So here we know that what type of task we can do with help of API. And here on top you can see in the chart that you have resource collection, and this resource collection for what? So for example, administration. So all the administration tasks, you can group all the related object for administration, and with help of API, you can do this. So administration related to groups, viewing audit log, managing the local vManage server, etc. Then certificate management, configuration, device inventory, monitoring, real-time monitoring, and the troubleshooting. Now these objects that we are seeing here, because if you go and check behind the scene, these are the object, and then you are collecting same type of object. So these objects, they should have their format, and here you can see that the Viptela REST API uses the JSON data model to represent. We'll see later on that while we are getting the output, we are getting the output in JSON format. In JSON format, they have 3 type of data: scalar, array, and object. It's very much programming related that you can go and check. Now, once you log into the Swagger interface, you'll find that color coding for these operations. So delete will be red, get will be blue, post will be green, put will be brown. Like that, you can see. Now, how I can go and log into the Swagger interface. So for that, you have to go and use this URL, your vManage IP, and then the API docs. So let me do one thing. Let me go and log in to the Swagger interface. So here I have my vManage dashboard, and what I can do that we can go and check API docs. So now it will redirect towards, on top you can see this API document, fetching the resources for API doc, and then you'll get the long list of things that we can do. So give him some chance to come, and meanwhile we'll go and check the slides. So you can go and log in there, then you have API calls, you can go and use the data store and services and call different type of things. So for example, if you want to see the OMP peering, how you can do. So let me quickly show you here that how you can go and build your own query, build your own API calls. So let me open the notepad here, and OMP peering, what I can do here, you can see that API is data service, and then the device OMP peer, and then you have to give the device ID, that is the system IP. So for example, 10.4.0.1, I want to check the OMP peer for this particular device. So let me do zoom in for, so you can see this. And all right, so like that you can go and create. I think we have our dashboard open, API doc page open. So let me quickly go and log in there. So here you can see the API doc. Now, if you want to search OMP, you can go and search real-time monitoring and OMP. You want to check the OMP peer, here you can see you have the OMP peer, and as per our slide, you can see that get is blue color, but you have different color. Delete will be red, like that. So what you want to check the OMP peer for 10.4.0.1. You can go and query this. If you do the query here, you can see 200 means success, and then you have 400 bad request, 403 forbidden, 500 is the internal error. Now here you can see that we got the request URL, and here you can see the output, correct? So this is the output. Who are the OMP peer? My OMP peer always will be the vSmart. So here you can see the peer and peer. Two vSmarts are my OMP peer. Now we are also making or building our API call. So here you can see we have this API call for OMP peer, and here you can see what are the things needed. Only you have to add the URL and port number, and that's it. So what I will do, I'll copy this and we'll go here and put here. Once you go and put, you can see that you're getting the result. And if you want to get the result in the JSON format, so let me use the other browser for the same. And let me show you the result in the other browser. Same output I ran inside this Mozilla, and here you can see that we are getting the JSON format. Inside that you have the header, so if you minimize the header, then you have the data value. In data value, you can see that your peer is vSmart and whose IP is this is the peer, and then again you can see that your other peer is other vsmart and whose IP is this. So you're getting the result, correct? Likewise, you can go and use any type of these API calls. So suppose if you want to check the DTLS or TLS connection, you can go and use this. So let me quickly build this one more time. So here we are, and now we can copy and paste as well. So what you want, you can see the DTLS and TLS connection API call you want, and here you can see you can go to the devices and then control and then connections, correct? So I can go and copy this, and this will be one of my API call related to. So now we have built our API call to check the control connections. You can copy and paste, and we are getting some error. So let me quickly go and fix this error. What we can do at this point of time, that we can go and check our vmanage, and from where we can get this particular API. So I'm logging back to my API. Once I'll get my screen, I'll go and search the DTLS connection API. So here we have the search option. We can go and check, say for example, API for DTLS. So what we can do, we can go and check the control, and let's go next. You have this real-time monitoring control, and then if you go scroll down, somewhere you'll find that you want to see the number of control connection, and here if you go and give the system ID, and if you try it out, you will get the exact API you are looking for, and you can see that there is a small change in the API, so that's why we are not getting the correct result. Now I can go back here, we can go and put that correct API, and then you can see we are getting the result. So the control connection related to this particular device, you can see who are the controllers, means one is the vmanage, this IP you can see, let me see the IP, public IP, and this is the vsmart. Here you can see the peer type as well. So one vsmart, then vsmart number 2, then vsmart with other. So this is other vsmart with other transport. This is again the other vsmart, means we have two vsmart, and then finally you should have vmanage as well. So here you can see the vmanage over the MPLS. Alright, so this is the way that you can go and further check all types of APIs. So that means you can check the connection BGP. Then if you want to check the orchestrator connections, those you can see. What is the API call, what is the GUI equivalence, what is the CLI equivalence. Even we can compare all three as well. So for example, show orchestrator local properties is the CLI. Even in the GUI also we can go and check, and even the URL, means the API call, also you can go and verify. So in this manner, in this way, you can have a list that what CLI, what GUI, and what API, and later on you can use only the GUI and the API calls. Even if you want to go and verify the OSPF related things like database, interface, neighbors, processes, etc., you can go and run these APIs call that we have built for two. You can build for the rest of them, and then it will work as it is. Let us start this section. Let's start with 5.1. In 5.1, we have to do the certificate management from API. So what does it mean? You can go to vmanage. Once you are inside the vmanage, you can see here that inside configuration we have certificate. Now once you are inside the certificate, you have various tasks that you can do. The same thing. So not only this, but apart from that, say for example, things related to CSR, root CA, those things as well, we can go and manage from the API doc. So we know that if I go here and type API docs, so the API document will open. Now, once you open the API document, you can search certificate management. Now, once you are inside the certificate management, you can see that we have various post and get operations that we can achieve. Even we have the delete option as well, one delete option, delete the certificate and then give the UUID. Now here you can see that the post that is starting is certificate generate enterprise CSR/VH certificate view that will retrieve the certificate. So first one is to generate the CSR, retrieve the certificate, save via smart list to retrieve via smart list, etc. So suppose if I go to first option here, you can see that certificate generate enterprise CSR VH. And now there is option that inside the box you are using the enterprise CA or not. So suppose if I go inside the administration and setting, here you can see the recommended option that we are getting is that WAN Edge Cloud Certificate Authorization. And let me show you that recommended is uh, that is actually the Cisco signed certificate. So let me close this. Yeah, this one, controller certificate authorization. I'll come to this WAN Edge as well. So there are two type of certificate basically. One is that when you have your controller set up. Nowadays, what is happening that most of the customers, they are setting the controller over the cloud. Now, once you are doing this cloud hosted controller setup, then you have option. So you want Cisco automated certificate or semantic one or manual. Manually, you have to do the manual installation of the certificate. Or if your company has your enterprise root certificate, then you can use that as well. Correct? Now the recommended is Cisco. Now once you do that, obviously you have to sync this with the smart account, and there is complete process that you have to follow. So you should have your smart account where you will go and put the serial number, then you have to put the controller information there. Now that smart account controller information, where controller is nothing but actually the vBond, so that vBond information should sync the vmanage. uh, I'll show you that inside vmanage how you can sync that. So then whatever device list you will upload there, that will get synced with vmanage. And it is something like partial PNP process in terms of certification, syncing of the certification. So now here you can say that if you want to do this option, that is the recommended one, although you have the semantic option as well. Now that's the note. So now if you have the cloud hosted controller, Cisco will do most of the part, and then they will send you an email that please follow these steps. So bring up, say for example, the vmanage, the vbond, etc. Okay, so what you are doing, you are going here, and again there are steps. So let me tell you all the steps. First of all, you have to go and add the smart account detail. That is the step number one. Then what you will do that you can go here, although they will give you 4 to 5 steps document that you have to follow. Then you can go here and make this as a Cisco one. Then you have to go inside the configuration and certificate and go to the controllers. One by one in all those controllers, just generate the CSR. Once you generate the CSR, and then if you log into the smart account certificate, you'll find that all the CSR has been synced actually behind the scene. So you can see there are a lot many things, and now they have given, the Cisco has given the option for the TLS proxy as well. Now suppose if you have enterprise CA and you want to use that as a proxy, you can use it. Okay, so there are a lot related to certification. The easiest one is that you want to do everything in automated fashion. If you have the cloud hosted controller, you simply go here and do the Cisco, choose the Cisco one, or maybe semantic one, recommended it's Cisco one. And then for the edge devices, that will be by default automated. Now for the hardware devices, because already you have put the information in the PNP portals and all, it will do the automatically certification process. There is no problem in that. Still, if you have the enterprise CA, you can go and do that. See, this is the recommended. So your enterprise has your CA certificates, and from there it will go and sync. So plan it how you are going to do the certification, because by the end of day, security is one of the key factor deploying SD-WAN. All right, so these options you can see here you have. And finally, if you go to the devices, once you are in the devices here, you can see that you can go and sync the smart account. Correct. So that was the option that PNP will get synced here if you go and click here. All right, so let me not do this thing. Let's go back to the API, because we are very much focused on API. So at the moment, I don't have enterprise CSR. If I want to see the certificate, so here you have the certificate view. Here you have the API, and I can go and put here, or let me open the new tab so I can show you in the new one. Now here some token related issue. Now important thing here is that whatever APIs that you're seeing, you have to go and check it, because all the APIs will not work. And suppose if you want to use these APIs and if you have any problem related to that, you simply raise case with Cisco and you tell them that these APIs we are looking for, or this is the operation I'm looking for, which is not working. Probably you can see if you go and check all these API, whatever usable API, although there is a long list, but usable APIs, you can go and check. Maybe 4 or 5 will be usable in the list of maybe 15. All right, so here you can see that we are getting the result, and in this result you can see that I'm seeing, and basically we are focused on the data column. So here you can see that vBond related information, the vBond, the serial number, the NCS number, configuration, template, long list of informations we have. And here you can see the certificate, here you can see the enterprise certificate. So in this option, whatever required things that I'm looking for, it is coming. Correct. And here you can see all these detailed steps like template, apply, log. Now these things are actually very hard to get. Actually, it's not possible to get from the CLI. You don't have any CLI equivalence of these things that you are seeing here. Otherwise you have to go and go behind the scene, means you have to go to the shell prompt, and from there you have to go and check the logs, certificate related logs. Then you'll get these informations. Correct. Great. Let's check the other as well. So after that, you can see that you have the list of the, you can check the um, VS Smart list. Then you can check again, both are almost same. Retrieve the VS Smart list. If I go and run this also, and here you can see the VS Smart list. And what was this? This was also the same. And here you can see the VS Smart list. So post and get method that you're seeing here, both are the same. Then you can get and check the save the VH list. Now some places you are seeing this body. What is this? This is something like post related query body that you can understand in the upcoming section, where we want to post something via the Python API. Okay, so those things are there. Better whenever you are doing the post method, use the Python way to do it. But still, at this point of time, it is recommended that you use the vmanage GUI for do all type of post, because anyways vmanage GUI is sufficient enough, and it's most of the things are already automated inside the vmanage GUI that you can do from either from the API post. So API post alternatives vmanage that you can do, or if you want to do fastly, you can use the Python programming as well. Okay, so again we can see this vh list, and if you go here, if you go and check this, you will find the response 200. That means that is good. And then you can carry forward and you can go and paste this here. So let me go and paste this output here. I can go and paste this query, and again you can see The data is the important one. So the VH, the serial number, the NCS. If the font is small, I can go and click, it will become bigger. And if you want to filter something, even we have the filter option as well, we can go and filter. So here one by one, if I go to data 0, and then you can see 1, then you can see the other VH, then other VH, then other VH. Likewise, we are getting all 0 to 4 certificate details, correct? Again, VH list the same. Then force sync the root cert if you want. If you want to reset the RSA, again, if you want to reset it, you can use the vmanage. So how it is means, once you are inside the configuration and certificate, you can regenerate the CSR. So option is there. If you have done the manual installation, even in automated as well, you have this generate the CSR or reset the RSA. So these options are there that you can go and use. Once you do that, again, you want to use this certificate for recertification process. Then certificate record is there. You can go and check the certificate record as well. So most of the things has been automated. It's still few of the things are not as per expected, that we can check with Cisco as well, that we are looking for these APIs which are not working. So they will help you on those places. Already you can see all the certificate install and the information about that, correct? Great. Then rest of the certificates, this device list, already we have seen the CSR details. You can get the device details, you can get the root certificate. Again, it will tell you the about the root certificate. For at least for the documentation purposes, it is good. And here you can see the root certificate begin with that. Here also you can check the output. So here you can see this is the output, and the best output we can get in the Mozilla. So if I copy this and paste into the Mozilla, so let me go and paste here root certificate, and here you can see that root certificate, correct? So see the power of APIs, that you are getting the information within fraction of seconds. At the moment I go and click, and it is. Now we reach to section 5.2, where we have to learn, understand about the API integration with Python, or how we can convert this SD-WAN API to the Python script, and then we can get the device inventory and other informations. So let me quickly show you some of the URL where you can go and get the reference. So here, first of all, the good reference point is this https developer.cisco.com. Now, if you go there, you can go and check. Say, for example, this particular URL that you are seeing here. The way is this, that you go to developer and check with SD-WAN or search with SD-WAN. Then you'll get multiple links. Correct. Now here you can see that why SD-WAN, why use it, what is it, SD-WAN overview, what is Cisco SD-WAN REST API, and where you will get all these documentation and all how this look like. Each and every information you'll get, at least you will get the start. This can be good a starting point. You will get the uh, so good document related to the SD-WAN REST APIs. Now coming back to the DevNet, so here you can see this developercisco.com, where you can go and check other stuffs as well related to SD-WAN APIs and others. And here you can see clearly that you have, say for example, intro to SD-WAN REST API. Then you can see the REST API with Postman, the Python. Now we are very much looking for the REST API with Python topic that I will show now. But you can go and reserve the labs as well. So here you can see that we have the SD-WAN sandboxes. We have SD-WAN always on sandboxes as well. So if you click there, you will get the controllers, you'll get the edge devices. You can reserve that lab with your company email address if your company has at least the basic partnership because there are so many different type of partnerships with Cisco. So if you are using Cisco product and if you have the partnership with Cisco, then you can go and use the sandboxes. You have to go there, click reserve it. You'll get one email. You'll get the Cisco AnyConnect link. You can log in and then you can uh, access those devices. Correct? So you can utilize that. Now, once you go inside this topic number 3, that is the REST API Python integration, then this will explain you that how this integration look like. And first of all, it will start with a very basic. Basic means that what are the stuffs we have related to API and Python integration. Even I'll show you this code in the here as well. So let me go here if I can. Yep. So I have the access here in my library, and how I have built this, I'll show you that. So if I go here and if I check, say, SDWAN.py. So here on top, you can see that you have this code where you are importing certain functions. So for example, request, JSON, click, OS, tabulate, all this information. So what this tabulate will do, why you are importing JSON, what are the requests, each and every things. Apart from that, this ignore message related to URL library disable warning, then the username password, what this section will do, why we have these sections. These information you will get you will get from here. Okay, so code obviously I will post with the course, but if you know the basics of how with this program, with this Python program, we are actually creating the library. Actually, we are not creating the library, but we are calling the API library inside Python program. Now, once you call the API library inside Python program, then Python program can do the query, like we are using the query with the URL with the Mozilla or Firefox, etc. But you can do the query, means the Python program can do the query, and then it will get the result in the JSON format. So here you can see that first of all you should log in, ignoring some of the certificate messages. Once you go and log in to the device, then you should have the library. Correct? Now once you have the library, so here you can see that whenever we are running the API, we are using the data services, correct? After data services, you can give any of the other things like devices or certificate or anything. Now, this library that we have here in the program, it will do all the things. So it is related to get, put, post, everything. Now, mostly we are focusing on get method because we want to do the monitor, we want to do the retrieval of data. So for example, once you log in, say here you can see the get request with this vmanage IP, and once you logged in, then what you want to do. So here you have the definition related to post as well. Obviously, you had request. You have definition with get as well. Post means obviously you want to create an object. Get just you want to see the information. So here you can see that you have the get definition as well, and from where you can get this code, I will show you that as well. So once you are familiar with the top thing, means how to log into the device. So first of all, how to use the library function first. So once you know that what are the functions we needed, so these are the library functions and the call, then how you are going to log in to the device, then you can go and build different type of functionalities. Correct? So for example, device list, I will come back to that device list, but slowly you can go and build it. Correct? Now while building this libraries, so let me go to the next. You can see that the REST API library, so login, get request, post request, and here you have the library. Then the very important thing, very important point, that you have the library. Now once you have the library, then you can integrate with the API. So you can run the API, and the API result, how we are getting? The API results are in the form of JSON format. Now those JSON format, I can go in Python, and those information I can convert in some sort of table format, correct? Now, if you want to get the codes, here you can see that getting started with Cisco SD-WAN GitHub, this place you have to go and check it properly. Means we should follow this particular link step by step. If you are building your SD-WAN code, this can be very good starting point. So here if you go and all right, so we are at this URL. If you go, you will get this step by step things that how you want to clone this. So here you can see I can go and do git clone in my automation system, and I can clone this program. Then I can go inside the directory, and then if I want virtual environment, I can use that virtual environment, and then it will work. Now important thing here is that there are some requirements in this. Means you need some sort of tabulate request and all those informations that you want to go and check from here. Then you should give the IP and the username password. Means you can set this as an environment variable, and then this program will be good to run. Here are some output just for the reference and how this program look like. So let me quickly show you this program, that how it look like. So here you can see that I have my program in the Sublime, and this will start like this. Then you should go and define the API library. Once you define that, then you can go and create the function. So here you can see that I'm using this device list because that's the requirement for this section. What I'm taking in device list, what are the keys I'm taking? So what the host name, the device type, device ID, system IP, etc. Now it's very interesting, important that how you want to print this, correct? So what we are doing here, and see that we have our API. So our API is this devices, and here you can see if you go and check this request equal to JSON, load that SD-WAN, get the request device. So this device is not just a device, but this is your vManage IP, then data services. So up to data services, we have the API built. And obviously you are putting the vManage IP, you're setting it as an environment variable. Then after data services, whatever you will put, correct? So that will be the complete API call. So HTTPS, vManage IP, port number, data service, and then device. So that means you're calling the API. What information you are extracting from the API is these information. So I'm extracting these information, but how I am printing it. So here you can see that we have the for loop, an item. So here you can see this items. So I'm taking the item inside the items, and then I'm storing inside this tr. How I am storing it? So host name, and likewise I'm printing as well. So host name, the device ID, and this should not be the same. uh, this is the format actually I want to print. So what are the things I'm printing? These information inside the device list. Now once I will read, so what are the things we are doing? Once we are running the API, once we are restoring those APIs, means this is the output format that I have. And once I'm running this for loop, means I'm storing the JSON, then I am printing this JSON in the table format, correct? So this table format, and again we have the fancy grid and all, how it will work, how it will, how it look like, that you will see. So I will go and run this. Now in this particular function, that we have, let me go a little bit up. So I have this function called device underscore list. That's it. If I go and print till here, it will work, but I have added few more APIs call as well. Suppose if I want device and controller information, so for that information I have added. Then suppose if I want other information as well, like system device and a VS device, where the device type, the serial number, the device state, validity, etc. Those information if I want. So for that also I have built this. So inside this actually I have called 3 API, taking the input for the JSON format, and then I'm going to print it. The same thing you will see here as well in the program, but because the font is smaller, so that's why I have shown you there in the Sublime format. All right, so once we have that program up and running, and here you can see this is not I'm looking for the device list I'm looking for. So here you have the device list, although in this uh, program that you are seeing here, I have only one call, correct? Because this is exactly the copy that we have in the getting started with Cisco folder from the GitHub. So what I can do here, let me do this little quick. I can go out from here, and then I can create say nano new SDWAN. I know the font is bit small, but I have given just a name, and then I can go to this place. All right, so you can see here that the program that I have here in my automation tool is different. So let me show you that. I haven't created the new one, but let me go back and show you this nano SDWAN. This is a program actually I have copied directly from the getting started folder. Now, suppose if you don't want this, because again, I want to add some new functions and feature inside this. So what I have done, again, I have added some more functionality, and already I have explained this. So I can go back here. I can open my new SD-WAN and I can paste here. Now, once this is pasted, then we can go and execute this. So let me copy one more time, and I can go back to this place and I can paste here. Let me check, maybe some issue with the paste, say SDWAN 1.py, and let me copy and paste. Okay, so now it got pasted, and here you can see that if you go and compare the program that is there in the folder in the GitHub, there are not many functions, but I have added OMP, OSP, FTLog, and so many others as well. So let me save and let me go out from here, and if I can show you the login detail. So I have login SD-WAN detail. This is my environment variable. I want to set this first, and then we are ready to run this program. So I can go here and run Python 3 and then my new SD-WAN, say 1.py, and first of all I want to show you the functions that we have. So I have long list of function, encoded the API or converted the APIs inside the Python. Here you can see the app route, interface, BFD, etc. We are looking here just to get the device specific information, so I can select that, enter. Now maybe you're thinking that how it is doing the query inside the lab environment. So let me quickly show you my GNS. Here I have my automation tool, and here I have the cloud setup in the cloud. This is the NAT from where my automation tool is getting the IP, but I have the reachability to the cloud in the GNS, correct? So I'm running my program here, and then You can see there we have the information. So first of all, the list, actually whatever information that I want, that's the format we have in the table format. So the host name, the device ID, the system IP, version, model, platform, certificate validity, and the state. Now these informations are very important in terms of monitoring as well. So suppose if you have so many devices and you want to monitor, just few clicks and you can check the status. Likewise, in this program, I have added some other information as well, like the vmanage in sync success is the template status, device status, state, and the expiration date. Apart from that, uh, the information, and here you can see that which API it is calling and what is the use. So display all the VIPRELA device in the overlay network that are connected to vmanage. So all the VS devices, here you can see the serial numbers as well. This edge device is not deployed yet, so we can see it's just a token number, because here again you can see this is the bootstrap config generated, but it is not centralized, means it is not deployed from the controller. So good amount of information just from the Python program. What we are doing, once our program is ready, simply we are using Python and then the program and the device list. Once you go click enter, you will get the information within maybe less than 10 seconds. You have this information. So very nice, very helpful to get the information in the Python format. In section 5.3, we have to understand the vmanage administration API, and obviously we can construct those. I'll show you that how you can do that. So once you go inside the vmanage, and let me minimize this, you have the administration option, that you have option related to log, user group, VPN RBAC groups, etc. Now once you go inside the log, you can go and check the audit log, aggregation, uh, do count fields, etc. Then you can go to the user, what are the user, list the users, you can update, put, post, delete. Those operations you can do. Finally, same thing can be done with the user groups. And then finally, we have the VPN RBAC group as well. Now the question here is that all the time we are logging to the Swagger, or we are logging to the vmanage API, and from there we are doing the work. Now, oftentimes, what will happen that all the APIs you are not using it, but you have selected certain useful APIs, and then you have the web page from where you can go and you can run those things that you want to do. So maybe you have, maybe in here you have 200 APIs. Out of that 200 API, you list out 50 APIs that you want to use in your day-to-day activity. For that, you can go and create the web page. And nowadays, creating web pages are very easy. You can use any text to HTML editor, or there are HTML editor where you can put the tables, image, videos, pictures, etc. And very easily you can create the web page. Now those web page can again very easily hosted over a Linux machine. We can run these services, for example, Apache, and then those web pages can be hosted. So here I have created one HTML code in my notepad. Here you can see this is the HTML code. Again, I have used the HTML converter tools to create it, and once I run this in my local system, so it is looking like this. API construction, request for SD-WAN vmanage administration. Now here you can see that I have, although I have given very less amount of APIs, but like that we can build the database. So the task is audit log API. So you can give the task, and here you can give the description that is blank, but you can put any name here, any description, anything, correct? Now the task and the description, what is the task? So task is audit log API, and the description is get audit log detail. Likewise, audit log details and then the description. You can give nice description what this API is going to do. Now, if you see this API, you can see that there is hyperlink with this. So that means if I go and click, the new API page will come like this. Now this API page that we are seeing, this is the raw format of the JSON. It is not in the extracted format of JSON because we are using this Microsoft browser. If I go back to my Mozilla, and this is one of the nice browser we have. So here also we have this web page. Let me refresh this. Now if I click audit log API, you can get the nice display. Likewise, we can go and check the log details, and then here you can say in the data we are getting the logs, all the logs that we have. Again, for our purpose, we can copy these logs. Whatever important information is there, we can copy and utilize anywhere. But we have complete audit log in this format, correct? Now these things are even not possible to take these inputs from the CLI command. Even if you take the CLI input command where you will store this long input, this is so many pages are there. You can see at least you have 60 to 70 page output, correct? But obviously from here you can go and take that. So you have this option to expand all, you can copy paste, or maybe this input you can put inside any other program where you will get some report format. Okay, all right, then other things, say administration user, list all the users. So you can go and list whatever users we have. So for example, Rahul, Rumi, Rahul is under basic group, Rumi is under net admin and the operator. So Rumi is a part of these two user groups. Now we reach to 5.4. In this section, it is expected that we should use the post method to do some sort of changes in the configuration. Okay, and we should integrate our API with the Python program. Now, before starting this, I just wanted to show you that Cisco DevNet. Inside Cisco DevNet, we have a great documentation and a step-by-step process plus the lab that you can go utilize, practice. So once you log in to the DevNet, and inside DevNet, we have SDWAN Programmability SDWAN section here using the vManage REST API. Now again, once you go inside that, you will get all the steps, useful links from where you can go learn the skills related to SD-WAN. You can go and clone the Git repository from where you can run, execute the programs as well. Again, you can go and check the uh, sandbox. So here you can see all the links are there. Once I click there, I can go and check the sandbox. I can reserve it, and then I can utilize this. Correct. So you can do the practice. You have the theory. You have the code. Each and everything is there. Just we should go there and use our knowledge skill to utilize all these links. Correct. So again, nice description. Just follow the link and have a look on these documents that we have. At least this lab and the previous one lab that we have checked, they are very important, and you will get the description of all the functions, library, why we are using it, what's the use of this, how we are creating the library, uh, not but which type of library we are calling, plus how we are creating the API library. So that is very important. So we have the API library, and then once we have the API library, then we can utilize that API library for certain functions. So for example, just to get the device list, template list, attached device list, attached, detached, there are other configuration change things are involved there. So for example, if you want to detach a template, attach a template, those information we can get from the program. And obviously when we are attaching or detaching, then we are using some sort of put method. If you're attaching, you are using the post. If you are detaching, you are doing some change in the object, that means the uh, put method, correct? And delete is one method. When we are using this detach, means you are deleting something, so that will the delete method. So like that we can go and utilize all the methods. You should go here and visit the link, and here you can see the example. When you run the program, what type of output will come with this particular code, what type of output will come, it is explained nicely at this particular link. Okay, again here you can see that the example, that how you are attaching the template, and several tests and other stuffs as well. So for example, how we are updating the objects, etc. Correct. So complete lab set is there with nice explanation and detaching a template, and then the final version. Once you complete this, again what type of things you can go and check. Correct. So what we have done, that we have already cloned this particular program in our automation tool. So here you can see that I have the cloned, and if I can clear it. Yep. So we have the clone, and if we want to check that what are the operation we have the with the main clone program. So let me quickly show you here. I can go to Python 3 SDWAN, and then I can check the help. Once you check the help button, then it will tell you that what type of programs it has. It should have the reachability. So what happened at this point of time, I have set some other SD-WAN variable. Let me quickly go and change this to my variable, that this is my vmanage variables, and then I can go and check the help. So what functions we have here, you can see the attach, detach, and other stuffs. We have checked one, that is the device list. This is the actual program device list output, correct? Where I have added some other, in the previous section you have seen that I have added some other APIs as well, and then it was giving the result. Apart from that, if you want to check the device list, you can check the device list. So these are the template, these are the devices, these are the template ID, number of attached devices you can see, correct? Then let's go back to the help, and one thing you can see here, that the vmanage IP username and password is variable. So the program is not only valid for the sandbox that is there, that is given there with that document that I have shown you, but it is valid to any of the SD-WAN fabric, either it's over the cloud or in the production. As long as we have the reachability, as long as we'll go and set the environment variable, we can use it, correct? Again, attach device, retrieve and return the device associated to that template. So if you want to see more information, you can go and check it. Now if you get this type of result, that means your vmanage is not reachable. If your vmanage is not reachable, then you will get such type of output, such type of information, correct? So again, let's see that still the uh, lab and the reachability should be there. Yeah, so reachability is there, and I can see that this program having some issue related to some of the functions. So you can see that some places you'll find that the program is not working properly. You have to go and fix that code. Cisco has given the code, or over the GitHub you'll get the code, but you should know the code if it is not working, correct? Anyways, maybe this is the why, because we are not giving the full command. So here you can see that either your vmanage is unreachable, or if you're not giving all the commands related to this, it will throw an error. So what you can do, you can go and check the help function, what you want with the attached device. So here you can see I was not giving the attached device and the full template, so that's why it was throwing an error. correct? So what we can do here that uh, at this point of time we'll not do that, but we can go to help. Let's see before doing edit what other option we have. There you can see that we have the attach option as well. Attach a template with the Cisco SD-WAN, attach devices as well. So what we have seen the device list, we have seen the template list. So let me show you the template list one more time, because I want to detach. Now if I want to detach and wanted to know that what options I have after the detach, so I can use the help, correct? Now it is telling that you can detach and then you can use the target, and then you should use the target ID. So for example, I want to detach this, and then you can go and use the system IP, say 10.1.0.2 SSIP. Here you can see with this template I have two devices connected. So if I go and use it, now if everything is correct it will work, otherwise it will throw an error. So it is telling that your target ID, so here you can see we are getting the information 10102 is not working here because my target ID was incorrect, correct? So like that we can go and build our script. So you can see that we should give the target and the target ID. So when we are detaching the template, we should go and give the target ID. So let's see the template list, and I'll tell you that the target ID you will get with the device list. So once you are very much familiar with the programs that we are working, we can use it. So now I can go and give the target ID because that was the template ID, and I have my DC1 VH2. This is the device I'm looking for, and okay, so DC1 VH2 is this. This should work, and let me check that. Maybe now it is gone. So still we can see that we have two devices, those are attached. And if we go and check the device list, okay, so what I'll do, I will build new lab in the next recording, and then all the delete and the change type of functions I will show you in the next lab. Okay, so let's just stop here, and in the next lab I'll show you rest of the functions. All right, so let's continue. Our agenda here is to check the attach and detach, and moreover we are looking for the configuration option, that with help of Python program how we can push some configuration or how we can edit the configurations. Now what I have done that I logged in into DevNet lab, and this is the lab setup. So once you go to the URL that is given there, and once you book the lab, this lab setup is like this. So here you can see that we manage IP is 10.10.20.90, and then the username and password is admin and admin. So let me show that what I have done. I again set the environment variable. So here you can see the IP, then username and password. So once I have set this environment variable, then again I can go and test the new SD-WAN fabric that we have. Again we can go and check the Python and then SD-WAN, and obviously always we can go and do for help. Then you want to see the device list that we have seen earlier with other SD-WAN fabric. So here you can see that device lists are different that you want to play around. Then if you want to check the template list, you can go and check the template list as well. Suppose if you want to check the attached device, so we can go and check the attached device, and if any other help function is there, so we can go and check with the help. So what attached device will do, that they will go and tell you the uh, templates that it attach with that. And here you can see this program that we are using, attached device. It should be like this. So let me go and do that, and we can use the help here. So you can see that what is there after that. So it is telling that you can use the attached device, then the template, and then the template name. So it will tell you details about that template, correct? So at the moment, what I can do, I can go and check the template list first. Then I can go to the attached device, and then we have this template option. So let me put here, and then say for example, DCB edge template with this CSR. So I can go and give the template ID, enter. So now you're getting the detail about this particular template, correct? So you can see we can check the device, means number of devices, then we can go and check the templates, and then which particular device having which template and the attributes related to templates. For example, this DC, uh, device IP, the site ID, etc. So those detailed information we are getting. Now what I want here is that I want to see the template, the details about site 3 VH template. And again the program will run and it will tell that what's the device IP, because we're going to do some sort of edit with this particular device. Alright, so what I want here is that I want to do certain changes in this particular device. Again, we have option that we can go and utilize. So for example, let me quickly log into the vmanage, and the vmanage IP is 10.10.2090. So 2090, and then I can give the password. Now once I am inside vmanage, I can go and go to the shell, typing vshell, and I want to SSH to this IP, and let's go inside that. Because if you want to check the details about this particular device, so you can go inside this device and you can check the details. Okay, I'm not having the password for this particular device, and we can always use this netconf as well. So let me use this netconf. Alright, so here you can see that from the vmanage, I'm unable to log into this device. The other option that I have is that I can go to the dashboard, and from the dashboard I can go and check the various component. Even I can go and check the uh, running configuration of this particular device. So no problem. What we want, that we want to change a certain attribute, certain variables related to this particular device. So let me come back to my automation tool, and if you go and check the SD-WAN help first, so if I go and show you this attachment, so we have two more template or two more functions to be more precise. One is attach, one is detach. So first of all, I want to attach something. Let me show you the attach, how it is working. So when you use attach, you can see you can set different things here, correct? So you can attach template ID, target ID, host name, etc. Long list is there. Again, you can go and refer the program as well if you want only these two things, or maybe these 4 things. So you can go and edit inside the program as well. Okay, so as per the topology and as per the diagram, we have certain things to change. And for that, here you can see, obviously I'll go and verify the template first of all with site 3. So let's check the template with site 3 first. I'll go to the template list, and here you can see this template is this. And let's go back to the program. It should be F4 to F4. So exactly the same. Okay, so what we can do, we can go and use this command to attach this particular file. And before attaching this file, I just wanted to show you this time we are using the YAML function. And here if you go and check this particular program, so here it is telling that use this. Okay, so actually there are 2 versions of program. If you go and check the latest version, you'll find that it is telling you to use the YAML. Okay, so here if I go and here you can see that I have this YAML, and these are the contents here inside the YAML, and this system IP is the correct one. The device ID, I should check the device ID as well before doing anything. So I can go and check the device list, because inside device list you will get the device ID. So do you have the same device ID? Yes, the device ID is same. So we can go ahead and attach this program, because I have the YAML file and I have all these information. So I can go here. Oops. I can go to my program and I can use this string. Let's go back here, and because I am running Python 3, so I should use Python 3. Let's attach. Now what error it is saying, there is no such option called variables. Okay, so here you can see that if you are running little bit older program, this will throw this type of error. So what we can do, that I can go and clone this particular uh, program in some new folder. So let me do like this. I can make a directory called st, and I can say SDWAN new, and then I can go to SDWAN new. Once I'm there, then I can clone that new program. This is the older one that we are running, but older one is also giving you the output. So let me clone the new one. So here you can see the URL, and here you can see the commit 2-month old. This is actually the newer code. I can go inside this and let me clone this. Okay, because of the fact I'm connected with the VPN, it is not allowing me to clone it. So let me disconnect my VPN first. Alright, so I have disconnected my VPN. Let me try this one more time. Now you can see that it is allowing me to clone it. And now I can go to the new program, and if I go here, now you can see that we have this file here, and this is some updated program, so the variable and all those things will work. Let me quickly reconnect my VPN. So I have connected back my VPN, and let's run the program called device list first. It should give us the list of the devices. and then we'll go and check the other. Now when I'm running this program, here you can see the variable is set with 198. That's not the correct IP. So let's see here. Let's set the variable one more time. So we know that we have the variable that we have set earlier, and this thing that you need to set it, either you can create one script to set that. Those options are there. We can create a script and set as well, or every time you have to go and do like this. Obviously if you have multiple fabric, then you can go and do it. So let me go and quickly put the URL, the IP, the username and the password. So IP is 10.10.20.90, username and password this. Then I can go and run the device list one more time. So this time this should be working, because now we have given the correct variable, and then our VPN is also connected. Great. So I have set the environment variable and set the port number as well. If you go to the link here, you'll get these information as well. And here you can see that is related to the sandbox we are running. Before doing all these stuffs, you please follow the steps that that is there. All right. So we have checked the uh, device list earlier with the other program, and we want to check the device list here as well. So check that device list, you'll get the information, and we can simply go and check the rest of the things. So we have checked the device list, we have checked the template, and what I want here is to attach. So here you can see this is the function that we want to use, and this is the exact the same thing. So let's go and copy this. I can go and copy this. I can go back here. I can use my Python 3, SDWAN, copy, and enter. So now you can see that it's attempting to attach the template. It is trying to do the configuration as per the YAML file that we have seen, and we'll wait for the result. So here you can see this attached device with the template is successful. Now if you want to verify it, obviously you can go and check the template list, and it is retrieving the information about the template list. So here it is, correct, and here it is, the template. Great. So you can see that how you can go and edit, because in this YAML file, if you want to edit certain variables, you can edit it and then you can paste it. So this is that how you can attach. Suppose if you want to check the detach, so let's do that as well. I can go and reach here. I can go and check the detach, and it's actually very easy and straightforward. You have to give the target ID and the system IP. So we can go to the detach. Here it is telling give the target, give the target ID. Target ID you will get with the device list. So when we have the device list information, I can go here and check that. This is the device ID. Then I can go and give the system IP. The system IP is this one. I can go and give that. So now the detach function is in progress. It is attempting to detach the template. If everything is correct, it will detach the template. Then we'll go check the device list. You'll find that this is in the CLI mode. Okay, so from vmanage it will come to the CLI mode. All right. And here you can see that detach is completed. Now if I go and check the device list, and then you can see the difference. So in the device list, this is the guy, this is the device ID. And if I go and quickly show you the template, so let me show you this template list as well, where you will see that this device is not attached via any template rather than 0 because it is converted to the CLI. Alright, so you can use these methods even if you want. You can edit your program variables, and even we can run this in the production environment as well. Now we reach to section 5.5, where we have to learn about the SD-WAN vManage monitoring APIs. That includes real-time API. There is a long list of monitoring and real-time APIs, and then we need to construct these APIs. So I'll show you that how you can construct this in the Python format, but we have option that we can use the HTML code as well that we have seen earlier. So let me go to the vManage dashboard and the API doc. So here you can see you can go to the API doc, and once you're inside the API doc, you can search with monitoring. Now once you're searching with monitoring, you can see that monitoring quality of service, alarms, application router stats, DPI, cFloat, interface stats, server information, means each and everything that you can monitor. Once you have the monitoring API, after that you have real-time encounters, real-time monitoring APIs, say for example with respect to ARP, BFT, BGP, bridge, cellular device, DHCP, etc. Correct? So all these APIs you need to construct, and then obviously the question here is that whatever is usable in my case. So suppose DPI, deep packet inspection. Inside DPI, again you can see that you have 6 to 7 different APIs that you can utilize. So what you are going to use, that's important, or you can take a summary of these APIs, maybe 3 API you can build inside one call, one procedure. So what does it mean? Let me quickly show you my program here. So I have my program, and you can see some errors as well that I just wanted to show you that if you get the error, how you can improve that error. So if I go inside my program, I have my program, and that program is ENAUTO SD-WAN. Now if I go inside that and if I type help, here you can see that we have this long list. Actually, I have constructed all these APIs taking help of the API in the back. So how it will be, once I am inside here, you can see that we have these APIs. The top format I have shown you. So for example, if I go inside any of them except the device list, say for example this OMP. Now what you can do, that you can go and check the OMP peer, then you can go and check the OMP routes advertisement, then you can go, even you can integrate normal netmiko Python program as well. So there may be chance that you are using the API, but still certain CLI commands you want to embed inside the Python programming. So you can go and embed those programs as well. Another program that you are seeing here, that is with respect to iOS XE. And suppose if I want to run this over the iOS, Cisco iOS, and that's the Viptela operating system, is a bit different. So I want to run there because this is the V edge I want to test, and this code is related to CS. So what I will do here, let it be, let's check over the C edge only. Correct, because VH versus CH, you know that in VH you have to type show OMP service, but in Cisco Edge CH you have to use show SD-WAN then OMP services. So extra keyword you have to use, that's the SD-WAN thing. So what I'll do here, that I'll give the IP as a C edge device, but you can construct for V edge as well. Now, what is the IP for C edge in one of the branch? So that will be uh, maybe 104 or 5. So I'll use 5 here. And then I can go and copy, and this is the OMP related program. Now I can go back to my main automation tool. I can go and remove, and then I can go and create the new one. I can paste it, Control O, enter, Control X, and then I want to check the help function first. Then I want to check the OMP, correct? And I'll come to monitoring and other steps as well, but I'm just showing that how you can construct, is how you can embed the API calls. So that's the beauty of Python. We have that we have embedded the API, and plus you can see this CLI thing is also coming. So my device is logging into that device with help of CLI, and here you can see this API that I have built that is related to, or that is in terms of uh, DC1 VH1, but the API, but the CLI command that you are seeing, that is one of the branch. So branch one CH1 or maybe CS2 that we can check here from the system IP. This is the branch one CH2, and this is DC1 VH1. So point here is this, that you can mix the things in your troubleshooting code, in your monitoring code. Even you can mix different type of devices, but obviously you should know that what are the things you are mixing. I'll come back and explain you all these output, but let's move and let's stick with the monitoring stuff. So what I want to monitor, I want to monitor real time, I want to monitor the normal monitoring. So two monitorings are there, but the real-time monitoring is actually very beneficial, and we should focus on real-time monitoring, because all the time we are checking or we are doing the real-time type of troubleshooting. Means if you do the real-time monitoring, you will know that at this point of time what is happening, and then you can troubleshoot according to that. Now when you are doing the troubleshooting, what are the parameters you are checking? Obviously, first of all, you want to check the device info. So for that you can go and check the device list. So let's stick with the basics. So I want to check the device info. Then I want to check the interface of that particular device. Then I want to check the reboot, the security, the software, the system, those stuff. So at least these things you will check. After that, what you will check after that, you should go and check the BFT, the control connection, etc., etc. Correct? So in this section, let's focus on a step-by-step thing. At least three things we'll check: the device lists. Here you can see that what devices I have and what is the status of that devices, that we have seen earlier as well in the previous section. So I'll move on. So now we know that we can check the device list. At this point of time, I am focused on DC1 VH1. So for DC1 VH1, I can go and check the interface info as well. So let's go and check the interface info. Now here you will get the interface related stuff. So first of all, DC1 VH1, how many interfaces it has, how many VPNs. So this is the key. The system IP, then 0 is the VPN, then 0/1 is the interface, and then the protocol. This protocol is just the address family. So again, you can see that you have 01, 02, system, 01, 00, 03, and then you have VPN 0, VPN 10, 20, and management VPN, correct? Great stuff. So we have all this information that this device, this is very much similar to show IP interface brief. Then what you want to check is the RX packet, the RX error, the TX packet, the TX error, MTU, and speed. Now here you can see that if you have error, so error counter is 0, the TX and EX errors are 0, 0. So that means I don't have interface related issues or errors. So once I'm very much happy with the device status, once I'm good with the interface status, then I want to check the miscellaneous thing like reboot, security, software, and other stuffs. So for that, what I can do here, that I can go and use this particular program or a script. Now what this will do, this will tell you the important stuffs related to that particular device. So you can see that rebooted, this device has been rebooted at this time, this time, this time. Now initiated by user, activated in this code. So complete history you are getting. This is the reboot history, correct? Then if I scroll down, you are seeing that IPsec authentication parameters. So AHSHA, HMAC, rekey, FIPS is enable, the replay window. So that is also good. Then you can see that the software information. So this device is running 2111. That is true. That is set. Correct. Now then it tried to log into this device and then it has error. Why? Because we are not logging into the CLI of this. So let me go back and correct the code for the reboot and the security option. So here you can go and check this, and let's see that where we have that program. So from here it is starting. So first APIs are well and good, it is working good. Then I have given some CLI commands as well. What is that CLI command? Show SD-WAN system status. If you want to run this command, the command should be show system status, and this is not the iOS XE, but we can make this as a Cisco iOS at this point of time. Again, I can go back to my program, I can remove the older one, and then I can create the new program. I will paste this, we can save this, come out, and then run this program as well one more time. Now here you can see that when we are running these API calls, they are lightning fast, correct? The moment you click, you will get that information. Now when it is trying to contacting via the CLI, you can see that there is some speed issue, or because see, when you are logging via the CLI, what is happening, that first of all this program will try to connect, try to SSH to that device, then it will write that code. Once you write that code, again that code will go behind the scene to that particular device, and then it will get the information. Now it is not able to SSH, we have the SSH issue. So what I will do here, that I will go and give the SSH the management IP. So I can go and give 198.183 dot. I know that management IP is this. Even I can go and edit my uh, single line of code inside this program as well, but because I'm doing in this manner, so let's do like this. Save it, come outside, and run this program one more time. I want system information, and that CLI command is show system status, correct? So let's wait. Now here you can see this try to log into that device, and here it is. We have the output. So here you can see that CPU usage, the memory usage, the disk usage, because this output is good output, and that's why I added this particular command in my command belt or in my command list. Okay, so likewise you can see that you can go log into the device, you check the device status, go check the interface status, then with single API call you can check the reboot history, you can check the security info, you can check the software version, you can check the system info like CPU, memory, disk usage, and others, correct? So how healthy and how good these programs are while we are doing the monitoring, and while we are trying to reaching closely or try to reach closely to the troubleshooting option as well. All right, so we reached to the last section of this particular section. I can say that subsection of this particular section, 5.6, troubleshoot Cisco SD-WAN deployment using vManage API. Now already I have the course just for troubleshooting in the SD-WAN. That is available here in this platform. You can have a look. Now the question here is that how useful this troubleshooting APIs, or with the API can we do the troubleshooting? The answer is yes, we can do the troubleshooting. Let me go to the vManage, and if you are here and if you go and check the troubleshooting options that we have. So what are the troubleshooting options? You have troubleshooting dashboard, device group, software package, device software update, software action. But important point here is this, that while you are doing the troubleshooting, that should be phased. That should be a step by step. So it is not necessary that you are using the troubleshooting API to do the troubleshooting. Rather than, even you can use the real-time monitoring application, or you can embed the CLI code inside your Python program to run the troubleshooting scripts as well. Correct? So suppose obviously we don't want to run debugs and all those things inside the API, because that should be under some circumstances. Means suppose if you have the tag case open, or if you have the uh, maintenance window, or some downtime, etc., then you want to run the recursive or the regressive uh, this debugs and all. Correct? So here at least you can do the baseline troubleshooting. You can do maybe phase 1, phase 2 type of troubleshooting. But again, if you don't want to go deep inside the packet captures and all, better we can go and use these things from the vManage dashboard, where we have the troubleshooting option. We can take the captures, we can run certain commands from the vManage dashboard as well. Correct? So do follow that video that I have, complete course I have, that where you will find the troubleshooting SD-WAN, plus you'll find some interview questions as well. Great. So let's move on. Now, when we are talking about troubleshooting, what you want to troubleshoot? In last section, we have seen about the device monitoring, where I have covered the stuffs related to device list, the info, and the reboot. Correct? Now, after that, suppose if you have any issue related to OSPF, obviously you will directly go inside the OSPF and you will do the troubleshooting. If you have any issue related to any other protocol, suppose if you have issue related to OMP, some errors you are getting, maybe some bug is also, after troubleshooting find that is hitting some sort of bug, maybe some security policy, due to that packets are getting dropped, or maybe some of the policies are not configured properly. So there are n number of use cases as well for the troubleshooting. Now, how we can do troubleshooting from here, I will show you some of the examples. But again, you can add n number of APIs, n number of CLI commands from the Python script you can run, and you can execute that command remotely to the devices. So if you have any issue related to IPsec tunnel, obviously your BFT will go down. You can go and verify with the BFT. So now if I go and run the BFT command here, so here you can see that we are running the BFT API integration with Python, and what are the inputs we are getting. So let me show you, and here you can give nice description on the top, that this is the device, BFT max session is 4, flap 0 time, BFT session is up, total BFT session 4, poll interval, and the host name. Likewise, you can see the tunnel source, tunnel destination, the color, the TX packet, the device name, site ID, and the state. This is the alarming one. So if the state is down, that means this particular tunnel. And what's the source, what's the destination, you can check. So here you can see that the site ID is 300, and we should specify that the site ID is local or remote. So at the moment I am inside the local, I am inside the 10101. I am doing all the testing with DC1 VH1. And if it is forming the site ID with this particular, if this is the destination site ID and this tunnel is down here, you can see the counters are down with these tunnels. So we can clearly mark that with this particular source and destination, this is down. correct? So from this API we can easily understand, and then we can further troubleshoot that is the ISP issue, is the link issue, the local issue, or in between some transit failure, etc. All right, then again you can see the other BFD session output. So here you can see that which BFD sessions are up. So you can see the source and destination, source and destination. You can see the device name, site ID, uptime, in the uptime protocol, these are up. Then you have the summary of BFD. So I have VS control connection, expected connection, OMP pair, etc. etc. So it's quite handy that we have actually 4 different or maybe 5 different commands embedded inside same command, and then we have this API which is giving the result. So we can see that few of the BFTs are down. Next we can go and check the control connection as well, correct? So I can go and check the OMP sessions as well, because whenever we are talking about control connection, that is related to your DTLS connection, the vSmart vManage connection. So all states are up. You can see your device is installed up, but here we are seeing some issue, and this issue that you are seeing observing here, let me show you that if I go inside the control, my IP is not correct, so I should correct the IP. And let me go next. Actually I want to go inside the control. So here you can see the IP, I just want to put this. Now this is okay, but because since this is the VS device, so we should use show MP services, show OMP summary, and then here you can see I have given only 2 commands, but it is true for n number of good commands. So someone can create the script there, they can give the meaningful CLI commands. At least those commands are in most of the time they are in use, and then your script will be very useful for globally to that particular organization. So let me remove this and let me go and add that script one more time, and let's run this. So I can go and run this control. Now here you can see the control connection output, then the summary output, and here you can give nice description as well, means whatever output you are getting, why this output is, what we are going to get from this output, correct? Now here you can see that it's trying to establish the connection and still, okay, so again you can see that issue here that I haven't changed this uh, image, so it should be iOS Cisco underscore iOS. The rest of the things are okay, and let's go back and add this one more time. So I can stop that session, I can go to the cell and let's do the nano, add that. Seems it is not copied. Let me go and copy this and let's add it back. All right, seems some issue adding this, so I can exit and I can go here. Okay, so add it back. Let's go out, and obviously because I have changed the name, so I should go here and use one. So now it is running again. Again, you can see the API is quite faster than the CLI command, but CLI command is also true because we have some nice CLI commands. Okay, so we can't ignore those CLI commands. Display the stats about the VH router. The VS Smart controllers instant vdaemon process handling, some issues there. Let's see in detail why it is throwing there all the time. Because we have seen that one of the command was ran perfectly. That was the BFD, and we are using Cisco iOS. And the username and the password is correct. So this should also run, correct? So you have this Cisco iOS, and then the username and the password, show OMP services, show OMP summary, and So you can see that we are getting the repetitive error, and if I go inside the program here, you can see the program I need to correct. So the NetMiko will log into this Cisco iOS whose IP is 3.100, that is nothing but DC1VH1. And once we are inside this, we should not use this keyword SD-WAN, but if we have the iOS XE, then you can use this keyword called SD-WAN. Now again, you can see that the benefit of API, because API is true with CH and is just true with VH. So irrespective of what device we have, what nature of device we have, the API is true for that. But here you have to do the necessary changes and modification. Now again, let's go back and run this program. We want to get the information related to control connection. You can see the two of the APIs, but the important point here is that few of the CLI commands are good, and we can follow those CLI commands. So first of all, what it is doing, the control statistics output, then the control summary. So now we are getting the information about the control summary. It's a bit slow because this is CLI, and then the valid VH. So here you can see the valid VH, and then it will go and give you the valid VSmart or VBond or whatever we want. We can go and put all those information and we can get the output. So here you can see that how helpful this is. So you have checked the BFT, you have checked the control connection. Likewise, my favorite one is the IPsec. So I can go and check the IPsec inbound outbound connection and all IPsec related command. So here you can see the API is how fast is this, and the moment I click enter, you are seeing the output. So what is the tunnel MTU, what is the authentication key, the encryption key, authentication use, SPI, the encryption hash, SPI, the TCP MSS. See all the information you are getting in one screen. Now you can copy and paste this screen and you can use this information for further troubleshooting. Correct? So that's the power we have with the API. So we have checked the BFT, we have checked the control, device, FIP table, simply it will give the FIP table. We have checked the interface, we have checked the IPsec, we haven't checked the IP table. That is simply the IP route information. IPsec, we have checked the OMP. If we have OMP advertised routes, you can go and run this. If you have OSPF related stuffs, you can run this, then reboot, TLOC. So most of the things we have checked, but suppose if you are doing the troubleshooting related to application, so in that case you should go and check your app route stats. Here you will see very robust output related to app route. So what's the local color, what's the remote color, the remote system IP, the source IP, destination IP, the loss, latency, jitter, loss, average latency, average jitter, TX, RX, total packet. Okay, so you can see that the colors, and you can see the source and destination IP, and then according to that you can check the counters where these counters are more, because according to that you can figure out that the loss or latency or jitter. Correct. So I have built these many APIs integrated with Python, but you are free, you can go and add more and more usable APIs inside the Python to do the real-time monitoring, plus to do the troubleshooting as well. So the thing is like this. So this 2-hour video that we are going to do today, it may take 10 to 15 hours to understand. So when you perform the lab, when you check the code, maybe it will take maybe 15 to 20 days or maybe 1 month to understand the code, what type of code that I'm going to explain today. It's a big and it's a huge thing that we are going to do today. And anyways, whatever code that I have, that I'm going to upload in today's recording, and the same for the like day 5. So once you check those code, and suppose if you want to create your own own functions, definitions you want to add in the code, you are free to do that. So if you understand that, okay, this is the code, this block is doing this, so next time you can add your own block as well. Like that, you can edit, modify the code as well. But yeah, to understand this particular code, to modify it, maybe it will take 2-3 months if you start from today. Itself, to understand what we are going to do today, it will take at least 10 to 15 hours. Means when you perform the lab, then whatever steps that I'm using, you watch this particular recording, you again watch it like 3-4 times. You can watch it, you can bookmark the video as well. So at what time, what lab task I have performed, because today we are going to perform good amount of lab. All right. So as you can see here, the agenda I have just mentioned, like, is like generic mention that more toward post method, that we post means that we want to create the object, and then playing with SDWAN templates. Inside SDWAN template, how we can view the template, how we can create the template, how we can delete the template. And then there are some PIP tools, from where if you install in your laptop, you can take the entire SD-WAN backup and all those things. Okay, so let's start. I'm going to start with the smaller one. I have one folder and I'm going to upload that folder. The folder is day 5, and inside this day 5, if you go inside this day 5, 2 folders are there, but the folder that you can see here, this section, this is important. So I'm going to upload entire folder. In this entire folder, you can see so many programs, correct? And there is one folder for template. So this is the template in the JSON format, and there is one other template related to vmanage, but vmanage CLI is here. So this vmanage template is just for your backup. It will not do much of things, but whatever arrangement you can see here in the folder, you can, same as it is, you can copy somewhere and you can run the functions that I'm going to show you today. Okay, so let's start with one of the nice thing that we have inside the SD-WAN, and that nice thing is uh, application aware routing. So you can see here, let me increase the size if I can increase it, so you can also let me increase the view. So first of all, I'll start with a interesting and uh, day-to-day activity we are using with respect to application aware routing policy. So you can see somewhere you'll find that we have monitor app route stats. So let me show you that how you can play around with this. So I can go to day 5 folder, and inside day 5 folder, I'm inside the SD-WAN Python REST API. Obviously, if I want to run this code, I need my vmanage to be connected. So I have one lab here. Let me go quickly and connect with the vmanage. And I'm connected with vmanage. In this vmanage, I don't know if I have the app route policy enabled or not. So better I can log into the dashboard and I can go to the policy section. I can activate that policy. But the other option we have, that we can activate, deactivate from our program as well, correct? So let me go here and let me show you this program first, and then if I do not get any input in the program, then I'll go and activate that policy, app route policy. By default in this lab, it is not activated. All right. So what you can do, Python, and then monitor app route policy. You can always go and check the help section in this program. So here you can see that we have 3 fields. App route fields, what are the fields we have in the application aware routing? Then app route report, this is something that will be topmost usable thing for you, because maybe you want to show the management or the team that, see, this is the application aware routing report. Okay, and you can generate the report in the notepad or the Excel, etc. Then you have the app route status. So a status you can see for all the tunnels. So first of all, let me show you the smaller thing. You can go to app route and the fields. always go and check the help section as well. So if you have any thing after that, it will show in the help. That in that manner we have the program. Oh my god, someone has deleted my files from the drive. Just give me 1 second. Sorry. And let's continue. Okay, so here you can see that what are the fields we have that we can generate the report for. So we have the device, local system, source IP, destination IP, loss, latency, jitter, all those parameters related to application aware routing, correct? Now next very important thing that we want to do is to check the report. So I can go and check app route and report, and you can see here in the help section that what type of report you can generate. So here you can see that you can go and create the report like this. You can go and give the hub list. So let me go and do that. I can go and give the hub list. I have one file there, YAML file with list of. So actually I have one file. So let me quickly show my folder here. In this folder you will see one hub list. So what does it mean? That here I have given 2 IPs, but suppose if you have more IP and you want to generate for more IPs, you can go here and then you can give system IP and say 10.3. This is one of the branch IP. Then I have one more IP, that's 10.3.0.2, but these are the branches, and the name you can see here is the hub routers. In my hub I have these routers at least. All right, so I can go back here and then I can go and give the name. What's the name? Hub underscore YAML. Yeah, you can ask.
That IP, that IP for IP, one of the IP lost update you did not put.
No, sorry for that. Thanks, good catch. Okay, so hub list dot YAML. Now you will see that it is asking, please enter a start date, year and month and date. So 02, and today only I have started the lab. So I will do one thing. I'll give 19 for example, or maybe you can give 18 as well, 18th of February, and then the end date I will give 02 maybe 21. Okay, so 18 to 21, and then I'll go and press enter. So oops, yeah, I have put 21 and seems it was not taken. Maybe that was out of range, but no problem. So then you go and press enter, and then you can see here in the bottom that created a report of average app router stats for tunnels between hub router and a spoke. Okay, so now if you go here to the folder from where you are running this program, you can see you have 2 report. Okay, so one report you can see for hub and one you might see for the spokes. So let me increase there. Now here you can see that hub sites. Because I have given hub site as a branch one, so that's why it is taking that as well. But you can see clearly the point here is to check these items here. You can see these items, you can go and check. So what's the loss, latency, jitter, and good thing here is that you are getting all those information in nice Excel format, correct? Like this. And you can see the date as well, because anyways I started the lab on 19th, so that's why it is not showing you 18, 19, 20, etc. But you can see nice report. Any question on this?
No, Rakesh, we are good.
And then you can see the other report as well we have. This is the tunnel stats. So it is showing you the tunnel stats as well, I think. Let's see. Okay, so that's
This
the
is
yep.
this is only for IPsec tunnel, is it? Like or
It's for IPsec tunnel, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So you can see that it generated two files, 612 and 614, and one is for tunnel and one is for entire stats. And one report is actually quite big, and it's robust, where it is showing you, anyways, it's showing you which tunnel is there, what color is there, what branch size, and then loss latency jitter, because they are using API. So that's why we are getting result in this nice format. Now there is no CLI that can give you such type of results, correct? Okay. All right, so let's move on and let's check our next agenda here that we have in the course. I want to show you this particular section, that playing with Cisco SD-WAN template, view the template, create the template, delete the template, etc. Uh, I have created two different type of program. So first of all, I will show you one very important and good program, and then I have one complete big package type of program. There also I will show you the template. So let's start with the smaller, and I want to mark you. So when you watch this recording, what template you can see here I am highlighting, so it will be easier for you when you watch that. Whatever name that having template, so create bulk template, create template, delete template, generate basic template. This is in .sh, some script. We don't need this, but get template. So you have four program: get template, delete, create template, and bulk template. Okay. All right. So once you watch the recording, you can check these very important program. And good thing about this that you are free to do modification, edit, and all those things. Okay. So let me quickly show you any of the program, and suppose if you want to see here, let me quickly show you this, the differentiator here. So we know about this top. In day one I have covered that. Then you have to create the session with vmanage. That's the session. So up to line number 1 to 26 is that is defined. You have to do with all the programs. Now these things that you're saying, it's not required because this is commented, so I can remove that. Now you can see that actually you have to understand only few lines, only these 4 or 5 lines, correct? And it's very easy because say the last line here you can see in the bottom is the main function. It is the way that you are running this program, you know. So this is nothing. Here what you are doing, simply you will go and give the vmanage IP, you will run the script. But the logic you have for this program is this 4 or 5 line. So what it will do, first of all, with open, it will go and open a particular file in the JSON, that particular file that you are going to give as an input. Okay, so because you want to create the template inside the vmanage, for example, NTP, BFT, whatever, I'll show you all those things. So it will go and it will take this particular file as a payload. This is the most important thing here. So the method that we are going to use for creation is nothing but the post. Let me highlight here the post. This is the method. Now either it's a get or post. There is one difference. In post method, you have to give the payload. What is the payload we are using here is a JSON data. Now this JSON data, from where it is coming? It is coming from this field here. You can see. So you already have one folder. You can see here, vmanage cloud feature template. Inside that, suppose if you want to create NTP, let me quickly show you the payload. This is the payload. So once you run this program, this whatever coding we have inside this NTP folder that will get created inside vManage. So what are the things we have here? This is very easy to understand. First of all, the name of template. So API NTP. I'll go and give the name, say for example, Sam and Ishwar. That's the name we have, API. That's the NTP template name. So you have defined the name. Then version is 4. NTP server prefer, if you want, you can give that. What's the source interface? You can go and give that source interface. What's the VPN value? You can go and define the value. Now I will show you this exact thing inside vManage as well. Okay, so if you go here and if you go to the template, if you go to the feature template, and suppose you want to create a template related to NTP. So vEdge Cloud, let me select one device, vEdge Cloud, and then I want to create NTP. So see, in the NTP, what are the fields you have? You have to go and give the device type. That's very important. Then template name, description. Now if you go here and check, you have to go and in this program we have defined as a vEdge, but we'll see that. So you have to go and give the template name. And if you check here, you have the template description as well in the bottom. Okay, so you're giving the template name, you're giving the template description. Then you have to go and define the server. In server, if you have any new server, you can go and give host name, authentication key, VPN ID, version, source interface, prefer. All these things you'll find here in this payload. Everything you have to define, or actually this payload is already there, you can use it. So each and everything that you're seeing there already you have here. What you need to do, remember in JSON we have two fields, key and data. This is the key and here you have the data. So whatever data you will feed here, that will automatically populate inside the template. Okay, great. So let's do it. So I can go here and I want to create one template and I can go and start this, create the template, and the address is 198.168.1.10, and then I should have to give the JSON file. So if you go here and type help, you will get this string. So it will tell you that how you have to run this program, and then we can go here and we can give the host name 198.168.1.10, and then you have to go and give the JSON file. The JSON file, now it's up to you. The JSON file that you are giving, so I'll do the one thing, I'll go and give ntp.json. Okay, enter. So now it will do connect, and you can see here ntp.json successfully deployed to vManage. So that means if I go to the place and if I go and search, say I have given the name as Ishwar and Sam, so I should get that. Let me check this. Let me refresh this page first, because see, we have this NTP Sam Ishwar got created for Edge Cloud, and you can see this, you can edit this, there's no problem. So these fields are there, but if you go and change, so VPN is 0. Now if I do one thing, if I go here, oops, so if I go back, oh, where is my NTP? I think I have two files. So here you can see the VPN is 99. If I go and put 99, and I can go back here and the server address, if I can go and give the, let me close this file unnecessarily. Two files are open. Let me quickly close this. Yes, yes, yes. One second. Okay, ntp.json. I have that. I have three files open. I don't know. Okay, later on I'll go and close. Hmm. Okay, no problem. Let's continue like this. Later on I'll. So here you can see I have given the this as a 99, and then I want to change the NTP server. So let's see here. I can go and click edit. NTP is variable. NTP server is variable, means when you push this template, it will ask you, and it's actually good, you know. So you can create these things as a variable as well. Okay, so you can see the variable if you want to create as a variable. So VIP variable name NTP server VPN. Okay, so you can go and check here the VPN, and you can see the VPN here is not, it's a default actually. It is not a variable like this NTP server VPN. So it's okay, no problem. It's up to you that if you want to create is as a variable or you want to create is as a value. Now let's go back here and let's delete this. I don't want. So I can go and delete this. The moment we are using this GUI to delete, but you can do this with program as well. So now we can go and create, and you can see the speed. You can go here, refresh the page, and you can go and check that. Now this is something that you have to go and you have to spend time that how we can play around with the data, because anyways as a architect, as a design engineer or implementation engineer, you have to put those values, correct? So this is one of the thing that you can see now. So this way you can create one feature template, correct? But maybe in the organization, maybe if you have to create 20 or maybe 15, 30, 20, 25, 30 templates at a time, means all the feature template at a time you have to create. Then what you will do? So for that, we have one more program that's name is bulk. You can go and run this bulk and just give the IP. What it will do that in our folder, you can see I have AAA banner, BFD, BGP, bridge, DHCP, IGMP logging, multicast, NTP. All these templates will get created automatically inside the vManage. So it's like one-time hard work that you can go and change the variable, play around with the variable, but once your program is ready, click enter and done. Correct? Now you can see that we have one error with NTP because this is already there. So since this template was already there, so it will not create this, obviously. Apart from that, now if you go back and if you go and check the API, the name of the templates are starting with API. See, API PIM, IGMP security. Everyone is created at 21st February 6/27. You can see the date. Within 1111 second, all these feature templates got created. If you do it manually, obviously it will take time. Correct? All right, guys. If you have any question, feel free to ask.
So after this is created, that's when you want to attach it to a device, you can go in and change the variables, the values.
That's right. So then once you have the feature template, you know the main thing we have is the feature template in SDWAN. So then you can go and create the device template. and then that device template, you can call all these feature templates and you can attach it. If you want to do this via the program, I am going to show you that as well in coming 10-15
Okay.
minutes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And Ratnesh, do we have any way to create even CLI template as well? Or
If you are creating CLI template, then I guess then you know what is there. You just copy paste that configuration to CLI
okay, no.
because
So suppose like
yes, there is
True,
a
true.
way. There is a way. So what we can do that the CLI configuration we can put instead of JSON, we can put in a file and then we can upload here as a post as a data method. So yes. So here what we are doing, you can think that we are creating 20 CLI templates. It's a feature template, but you can think like this. Why? Because anyways the program is uploading all these files. So instead of all these files, if you have one CLI file that you can upload there's no problem. Correct? So
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
we can create it. Yeah.
So, so for this list, does it consist of all the feature template that we need, or there is more?
This is not all, but most of the things are here, like PIM,
Oh,
OSPF, OMP, NTP. You can see the system as well, security. It's not 100% all, but yeah, if you do little bit of digging, you will get the JSON file. I can give you the JSON file for all the
so
feature templates and all. Today only
yeah.
I'm
So
going to show you that how you can generate.
okay.
So from vManage itself, you can take a backup as a JSON. You got my point?
Oh, okay. So
Hmm.
if you go to the vManage, you can create, you can take a backup and put it here.
Yes,
Whatever
yes,
feature
yes,
template that you don't have, you
yes,
can
yes,
get
sir.
it and put it here.
That's good question. Let's do it first. So I have some other things to show you, but I want to show you this first. For that, I need to disconnect my VPN because actually I don't need to do that. What you need to do in your laptop, so once you are here, there is one package called pip install SAS3. That's the, or you can do Cisco SD-WAN, but this is the name. And anyways, I'm recording, so you can see this. Install SAS3. Oh, sorry, I install, spelling is wrong. So install, one second, let me correct that. Yep. So you can do this pip install SAS3. If you do that, because I have connected with VPN, let me really quickly disconnect my VPN and let me show you the steps. Okay, so you can go and check this. Warning, you are using pip 20, you should use this. So let me show you this thing first. And so there is online WebTeller tools from where you can take the backup. So if you go and check Cisco SAS3 something, and yeah, here you can see this SASTR something, and it will come here and oh, it is pointing to dev, but no problem. You can go to the GitHub. This Cisco underscore SD-WAN is the name, but I think pip is there, so I can go and check pip and SASTR. This is spelling. You can see Cisco SD-WAN is the keyword. So you can go here and you have to do pip install Cisco-SD-WAN. Okay, so we can go and do pip install Cisco and then SD-WAN. If you do this thing, so then it will go and install. In my laptop already it is there, so it is telling that already satisfied. Once you do that, okay, then this tool will give you option to do take the backup, upload, etc., etc. So now what you can do, you can go to the Python and then you can check the SD-WAN, what was the name of the install? So the name, either you can use Sastre or you can use, let me see the site here. So then you can go and use simply SD-WAN version like this. So let me quickly connect my VPN quickly. And let me give the credentials there. Here it ups. Okay. Now you can go here and you can put this. So I'm connecting my lab. Once we are here, then what you can do that you can go here and you can check simply. So SD-WAN help. SD-WAN is not recognized as a program. Wow, no problem. I'll show you other way to do this. Let me quickly check if I can have that. I just want to check the reference how it is. Oh, SD-WAN version. So do I am using correct SD-WAN and version? It is not recognizing SD-WAN at this point of time. Let's see. So what I will do here, again I can go. I'll show you both the ways that you can run this program. We have ways to run this program. It is telling that SD-WAN help. Once you do this thing, it will give you all these options. Here you can see that you have option to upload, download, and all those things. So let me try other way to do this. Python SD-WAN help. Let me disconnect the VPN. What you can do that you can go to the GitHub. It is strange that it should work. Like if you do pip install, maybe I don't have proper Python package installed in that particular location, but it is working fine. If you do pip install, it can work from any CLI actually. Let me do one more time pip install. I can see that I have this package and SD-WAN. Okay, no problem. So other way is this, that you can copy the code. See, you can go to this link. It is devnet sastre, and you can go and you can go here. Then you can open your git bash shell. You can paste that. It's telling sastre already exists and it's not empty. So I have already downloaded this, but this way you can go and download it, correct? Now then you can go and check where it is. It should be inside this folder. So I can go here. I can open one more folder here. I can go to the documents. I think I should go to the C drive and the this PC users. And then I should go to SAST. So I have this folder. What I'll do, I'll simply copy this to our day 5. So I can upload. You can go and put this folder here. Okay. Once you have this folder, you should have the Python files as well. So you want to run that program. Oops. So we are inside 5. I can go here. I can copy these files. You can go and copy and then you can put Python because I want to run this Python. So I can go and paste. Here you can see that you have the SD-WAN and SAST. Both are actually same. So now I can go here back one step and now I can go to this folder and then I can go and run Python and then SD-WAN and then help. Now can't open the file SD-WAN. What file is this? I should give SD-WAN.py because I don't have the VPN connection, so it will not give you the result. I need to connect the VPN, but your program is working. You can see like this. Now for result, I have to connect with my VPN. So let me go and connect with my VPN, and then I need to give the credential. So you can go here and you can connect this. Once you're here, then go back to your program. See what this program can do. Once you run this program, you have to give the username, password, port number, etc. Then you have to give the task. Inside the task, you can take the backup, restore, delete, migrate. These four things you can do. Basically, we are using this to take the entire vManage backup, and even you can restore as well. So 1 year back, we have one task that we want to migrate vManage cloud from Azure to AWS. So then we have taken the backup from the Azure with the backup function, and then we have restored to the Azure. So all those things already populated to that, and within 1 hour we have done that. Okay. It's a powerful tool. Apart from that, you can see the delete option you have. You can delete it, and then you have the migration option as well. You can migrate it as well. The good thing about this program is that you can go here and you can check uh, the task. So let me quickly show you that how you can run it. So once you are here, then you can go and then you can use the keyword say backup. Okay, once you give this backup, so that's the task. You have to choose one task out of this, and then you have the argument. And there is good amount of arguments you have, so better you can go and check the help. So when you can do the backup, you can see the long list where you want to take the backup. What's the directory or the default directory? They have default as well. Then when you are taking the backup, in that backup, you want to take all backup, you want to take policy backup, policy definition backup, policy VH, policy CS, template, feature template, what you want. If you want to take the backup for all, and if you want to see the log as well in the screen, you can use the verbose keyword. Click enter. Now what it will do, it will go and take the backup for each and everything. Okay. So I think this keyword, it is not taking backup all, and I want to see this as well over the screen. So let me see this, if I can go and use verbose. That was correct, I think. Mhm. Or you can do, I think, like this. You can use this verbose first and all. Let me see. Okay, I'll do one thing. You can go here and you can see the verbose backup all. Yep. See, it is working in this way. So in the in the recording section, you can you can copy this command. It is asking about the vmanage IP. I'll go and give then the username and the password, and now you will see it is taking the CFS RFS configuration backup, vmanage, vsmart, template, all policies. Means it will go continue for 5 minutes, because in our lab setup we have less configuration and all, so it will not take that much time. I think within 2-3 minutes it will get completed. But the good thing about this is that it is taking the backup for the JSON formats as well. Okay, so once the backup will get completed, then you can go here. You can go to SAS tree, and it is by default it is taking the backup in the backup folder. So it will create one folder for you called backup, and there it will put everything. Let me see. Yeah, see, you have to go to this folder where I have the program, and then you can see the data folder it has created. Once you go there, you have the backup and the date timestamp. Once you go there, you can see still it is going on, but you can see the certificates, device conf, device template, feature templates that we are looking for, correct? But I want to complete this, and then I will open the feature template. Once I'm inside the feature template, Sam, this is the thing you are looking for.
Yes.
See all JSON file. So you can,
Yeah.
oops, sorry for that. So we are here and we are here and we are here and we are inside the feature template, and we can go to the SNMP, and I can go and open like this. See, so let's do this thing. Let's add this SNMP in our template. Okay, so I'll do one thing. I'll go back here. I will copy one or two example is enough, I think. So I'll do one thing. I'll open the other side as well, where we have the feature, where we have the other program. So I can go here. I don't want to disturb this folder. Okay, but as per program, if you want, you can change the name and you can direct that, direct that requirement to that particular folder. Means it's up to you where you want to direct. So do I have SNMP? I can see the SNMP here. So what I don't have here in this list, I just wanted to use that, and that I can put here just for example. So BGP was there, DHCP, I think DHCP, and you can see this is also using APIs. You can see all APIs and all. So I think oh, these are our actually we have created, correct? Whatever API you're seeing here in the backup, you can see we have created just now. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
No problem. So they are taking those backups as well. So let me take anything that, so for example, all SNMP basics. I can copy and I can go to the other file here. I'll put here in outside the folder here, because then I will redirect our program to this particular JSON. Okay. So the name is all SNMP basic. Let me copy this. And I think this is already in the vManage. Let me go and quickly delete this as well from that. So I can go here and I can search for that. You can see, and it is attached as well. That's a problem. So we need to detach, and then only we can, Okay, no problem. I'll do one thing. I'll change the name. Instead of basic, I will make basic _ Sam _ Ishwar, like that. So we can understand that we have created with the program. Okay. So let's go back here and we have this is in, let's do a small edit here. I can go here and where we have the name, we'll go and change the name. So what's the name? The name is all SNMP basic. And if we go to the bottom, we can go and check all SNMP basic. This I'll change to Sam. That's the description, but new one. Control S. Okay. And now you can go here and see the backup is completed. Ishwar, you are happy now? You want to take backup?
Yeah.
Ishwar has told me that he want to take the backup of it. I have shown you two variation. One backup we have taken just for the configuration. And this backup is related to everything. Okay, so let's run that. I need to go to that folder where I have the program. That is SDWAN something.
And one quick question, Ratnesh. Like, suppose you have taken this backup, and suppose, like, due to some reason, like whatever, maybe irrespective of the reason, like, something goes wrong, and you want to restore back. I mean, you want to push this back. I mean, this configuration back up to devices. So, do you have any
Yes, we have that.
way?
Okay, so backup you want to push to vManage or any device?
Let us take both the ways, like to all the device or even particular related to particular site ID.
Because all the devices will not lose the configuration, correct?
Configuration, yes.
It will never happen. So say for example, if device will get rebooted or something, then you have the configuration at vmanage, because in vmanage you
Correct. So
have a
we manage,
template, you can reattach that template, correct?
yes.
Now if vmanage is running over VM, and suppose if vmanage will get lost, then
Yeah,
whenever
if you
the
have
vmanage will,
cluster, yeah.
yeah, so whenever the vmanage will come back up, you can restore. So like we have taken
Suppose,
the backup, we have the keyword called restore as well. You can restore as well to the vmanage.
okay. So that means like this backup should be somewhere in a storage server. Then once you in the vManage cluster, if one vManage goes down, then that file wherever we have in a storage server, that file you can restore back to other vManage and you can
That's
run the show.
100% right. Yeah. So you can take
Okay.
the backup anywhere in local system as well, in local drive as well, as long as we have connectivity to that system to the vmanage, it will restore. Okay.
And can we customize this like schedule kind of thing?
Yes, we have the code. We can do it
Okay.
because we are running the code, correct? So you can change the code. You can customize it. You can give my name as well in the code.
Okay.
That's kidding. Yeah, why not? Says in the open forum, Cisco has given to use this, so you can customize it. SNMP and basic and one. Oops, I should give the JSON dot JSON. So what it is telling that this folder is not in this location, and I'm going to show you to change the location as well, how we can do it. But I don't want to change the main program because maybe later on it will be difficult for you to create the same one, or maybe. So I'll do one thing, I'll create one new program, and this new program I'll say new create .py something. And then what I can do here is that the folder location that you have, you can give any folder name, okay, where you have all the JSON. I can remove that because anyways I want to push only one file. So this is the JSON file. It will ask me as a input. You can see this will ask you as an input. So now you can go and enter. Now it should take that particular. Still it is. Oh, I am running. I'm not running the new one. So we have created new program. Say new dot create, and then I should go and give the 198. Oops, 181.10, and then the JSON is this name. Enter. Okay, so what problem it has? It is telling there is no file name this. Okay, no problem. I will go and see that where I have saved this new file. So it is there, all JSON basic one. It is there inside the REST API all. Okay, so let me check the name. Should have the correct name, otherwise it will never work. So I can see here that it is not saved as a JSON file, you know, and then it should be in the JSON format, but let me just for curiosity, I'm using this. So what error it is telling that VHCS are running mixing to create CS and VH, it's not possible, etc. So it is telling that such type of template is there, and it is not allowing us to create same type of template mixing of both and etc. But just wait on, hold on. So you can do one thing, whenever you're saving those templates, you save as a JSON dot JSON. Okay, and then let's try one more time. You can go, oops, you can go here and enter. Yep. So now it is giving this error because of the template that we are copying and we are using like this. But don't worry, we have one more program called delete the templates. Let's see. You want to delete all custom feature templates? Yes. Again, do you really want to delete all these that you are seeing here in the list? Yes. Now it is showing somewhere you can see 400 is the error, but 200 is a success. Why 400 error means? That means it is attached. So if it is attached, it will never get deleted. Okay. So that's the reason it is not deleting. But yeah, when you are doing this, then you can. I'll show you the other way as well. But yeah, you have multiple ways to do it with the program. Because I have taken the backup, so I can show you the restore process as well. So once it will delete everything, whatever it can delete, like whatever is 200 you're seeing is a success code. So it is going on, going on, going on. Let him delete. And then we will verify as well inside vmanage. Yep. So now we can go back here and let me delete this, refresh this. You'll find that those templates who are attached, somewhere I can see that they are not attached. Maybe they are referenced to some other template, but mostly the templates who are not in use, they got removed. And that's actually, one good thing in operation. So we are getting sometimes these use cases that whatever templates are not attached, delete it. Just to do the cleanup of vmanage. You can use this function to do the cleanup, because if the templates are attached, they will not get detached. But before doing this cleanup, make sure that you have the backup. Now, how many templates we have? Here you can see 46. It's showing 46 rows. And other thing is that it has deleted all the custom made. That's the non-default. Custom made templates it has deleted. Okay, so 46. Now what I'm going to do here is, let's do the backup, the restore. Okay, so we can go to the folder called sastre, and then we can go and do the Python and then the SDWAN and then the restore, or let's see the help. So here you can see that you have the task, and that task is restore. So restore all, or like you can do like this. So say verbose restore all. What happened? So backup is not found. Now you can see when we are doing the restore, it is assuming that we should have this file, but we don't have this. No problem. But these things we can change inside the code. You have the option, you can change the file name and all those things. So what we'll do here, we'll go to the data, and first of all, you can make the copy of this as well. I'll change the name. Okay, I'll change that name like this. And then let's try one more time. Now it is asking the address. Admin. So what happened? Uh, you can see here, I am showing you the
now let's
problems
look
as well.
for the
Yep.
original backup name.
Yeah, so no problem. We'll do one thing. We'll copy and we'll rename and we can paste, correct? So paste. Let's do that. Oops. I'll do one thing. I'll paste here. and then I'll go and rename that. These things are actually very easy in Linux, copy, paste, and all those things. If you're using Linux machine, then it's actually very easy to perform these copy, paste, movement, all those tasks. Why it is not moving the file? Maybe it is open somewhere. So some of the files that we have opened, maybe that is causing issue to copy this. But anyways, I'll try one more time. Let's go back here. What I want here, I need one more copy. Okay, let me try. Okay, so this is the name. And can I paste? So this is the name it is looking for, correct?
Yes.
And then I'll create one more folder. And that folder name, I can give this name that initially it asked. But this is, this is not the name actually. It is exactly looking for this only. Let me see. Let me try one more time. It should run actually. So while it is running this program, it is telling that you don't have this working directory. So let's do this thing. Let's see. I can give the working directory location as well, correct? So we have that option. You can go to the help and you can see that we can go and give the work directory, and then we can go and give the name. This is the name. Let me check this thing. A tag is required. You should go and give all as well. But yeah, when you're making, when you watch this recording, you can copy these commands, because again, you don't need to spend this much time. So now you can see that starting restore. From where to where you can see? From this backup location to vmanage IP. Okay, so it's a start this loading process, and let's see, it should take the backup. Maybe it will take some time, 5 minutes. But this is the way that you can load the configuration. And it is working because we have used this thing in the production as well. So this is nothing that it will get failed. Meanwhile, guys, if you have any question, please feel free to ask.
So with this backup and restore,
Hmm.
can you summarize what the backup can take and the restore, what it can do, or what can really be restored, and the deletion, what can be deleted, what can't be deleted?
Yes, everything. And they have very nice document actually, if you go here to this link and you can see the documentation, the amount of information that they have given here. So you can see here, task, then what are the things you can do, then how you can achieve all these tasks, everything you can see. And you can see how to use this, all the commands, everything you can see nicely documented. Now, some of the features that you are seeing here, you're not seeing here. Why? Because this is one of the licensed, licensed type of package. For free, you have 4 options that you can take the backup, you can do the restore, etc. Okay. Okay. Anyways, you can spend some time on this particular tool. This is good tool to take the backup, to take the upload, restore, and migrate. And one other function was there. So 4 function it is doing, but in terms of backup, it is one of the nice tool we have to take the backup. Okay, so you can copy this code and you can play around with this. It's a nice one. And apart from that, whatever this tool can't do, for those things we have different programs, you know, so we can achieve our task with those programs as well. All right, guys, you have any further question? See, it is going on, you can see here, and maybe it will take some time. Meanwhile, if I go back here, you can see it was 46. If I refresh this, it should increase. See, it becomes 73, 75, you can see. So number is increasing. That means your restore process is going on. Correct? Shall we take one 5-minute break? Let me resume the recording. I'll start with a small. I have 3 interesting program. Let me start with a small and then big and big. So I have one. Let me go back to my main folder. That is SDWAN REST API. And then I have one program called vManage APIs. You can always go to the help section and you can see that what are the things you can do. So attached devices related to template, control, stat, you know, all these functions are actually small, but they are going to give you nice information. So for example, if I start with system status, and this particular program, you can use it in your production from today onwards. If you want, you can use it. So you can go and check the system status, and then you have to give the system IP, say 10.1.0.1, and we'll see the result. So what it is telling that your host, that's the IP, is uptime, version, memory used, and CPU used. It's like small information but good information. You know, we often looking for the CPU, memory, version, uptime. Correct? Likewise, you can go and check the interface status. So I can go here and I can change this. Oops. To interface status for this particular guy, and you can see the interface. It's like show IP interface brief, interface IP, and so these informations that we are seeing here we can club together. You know that we have done in day 3. So it will ask you which IP you are looking for the system information interface status. You can club. So here this done, this done. Device list, we already know it will print the list of the devices. Device counter. So let me show you the device counter. I can go back here and I can show you the device counter. What does it mean? Device and then counters for this particular device. So OMP peer down, VA smart connection, BFD and BFD. So basically it is telling you both the data plane and control plane and the OMP connection, correct? So this is BFD is nothing but your data connection. OMP is your VA smart connectivity, correct? And then your VA smart connection. Then you can go and check the device list. This we have done earlier. It will give a nice tabular format of the device ID, system IP, etc. Then finally, let me show you 2 more functions there we have. So we check the system interface, device list, device counter, then detach and attach. Remember, attach and detach. Let me before doing this attach detach, I can show you the control status. So I can still go here and show you the control and the status. So you can see this the control connection status and last updated, correct? Now we want to see the attached devices. So I can go here and I can show you the attached devices. Let's always check the help. And should spell it correct. Devices. So it is asking about the attached devices and then the template and the template ID, correct? So this is something like retrieve and return the device associated with the template. You can simply go and run like this also, I think. Yeah, you have to give the template ID here. So let me see if I can give the template ID. Otherwise, I have to get that template ID from some other program. That's why I need to some little bit arrangement of this particular these programs. Okay, no problem. I can show you this output because three program I have this in I have in this folder. One is vmanage API. It's very important. Vmanage API. One is vmanage config API. This is a little bit advanced. Okay. So now if you run this, because I need the template ID. So you have the template list. I can go here and I can go back and I can get the template list from here. Say template list, but I can move this function here in this or some other things. So template list. Okay, I'm doing a little bit wrong here. So just give me a second. I can go to vmanage APIs and then the template list. Okay, it is giving you all the template list that whatever we have. Now I need this template ID, correct? To run in other programs. So attached device, and if you go and check the help, so it is asking me about the template and the UUID. So template and the UUID. For example, I'll check this DC guy. So you can see that you have this particular template whose name is DCV Edge. It is attached with two devices, this device and this device, whose host IDs are this. Correct? Now, what we want. Now, I want to detach. So let me check that. So I have the detach. So it is asking about the target text ID of the device, the target whatever ID, you can see the ID, host ID, and then the system IP to be detached, correct? And here you can see the help as well. So we manage detach target ID, system IP like this. So before doing this detach, I just wanted to show you here in the device template for this TC, you can see here two devices are attached, correct? So now we can go back here and we can use this function of detach, and then you can use the target, correct? And then you can go and use the target ID. Target ID is nothing but this guy here. And then you can go and use the sys IP, and that is nothing but 10101. Attempting to detach template, let's see. It is trying to detach the template for DC1VH1 inside this particular template. This template name is DC template. This template name you can see here if I scroll a little up. DCVH is the name of the template. Okay, it is trying. So meanwhile it is doing its work, you can see that we check the system, interface, device list, device counter, controller status, attached devices, and then finally we are checking this function to this particular program. That program is vmanage_API. And let me go back here, and if I can go and refresh this page, you can see here one is gone. So if I go and refresh, see DCV has initially 2 devices are there. Now you can see only one because it has done its work. Still, I think it is change configuration mode to CLI. You can see. Okay, so I have shown you how you can detach the template as well.
So after it detached, then it changed from vmanage mode to CLI mode.
Yes, that's right. Because then you can do changes from the CLI. Correct?
Okay. Yeah.
Great. Like you have the automation. Suppose if you have good amount of devices to do the detach, then you can use for loop or while loop, and then you can loop it. Correct? Okay, now let's see the other vmanage API I have. It's a little bit advanced. Vmanage config.
Can you
Yeah,
attach this same device back? Or we have already done that?
okay, so the device that we have done the detach, yes, why not? So I have done the detach. Let's see how we can attach it as well with the program, right? Let's see. I have the functions for that. I can show you that. So let's go back here. Vmanage. So this particular section that you are seeing here, vmanage config API this is little bit advanced to do some more operations. Okay. So what operations this can do here? You can see. You can activate policy, you can do the app route, modify color, deactivate policy. You can check this is actually related to policy. Okay. This particular API is related to the policy. So you can activate the policy, you have the vSmart policy and you want to activate it. You can activate it. You have you want to modify the app route color. You may be using MPLS, you want internet, you can do it. You want to deactivate the policy, you can do it. You can go and check the policy list. That's the vSmart policy. You can go and check it. Template list we have already seen. So it's very much like self-explanatory, correct? These things you can do it, but let me show you all those things. I'll come back to your question as well, how to attach it. Just give me 2 minutes. Let me complete this. So Python vmanage APIs and then activate the policy. And then you can see which policies. I have one long list of policies in the dcloud. And then you have to give the name of the policy. So for example, if you go here and if you can check the policies, you can see everything is false here. I'll do one thing, I'll go and I'll activate this policy. So I can copy the name here. It is false at the moment. You can go here, you can give the name, you can put this, and then behind the scene it is working. So it is telling the policy UUID is this. And you can go here, and if you give some time, it may take some time you will find that this status will become active, means true instead of false. Successfully activated the vSmart policy. Now if you refresh the page, you can see it become true. So now your policy is activated. Likewise, you can deactivate it. It's very easy. You can go and check the list of the policies. You can go and check the template list as well. If you want to modify the app route color, you can modify from the program itself as well. And generally, we are doing this from the vManage itself. Okay. Any questions so far? It's good.
Yeah, good.
All right. So let's come back to
Good,
the.
good.
Yeah, yeah, Sam.
No, I think it's what is.
You're telling. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you good, Adarsh. Yeah.
Thank you. Now you can go here and check the one more program I have, and that's the SDWAN CLI. This is also very interesting. You can go here and you can see what are the things you have. And in this program, you will see, so we have BFD, control, device, IPsec, all those things, but you can see here that you can go and monitor, see details, monitor. You can create, edit, delete. Okay, so somewhere you'll find that you have the post method as well. So template, you can go and you can manage the device and feature templates, list, and so I'm just focusing on the template section because we are dealing with template. You can go here and you can check the help. What are the things you can do with a template? You can see template. We know that we have two templates. One is device template, one is feature template. So device template, you can create, you can delete. Okay, so I can go here and I can go to the say device, and then I want to create. Like that, you can go in depth. So let's see something that it is showing me some error. 1 second, give me 1 moment. Yep. So you have delete, you can list. These things we have already seen. That's why I'm not going in this. I'm just looking for one thing that Sham as well. Attachment of device. I think I have that function. I'm just checking in which function it was there. But anyways, once we are in this location, I'm not deleting anything, but you have this delete function. You can go and delete, and obviously you have to give the name what you want to delete. Fail to delete the template none. You have to give the name of that particular template that you want to delete. So at the moment, I'll do one thing quickly. Let's check this. So we can go to template and we can create one copy. Let me create the copy. Say just one. You can see that just one got created because whenever you are deleting template, it should not be attached, correct? Delete just one. Unexpected argument. Let me see here. You can go to the delete and you can check the help. Okay, you have to give the template ID. It will not delete like this. So what you can do here, you can go and check the device and show. And let's do like this. Okay. So you can go to the device. You can go and do the list. It will tell you what device templates you have. So here you can see the test guy here. You can go to the delete and you can give this guy name who's his test like this. So copy, let me copy this, paste here, enter. I think I'm getting some extra. Okay, I should give the template ID, correct? So you have to do like this, and these things you can create notes when you watch this recording. So I should go and give the template ID like this. successfully deleted. Now if you obviously, oops, if you see here in the list itself, it will be gone. So test is gone, correct? So like that you can delete them. There's no problem on deleting that device. And let me see, the attachment option is there. So we have the delete, we can delete it, we can see that. Then let's see this show function. Again, you have to give the template ID show and then the template ID. So let's see. So UUID, template ID, all these are very important. It is showing you this template in the JSON format. Okay, you just play around with all these programs that we have. Okay, because it will give you good amount of information. Only thing I haven't covered at this point of time is to attach. Correct. Let's see the attach, how we can attach a device with a template. And other thing I should do that all these function I should put in the same program. So you should not check this there, this there. So that thing I will do. I will merge most of the program related to template, and I'll make this template program really powerful. Okay. So what I will do, at least the vmanage API and vmanage config API, I can merge. Okay, and then this SD-WAN CLI that you're seeing, I can merge it, and then I should add one more function here that's related to attach, because I thought there is attach is there in this template.
Yeah, I think the attach function was the same PY that you did use for detach.
Yes, you're right.
It's the
So
same.
I will go
But
there and I'll check that. Yep, that's correct. So before going there, the last thing here is the related to feature. And here you can see that in feature you can go and you can see list, show, create, delete. So those options you have related to feature template. Already I have shown you how you can create the feature template in bulk as well. Okay, so you can use that function, but this is also okay. Let's try to do it. So feature, and then I can go and check the list. First of all, let's see all this. There are lot feature templates are there. See, oh wow. In production, you can see how big that list will be. So then we can go here and then we can go and do this create and help. So we have this only these options at this point of time. You can create the banner, system, VPN engines. That's okay because it is actually coded inside the program and the file. But we have better option to create the feature template rather than this. So better we should focus more on that program that I have shown you. Okay, the last thing related to template and device. I want to see here that also create function is not there. It's okay. Let me quickly go back to the 1 second to the SAS tree, and let me see that do we have anything related to attach here. So I can go and do help here, and you can see that you have the task. No, you don't have. You have backup, restore, delete, and migrate. Then let me go back. Then we have used the attach and detach that was related to vmanage API. So I can go here and vmanage Oops, so I should go to SDWAN REST API folder and then Python we manage APIs. Here you can see. So we have detached and we have attached devices, correct? So I
Yes.
can go and I can see the attached devices. Help. So we need the UUID to attach. Okay. So I'll do one thing. I'll go and do the template and I'll copy the UUID. And let's do one thing. We have created one new template called test. I think that I have deleted by mistake. Anyways, I'll go to this particular UUID. That's a DCVH and I'll provide that. So here somewhere template and the UUID of the template and oof, done. See how fast this is. And if I refresh this counter should show you 2. It's showing, but I can't see anything here. Okay, so where I have attached, let me quickly check what message it was. DC1VH2. Host ID is this. I haven't got any failure message as well. That's okay. We can wait. Let's give him some time. And no, it will not take this much time. DC1, I can see DC1 VH2 and it is telling actually it is not attaching, it is telling that with this template which device is attached. So the attach function is missing at this moment, but no problem. Let's see if we have any other thing as well. I don't think so that. So what it will tell you that we manage API. If you go and check the function here, attached devices, retrieve and
It will
return
show.
device associated. It is not attaching actually, but it is telling us the information which is attached.
Yes.
So one thing we can do here, let's go back to the program. This is we manage API. Let me go back to that program. Let's do it quickly. So I can go here and we can go to we manage APIs and here. What is this? Your backup file could be. Can I cancel this? Okay, great. And I'll not disturb this function because it is working fine. I'll take a backup and inside backup I'll do the modification. So say we manage APIs and then the new or maybe backup underscore. So we have this new function where we can play around. What we want to add one function called attach instead of detach, correct?
Yes.
So let's do it. So you can see this attach detach function and we can copy this. CLI.add underscore command and attach. Okay. And then make some space here. Put that, go up.
Ratnesh, sorry for interruption.
Yep.
You carry on. I need 2 minutes break because somebody is on my doorstep. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Please carry on.
Yeah. Thank you.
Meanwhile, I'll edit attach. So attach like this. All right, attempting to attach the template. So payload, what we want. Device ID, system ID, that's okay. And then I want to attach with a template. Template config device mod, okay, that's okay. URL is device, action status. The only thing I need here is the exact API who will do the attach function. Okay, let's continue. Let's see. While the URL response 200 push the summary is done. Success, okay. Print failure. Okay, so all these messages are good to me. Uh, Only thing we need here is one API that will do the attach function for us to not detach. So let's quickly see here in the API doc. API docs. And you can go and check the template section here. So you can go and use the template. Oops, not here. So still loading. Let him load. Okay, so template. Now here you can see that you should have the post method configuration, the template. What are the things we have? Let's see. Device template, obviously we should be inside device template. And then what you want attach the device template. Create device template, no. Attach the device template. This is the guy, correct? And what are the methods? What are the things you need here? Let's quickly see. So it is telling to attach body function with the post method. You need some body here in the payload to do the attachment, correct? Okay, and you can see the nice thing here. Let me quickly scroll up. So here you can see that you have the attach and you have the detach. There is no much difference in attach and detach. So only the API will change. So now if you go here where we are changing, you can see the API and this is for detach, correct? So I'm not seeing anything related to detach here. Let me quickly see. Detach. Cool, no problem. Otherwise, I'll use that API to do the detachment. To do the attachment, sorry. Let's see, let's come. So you have the target. That's a target ID and you have the system ID. I think this should work. This should work. Let's see. Okay, template config device mode CLI. Let's quickly check that template mode device CLI. Template config. So you can see template /config. Can't see this. Why? No problem. Template. Seems they are the old APIs. Okay, now leave it. Attach the CLI. I think this will work. Let's use this API.
Yeah, I think that should work.
Yeah. Okay. So we can go here and the URL will be this. Let me go scroll. Okay, so I think we are okay with this. We can go back here and now we can go and check our Python and new vmanage where I have saved that file. So let me really see where it got saved. It is saved in the SDWAN Python REST API. Okay, so we can go and check the same folder. You can go and do Python and the backup vmanage, and you can check the help function here. So you should see all the function, and it will add one more function called attach. Okay, so let's do that. It's not showing here. So when we have added this here, attach, what you need to do, what function you need to change. So we have defined that attach here in the definition. That's 100% correct. And I need to give some these things as well. So you can scroll a little down. Wait till a space here. Now this is the way that you can edit. You can just take few code of copy the code, and then you can work with that. And if you see this detach, let me see, should not be any other place. So yes, it is not there. Small program. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm back, Ritesh.
Thank you. So we have created one attach, and this should change the notes as well. So if you can go here on the top, you can see that you should change this also. Attach. Okay. And then go and use it. So py attach help. We created the help function as well here. So what it is telling that if you want to attach, you can use the target IP and this. We have done this thing earlier, and I can use this here, and I can go and use here as, let me use the backup. Oops. I should copy that. Let me quickly copy that UUID and all those stuffs. Yep. From here and from here to here, and then I can go and just give me a moment. It is going on. Okay, so now you can go to Python and vmanage backup vmanage API that we have created. Backup vmanage API and the rest of the things I can copy and paste from here. So copy and paste, enter. It's just telling that they don't have no such option called template. Option is not there. Yeah, I need to check this function completely. So I'll do one thing. I'll work on this. Actually, this is not the template ID. It is the system ID. Okay. So give me a moment. I can go here and I can go and check the. I think this function will not work because I need the template ID, and then I want to connect that template ID with the system IP, but this seems to be the device ID in this particular function. That will not work. So Sam, I'll work on this attachment function, and I will upload that, update you on that.
Okay. Okay.
But the rest of the things I have covered. And one thing is pending from my side is to attach the template. But apart from that, I have covered everything.
Yeah.